I'm more right than the stats. If that
Yeah.
makes any sense.
Yeah, oh, it feels like it. And I was like, hang on.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground on a slightly grey overcast day after the beautiful blue sunshine we've had on days 1 and 2. The ball moving around the last couple of days, some really good bowling from Brett Hutton, Craig Overton, Matt Henry. Some poor shots, but here you've got to say overcast conditions is going to suit Notts, who can take the new ball in 1 over's time. I'm joined by Pete Trigo, who's, well, played for both sides, and it's been a busy 4 days for you, Pete.
Yeah, looking forward to it as well. It's been a great contest so far. Day 1 almost entirely dominated by Nottinghamshire with the assistance of some pretty ordinary batting by the Somerset lineup. But day 2, everything changed. The spell of Craig Overton and Matt Henry, if you were in the ground or watching on the live stream, was as good as you will see in first-class cricket. It was absolutely phenomenal. And you have to say that the Nottinghamshire lineup were blown away. And now, with the cementing of his, you'd think the cementing of his place in the side, George Bartlett, second 100 of the year, 109 not out. Somerset really got an opportunity here to push for a winning position on day 3. But to be honest, no predictions from me, because the way day 2 went was completely to everyone's surprise. We were thinking that Notts would have at least 100, 150 lead and Somerset would be backs to the wall for the rest of this game. Didn't pan out that way, and they resumed their innings on 268 for 4. Bartlett 109, and the impressive James Rue 17 not out.
Yeah, I think, exactly as you said, that the way day 2 went was a real surprise, wasn't it? The bounce back ability from Somerset, who seemed to perform better in the third innings than the first innings, quite often with a bat.
Lyndon James to start the morning, 1 over before the new Kookaburra ball is due. I'm sure it will be taken straight away. Lyndon James will be interesting, really. I would imagine, probably wouldn't be the opening bowler of choice, but maybe he's gone, captain, I'll have this over. And if I get a wicket, I get to stay on and use the new ball. I wonder if that was a conversation with Steve Mullane.
Good little deal, that. I think he'll do well to keep the ball out of Hutton and Patterson's hand, or maybe Jake Ball. Jake Ball, who was pretty poor in the first innings, but was unlucky in the second innings yesterday. A couple of drop catches off Lammonby. Looked a bit more back to his best to Jake Ball yesterday.
Yeah, had a couple put down. One Lammonby, Carter at second slip. Yeah. Tom Moore's dropped one behind the stumps, a little glove down the leg side. Rue first ball.
Yeah.
Could have changed his day quite dramatically.
That Carter one was probably the easiest one, wasn't it? Pretty nice height catching in the slips. Carter is in at second again. Just the 2 slips for Notts to start with. Brett Hutton is loosening up. Nice bit of yoga type stretching.
There's a bit of down dog going on.
Yeah. He's only had an hour before play to do that, but decides to do it in between balls here.
One of those remarkable things about the physiology of being a bowler in cricket. No matter how much you do in warm-up, how many stretches you do, how many bowl-throughs, your first ball is going to hurt.
Yeah.
And that's universal. This is, I've done an official scientific study of 4,000 bowlers. That seems to be the number for any study these days. I've asked 4,000 people, and they all say the first ball is agony. Lyndon James has bowled a tidy over, just hanging it out there, asking James Rue if he wants a little nibble.
Yeah, saw a couple of beautiful cover drives from James Rue yesterday. Good on the back foot punch when Carter dropped short as well. Interesting to see. He'll probably want to get his eye in, but you got your eye in, 6 balls of the old ball, and probably they go new ball straight away from this end. So George Bartlett can start again against the new ball if James Rue just dots up these next 2 and see it as almost a second start. They've got a deep square leg, Hassi Hamid, and an interesting, more of a deep mid-wicket really. They've got a deep backward square and a deep square. I don't think Lyndon James is going to bang it in short. But yeah, Matt Henry, 6 for 59. A 245 run lead with 6 wickets standing as it stands. 245 run lead is decent for Somerset at the moment, but they'll probably want to get a 3 before that figure.
Yeah, I think you can be a bit distracted with the first innings scores. I think that they're outliers, to be honest. You've got an unbelievable spell and some probably not particularly clinical batting, apart from, you'd have to say, Ben Slater. That ends the first over, play and miss outside the Roo, off stump. And then you had the decent bowling lineup of Nottinghamshire, Brett Hutton in particular, just nipping the ball back, and Somerset players seeming to want to leave straight balls, which was a bit of a confusion for everyone. But we are where we are. I don't think that the way this game will move forward for the second 2 days, I think those first innings scores are kind of a thing of the past, really. So Somerset will be looking to pile on at least sort of 350, I would imagine. That would probably be some sort of minimum target, because this Taunton pitch, that live grass, has had a couple of days under some pretty intense sunshine. When that ball goes a little bit older, it certainly does less and less. But we have got the lights on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's a pretty grey, gloomy coverage of clouds. Often in England, when it's overcast, the ball tends to swing. We've got Brett Hutton, who's going to start from the Truscothic stand end this morning.
Yeah, I think the pitch has flattened out the last couple of days. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the Kookaburra does perform with these overcast conditions and the lights being on. You'd think perfect conditions for the Duke. Is that slightly different for the Kookaburra? A lot of wickets fell on day one, but it made me chuckle that one of the best partnerships of the last few days in the championship was Dan Worrell and Sean Abbott batting 10 and 11 for Surrey, whacking the Kookaburra ball that they used to bowling and batting against in Australia.
Yeah, I think that was probably my concern, I suppose, in many ways, is how the Kookaburra ball will behave once that newness, that shine goes off of it, because I think my gut feeling was that it would become very one-sided from a batting perspective and be pretty difficult for the seamers to extract much out of. But Brett Hutton certainly extracted plenty on day one, and Matt Henry on day two.
I think it's probably safe to say Matt Henry bowled better than Brett Hutton. Somerset gave a lot of their wickets away, whereas Slater and Hamid were definitely got out, was my perspective. Henry bowled some absolute beauties, whereas Hutton didn't bowl badly, but there was definitely some giving of wickets away by the home side top order.
Yeah, there was quite an obvious change attack that first session, first half an hour. Craig Overton and Matt Henry both bowling their share of bouncers. It was very, very much a case of intimidating. Take the feet away from the batters by bowling a decent number of short balls. Ben Slater got hit by an absolute rocket of a bounce from Matt Henry that almost certainly unsettled him. And I think when you know that there's a bounce around the corner, you're not as keen to move that front foot forward. So some smart bowling, some good tactics, good discussions up in the dressing room that the Somerset bowlers, in particular Overton and Henry, took out to the middle and executed very, very well.
3 slips in for Hutton from the Truscothic Pavilion end. Yep, George Bartlett 109. He saw him get to his 100 with that big 6 over long on, wide long on off Carter late yesterday evening. Do watch the highlights on the YouTube channel or on the Twitter page as you're with us. Plenty of people in the YouTube comments saying good morning. I enjoyed this comment. Shep, who's here with us on day one Brightside Live podcast, says smash another 100 and unleash Henverton. That's Henry and Overton, I guess, the opening partnership for Somerset. A few fans wandering in late from trains and car parks around Taunton. Bit of talk about when Somerset might declare. I think they'll try and bat till lunch would be my perspective, and then consider at lunch if they still have wickets in the shed. Would be my way of looking at it. Plenty of time left in this match. What a shot by George Bartlett, straight down the ground. Dane Patterson has got no chance at mid-on. Glorious on drive. We saw Tom Lammonby play 4 or 5 beautiful on drives in his 70-odd yesterday. But George Bartlett is up to that one too.
Talking of Shep, I think he made a really good. Well, he tweeted me yesterday, and I think it was a really interesting bit of information that he shared with me, that George Bartlett's previous 100 this year was at Lords, when the opposition spent a considerable amount of time with the keeper up to the stumps of the seamers. And you always felt like George has that knack of getting himself to the late teens, early 20s, and then just misses a straight ball. And there's a lot of movement going on, and you don't feel like he's under threat, and then all of a sudden he just gets out. And it was interesting yesterday that Tom Moores came to the stumps in a period where George looked very fidgety and almost forced him to stay still in his crease. And the result was he got through that fidgety stage and has ended up, in a magnificent position now. So maybe there's something in that for George to consider for the rest of the season. You know, we had a couple of messages yesterday. I congratulated him, reacting to one of his posts on social media. I won't give you the exact words that I used, but I said, awesome knock, mate. Now time to kick on.
Yeah.
With a couple of other words thrown in there.
Motivational words, of course.
Just an exclamation mark, my point, because he's such a talent. And like I said, I think Shep made a really good point. Keeper up made him not think about walking down the wicket or moving across to off stump and getting hit on the pad. He just stayed still and he played beautifully down the ground. And like I said, he's got 113 runs to his name and is looking a magnificent touch.
Yeah, talking magnificent positions, there's another one from George Bartlett. Rue cover driving for 3. The next ball, Georgie Bartlett whipping through the leg side for 2. New ball, not slowing things down. So I keep saying, not picking on Jake Ball, but he has been expensive. Even in this second innings, I said he had a couple of chances dropped and was unlucky yesterday, but just not quite able to tie a batter down at one end. I think they'd rather take the runs off Jake Ball than the mean, miserly Patterson and Hutton. Three slips in still to Jake Ball. Yep, coming into this game, George Bartlett averaging 26. That's going to get a healthy bonus. James Rue yet to pass his very impressive average in the county championship after 7 matches. Top with averaging 54. Was the top run scorer in the county championship. What a shot that is again from George Bartlett. Straight, good fielding, running around from mid-on to keep that to just 1 run. But playing straight down the ground is definitely advised against a new ball that will swing potentially more and more once the lacquer comes off. Interesting to see how the Kookaburra will swing compared to the Dukes.
Yeah, I don't think it's swung in the way that you would be used to seeing in a 4-day game in England. It at best shapes. I don't think it's more of a stumps and pads, fine nick-off sort of ball from what I've seen so far. You don't get that big hooping delivery. It just offers one way or t'other. I think a lot of the teams will go very quickly to less slips and catches on the drive as well. I think, with the ball not swinging as far, maybe 3rd slip isn't really required. It's pretty much how Somerset and Nottinghamshire went. As soon as there was a partnership, they went to sort of 1, maybe 2 slips and catches in front of the batter. As we saw a lot in the previous Test match at Edgbaston, lots of catches in front of the wicket.
Yeah, it seems like the Kookaburra ball's been easy for certain batters to flare around. Tandem Muyei and Daniel Bell-Drummond have been having a bit of fun against the Northants attack. 5-5-5 for 5. All the 5s for Kent. Bell-Drummond has just joined his coach Matt Walker on the record, best score for Daniel Bell-Drummond in first class cricket of 275 not out, making his way up the highest scores ever for Kent. That chart. And there's a few school kids in today. Yeah, one of my schools I coach and teach at are coming in today. I don't think that's my school there. No, I should recognise the kit one. I know there's a couple of groups of school kids coming in a bit late off the buses, coming into Cooper Stage County Ground again. Bit squared up there, George Bartlett by Brett Hutton, but played with soft hands. He does that sort of, the fidgety sort of fiddle outside off stump.
The fidgety fiddle is not, it doesn't have longevity in the game. I think George does do that from time to time, and that's when he looks susceptible. I think when he moves with a level of purpose forward and back, I think that's when he looks his best. He plays beautifully off the back foot through the offside. I think that's definitely his trademark shot. But he's played wonderfully in this second innings. George showed a lot of character because there's a lot of chat about Somerset batters holding down a position and grabbing that position, making it their own, and George is probably one of those lads that has fitted into the category of hasn't cemented his place yet.
Don't rub it, George, as well. Look at him hopping around there. He got hit on the thigh pad and he doesn't want to rub it. He should
that's the
limber
problem.
up and jogging.
It hasn't hit the thigh pad. I think it's just
missed. Yeah.
Just snuck in between. No matter all the manufacturers, I've had a number of thigh pads in my time, and there is always a little gap in between the top of the pad and the bottom of the thigh pad, and it's millimetres, but somehow the ball sneaks through when you bend your leg.
You can never get it quite right, can you? Where should it go? The different, you know, do you go the P1s, the P2s, the different companies? How much protection do you need in there? Solid from James Rue, but yeah, bowlers find a way, don't they? And the new ball, whether it's Kookaburra or Dukes, it still hurts when it hits you on the flesh. Watch Bartlett with his jumper on. A little bit colder, but still only 19, 20 degrees. Plenty of fans enjoying the live stream comments. Chatting about the overseas signing, Ish Sodhi. Big signing for Somerset. Available for one round of county championship cricket, but predominantly for the T20 Blast. Latter group stages, quarter final, and hopefully finals day at Edgbaston for the home side. Ish Sodhi of Notts, of course. Played for Notts and New Zealand, and now Somerset. He get a spell for Worcestershire as well. There's plenty of comments in the YouTube chat, and do we really want another update on Pete Trigo's back? I feel like this has turned into, rather than 4 days commentary, it's turned into Trigo's back update.
It's a side plot. It's a big story.
There's a fidgety fiddle outside our stump from
the way
George
the
Bartlett.
Somerset faithful have had to endure me walking from the commentary box down to the physio room, you know, begging and pleading with Jamie Thorpe to give me some light relief, a couple of painkillers from time to time. I have to say, moving a little bit better today. Thank you for your concern. It is much appreciated. At least I'm getting some sympathy somewhere. I certainly don't get much at home when I'm crawling out of the bed in the morning.
Well, at least we haven't had an update on how you got your underwear on this morning, so it's a slight improvement from yesterday's.
Yeah, I've worked out a technique.
Brilliant. Well, we'll leave that to the imagination of the listeners.
Yeah, what I've decided, I've crafted my own little underpant putter-onerer. I went down the local council last night and I got a litter picker with, like, you know, the gun with the grippy hand at the bottom. That's the way forward, ladies and gentlemen. If you're struggling with your underwear, a litter picker, gripper, thingy-majiggy is the way forward.
Cool, we've had some words this morning, haven't we? Jake Ball continuing from the river end. James Rue solid in defence. No batting bonus points available in the second innings. The new ball in play, so it's more just about how much of a lead Somerset can get here.
Tell you what has interested me in the grand scheme of back health, which actually affects a lot of people. A lot of people, you know, it's regardless of age, do suffer with back issues, and I've driven Mrs. T's car in because it needed a service, so I had to drop the car off and all that. The change of seat has had a terrible effect. You know, I live in West-Supermare, so maybe 35-minute drive. Changing car seat has absolutely not helped the situation. So beware when you're buying your next car, maybe through Virtue Motors.
Yeah, great segue.
Surely that must get me a discount, or at least one of those like beaded car seat cover things that are supposedly good for your back. The seat, I reckon that's the biggest consideration. Next time I buy a car, it's going to be the comfiest seat.
I want a big car just so I can sit upright, 90 degrees on my pedals, rather than being I've got my average Ford Fiesta run down like a go-kart.
You're not a lean back like a gangster.
No, I'm not a go-kart one-hand driver. No, I'm not one of them. I'd be a bit straighter up. Hurts my knees too much.
Plenty of those whizzing around Western Supermare. The old boy racer capital of the UK.
After a few terrible overs of leg spin on the weekend, my hips get very tight, so I'd like to be a bit more straight and upright.
Anyway, back to the cricket. James Rue has got himself to 20. He clips off the pad smartly again. Such a good technique, this young fella. As soon as he started his Somerset first team career, he's just looked at ease at the wicket. Regardless of result, I think he's been well coached, well brought up. Whoever's influenced him as a young cricketer have done an excellent job. He's eased his way to 22, supporting George Bartlett.
I think you called him Thomas Rue yesterday. I'm sure I heard you call him Tom Rue, his younger brother.
Yeah, well, my son played
Lovely
with
shot,
Tom.
George Bartlett, cover drive for 4.
As we witness another George Bartlett masterclass through the offside. 4 runs, moves him onto 100 more than James Rue. Yeah, Dexter, my boy, played with Tom Rue on Sunday for Somerset under 16, so apologies if I make that confusion. Both the Rue lads, more importantly, are really nice lads, good lads, but they're also pretty fine players as well.
Yeah, I watched him play an under 15s game the other day, Thomas Rue, and he, class above. So the fact he's playing Weppel first team cricket at age 14, I think last year, scoring runs in that, he's going to dominate the youth systems. Very exciting player. I don't reckon it'll be long, maybe a couple of years, and we might see both Rues in a Somerset 4-day shirt.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, they're enjoying the back chat. That's very clever. The YouTube comments enjoying the back chat on the live stream.
Yeah, I think Dex had a pretty reasonable day. He whacked a few, got a few wickets. He got a 4-fer for Weston's first team the other day at 15. That's not bad. Opening the bowling.
I think I've got to play against him tomorrow night. Are they both playing tomorrow night?
Well,
Baker Cup.
Now that I know you're playing, I'm definitely going to send them out. Get some pre-workout into them so they're all fizzed up.
Fired up, yeah.
Brett Hutton from the Trescothick stand end hasn't yet to find any extravagant movement that we saw in the first innings, so definitely an indication this wicket has flattened out, probably leaning us towards the fact that, you know, the 350, 400 total is something that Somerset probably require, because let's face it, Nottinghamshire, you know, from a bodies perspective, you know, you've got some serious run scorers in that team. Slater, Hamid, Clark in particular. I think Joe Clark scored a double 100 last week, didn't he? So he's in pretty good form.
That was a top scorer in the championship this Division 1 this year before Bell Drummond. But it's one of those funny ones where Tom Abel here, he wants Somerset to score runs, but you wouldn't actually mind seeing the ball nip around a bit. Somerset will, at some point today, be taking the new ball to try and get through the Notts top order. So Somerset want Bartlett and Brew or whoever comes in next to score some runs, but actually wouldn't mind seeing the Cooker doing a bit, especially in these cloudy conditions, and see if they can get through Slater, Hamid, particularly those two stalwart openers, get through them early, and expose Clark with a new ball before he gets set on a flat one. Mulaney's looking like he's going to...
But that, Harry, it's hopefully hours away.
Could well be.
Hours away. We've got a bit of Somerset batting to watch. Like I said, I do think the characteristics of the wicket has drastically changed, or the batters have had a decent kick up the backside and they're playing a little bit more appropriately.
Talking about a kick up the backside there, this is going to really wind you up. You haven't noticed the field placement they've just made.
Well, it depends how many runs they want to give away. No, I had this conversation with Vic. I
think I have it with you every day.
I can see. You know, Vic's point, I think, a few weeks back was, you know, you leave point open, so the batter wants to milk it into point, therefore sort of opening the face a little bit to push it into that area. Doesn't mean I like that tactic personally. I think if you bowl well, you will get them. And I just personally think that you can sort of mitigate that with maybe a sort of gully position, hedge it a little bit. Have cover a little bit squarer, still create that gap.
Just the two slips of James Rue, Hutton, full and nice drive, good fielding from Hasib Hamid. We've been impressed with Hasib Hamid fielding. Great catch to dismiss Tom Cadmore on the boundary yesterday, catching it, flicking it back in. Underrated skill, really. It's almost expected of fielders.
Yeah, he's a good athlete, is Hass. No doubt about that. Very lean, wiry, fast across the ground. Brett Hutton into his 16th over wicketless, which has certainly not been characteristic of his bowling this season. He's taking wickets at a rapid pace as Rue pushes into the offside.
Yeah, Brett Hutton's best bowling in a match is 10 for 106, so if he wants to improve on that, he's going to have to take a few quickly in this innings, having, yeah, as you said, surprisingly gone wicketless, having been so impressive with his 5 for 34 in the first. But a nice round 10 overs. Looks like an ODI scorecard, that. 10 overs, 1 made and 5 for 34 in the first. First class career average of 25, economy rate of 3.2, Brett Hutton. Strike rate of 47.9, but always seems to have come into his own the last couple of years. I feel like he's got better and better. I remember at Northants a few years ago, but hasn't been quite as potent as he's been the last few years. He's 30 now. Just about call him a bowling all-rounder, I guess. Bats a bit, but only got 8 before Matt Henry did positive of him yesterday. We're going to see Jake Ball continue from the River End. I see for me he's having a long chat with him. What's he saying? If I was opening the bat against you, Jake, I wouldn't want you to bowl here. Maybe that's his method to try and encourage him to find that line of leg. Stephen Mullaney is looking like he wants. Is he going to have a bit of extra cover on the leg side to James Rew?
Yeah, I personally think the round the wicket tactic is overplayed a little bit from what I've seen this season. I've seen an awful lot of left-handers milk runs with bowlers going round the wicket, and I get it. It's an angles change. It's something that left-handers historically didn't used to practice. It was more over the wicket with the ball shaping back in. But I think unless the ball is doing quite a lot, you've got to move the ball quite considerably to catch the outside edge in particular. I think it's poor batting if you get beaten on the inside edge from round the wicket. So you really, a la David Warner and Broad, I guess, but that takes a specific type of wicket, and it takes a lot of movement to get it to move enough to catch the outside edge. I always like, if you do feel that as a viable option, use it sparingly, change the angles up. Ultimately, you're trying to force the batter into playing a ball that he shouldn't play at. Once you've bowled 10 overs round the wicket, he's quite attuned to it. So I think, playing with the angles a little bit, over and round, 3 or 4 overs back over, just to, again, he's got to recalibrate what's a leave ball. I sometimes see a lot of bowlers just completely, I think Somerset did it, I think Casey Aldridge just bowled every over against Essex, maybe, 2 left-handers, just the whole game around the wicket.
Yeah.
They seem to quite enjoy it towards the end.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. I was coaching a left-arm bowler and a right-arm bowler last night and talking about the angles over and around the wicket. And like you say, it's that making the batter have to think about the different angles and changing up. I guess some people, it's frustrating, sometimes bowlers wait till they get hit for a couple of falls and then change. I guess it's being proactive to think, where am I going to get the best angle to get this man out?
Well, I suppose that I think the top bowlers, they're tactical rather than reactionary. You don't change because it's not going well. There's Rew, sees a bit of short, wide action, and he jumps all over that, slashing that through past Lyndon James for 4. I think your margin for error is very small from round the wicket as well.
Yeah.
So I always thought, face it, if I sort of swap this over from my right-handed perspective and facing someone like a side bottom who was a phenomenal bowler. So for me, side bottom was so effective because I think he got better and better the older he got as well, in my opinion. He was never greedy. He never used to really search for the big LBW booming swinger. What he used to do, I think, he would bowl his in-swinger onto off stump. And because balls generally don't swing the same amount every time, you were always forced to play. And then the natural variation, one might hold and go across you. So you always felt like that you were under threat on both edges. And that's kind of what you want. If you're bowling spin or seam, if you can get the batter worried about both edges, you're in the game. I personally think that a right arm around the wicket to a left-hander, you're only trying to get the outside edge. Yeah. And I think it's poor batting if you get beaten on the inside on that angle, because you can really get outside off stump and negate that. So hotly debated. I'm yet to see anyone be truly as effective as Broad is against Warner in any other form of cricket.
I think it's a really important conversation to have with youngsters at an age, as you say. Try and bring as many methods of dismissal into play as possible, both sides of the wicket. And there we have new signing for Somerset, New Zealand leg spinner. You say it too quickly. Sounds like you're saying he's shoddy, isn't it? Ish Sodhi will say it clearly and enunciate.
Yeah, played a few games against Ish in big games. I think historically Somerset played Nottinghamshire a lot of times in quarterfinals, semi-finals, because they were always top of the north. We were always sort of doing pretty well in the south.
The quarter-final
Played
stage,
a few
yeah.
big games against them, and leg spinner, tall, bowls with good pace, decent googly as well. Sure he'll have success, but it'll be a different proposition for him bowling at the Cooper Associates County Ground. At Trent Bridge, you always have one quite big side. That's generally how they set up, especially if you're batting from the Radcliffe Road end. They normally have the offside boundary quite short and a big leg side boundary, so Ish would bowl from the pavilion end and have quite a lot of room to play, tempt the batter into a slog sweep, get a lot of catches on the boundary, whereas Somerset being relatively conventional as a ground, and we play a lot of our one-day cricket in the middle, will be a different proposition. But as we know, leg spinners in particular in limited overs cricket are like gold dust. They seem to do well all over the world.
Yeah, big fan of Ish. I think it's a great signing for Somerset. I think that will really help with Roloff van der Merwe. All these finger injuries, isn't it? Goldsworthy, the rib, but van der Merwe, Siddle, Gregory. Fortunately, Somerset have a lot of seam bowling options, but they're having to go through a fair few at the moment. James Rue still with 2 slip, facing Brett Hutton, and the ball being 6.5 overs old now, the Kookaburra ball. How many times can we mention that, just to remind you? The 2 rounds where we're trialling the Kookaburra ball in the English County Championship. Sodhi can bat. Question there. Yeah, he bat 8 or 9. Swings a willow. He did. I think he scored some 50s for New Zealand in the UAE when they're playing against Pakistan in Test matches a few years ago. I remember him and Mark Craig having some partnerships together. He'll probably bat more like 10 for Somerset. Such is so much strength and depth with Aldridge and Overton being fairly useful batters, but
yeah, I saw Roloff the other day with his bandaged up fingers. Actually, the man who's just fielded the ball there, Hamid, looks like he's got nearly as many bandages as Roloff. But yeah, he's got a couple of nasty breaks in his fingers, which will keep him out of action for a while. But we know that Roloff van der Merwe is not your average human being. If there's any chance that he can get on the pitch a couple of weeks early, go through a bit of pain, take a few extra paracetamol, Roloff will definitely do that for the team. That is a given. Hutton into Rue, around the wicket, catches the outside edge, but Rue picks up a 4 that takes him into the 30s. Somerset are piling on a pretty formidable total.
yeah, always going to be past the second slip there, down and more fourth sort of gully line towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, the shortest boundary, shortest length to get 4. Safe enough from James Rue, just triggering back and then pressing into it. Now Dane Patterson's going to come into the attack. His first bowl of the morning, replacing Jake Ball. I was coaching a young lad called Henry Ball yesterday. He was in the crowd today and he trying to work out if Jake Ball's his uncle. The bizarre situation. He was looking at the names on the sheet. I don't know if that's my uncle. I've got an uncle who plays some kind of cricket but couldn't quite work it out. So, some interesting comments on the YouTube chat. Baker doesn't. You do realise that this is only day 3. Saying, why have we not declared yet go for the win? There's another day of cricket tomorrow and it's not going to rain that much. So, plenty of time left in this game.
Come on, read the play. Plenty of time for batting. I would suspect that if things go well, Somerset will be batting, I would say, a pretty strong portion of the middle session as well. I think a withdrawal somewhere in the middle of the middle session, giving the Somerset bowlers 2 bites at two new balls. That's obviously a minimum, so maybe 100, 120 overs. So I don't think Somerset will have the D word anywhere in the psyche at the moment. It will just be bat on, bat on.
Oh, and if any of you have been living under a Test match rock the last hour, you might have seen that Moeen Ali is not playing in the Test match starting tomorrow. Josh Tongue is back in, so, well, big kudos to Worcestershire, and good to see a man who's done one in the County Championship get a chance in Test cricket. Chat to Craig Overton a few weeks ago, he was a bit gutted to been overlooked for Josh Tongue, but to Somerset's gain that Craig Overton's still here, not involved in the Ashes currently, so he can steam in with that new Kookaburra ball later on. Middlesex batting again against Hampshire. Ridiculous individual performance from Liam Dawson, 100 and all those wickets against Hampshire, for Hampshire against Middlesex. Josh De Cares, Michael Atherton's son, also in the wickets, having only picked up one first-class wicket, ridiculously getting 7 in the first innings.
Yeah, at the moment, part of my role on top of the commentary is sorting out Tom Banton's golf kit at the moment. He's all over me at the moment on my messages, trying to get a particular type of bag. I suppose my message is to my friend at Mendip Spring Golf Club, Will Hobbs, the head professional, is
That's a good ball.
sort it, mate. Take me out of the equation. Dane Patterson is a naughty bowler. He's just at you. I think Vic summed him up brilliantly. He bowls quite a brave length on most wickets. He really challenges the knee roll, the top of the pads. Always bowls. He accepts that he'll get driven every now and then, and that's why he's quite, I think, a high wicket taker in terms of like balls per wickets, because he's always at you. He never bowls that sort of dry, what you describe as a dry length, a dot ball length. He's always in that zone there. But
there you go.
George Bartlett has fiddled that one away. He's got a thick edge, and
he's a fiddler.
Mother Cricket is shining down on George Bartlett at the moment. Even his false shots are disappearing away for runs. And that will bring up the 300 for Somerset. Bartlett moving on to 127, and he is creeping into the territory of a Graham Gooch Daddy 100. It'd be nice to see him get something sizable.
Yeah, 121 he scored earlier in the season, Middlesex. So he surpassed that as George Bartlett, his top score of the season so far in a Somerset shirt. Don't think they'll be seeing him in a Bridgewater club shirt anytime soon. Cemented his place, George Bartlett, of this innings. Oh, cheeky single there. Hassi Pameed's right-handed throw. Good run, and not a dive, but a running of the bat in from James Rue. He had his gloves in one hand and just got in. George Bartlett's confident he was fine, but James Rue was in a little bit of trouble. Just turned on the afterburners and was just over the whitewash when Hassi Pameed's throw came in a foot wide anyway. A lot of dust coming up there, though. Yes, 304 for 4, 8 overs of the new ball.
Yeah, the bowlers, I think that's the plan, isn't it? Get the bowlers into their third, fourth spells. You know, the Nottinghamshire bowlers starting to rack up those overs. I kind of feel, even if you're a very fit, good, county bowler, first-class bowler, as soon as you creep into the 30 overs territory in a county championship match, the fatigue really starts to set in, and all the Nottinghamshire bowlers are starting to creep in that direction now. Really good opportunity with a ball that's only 7 or 8 overs old in terms of the new ball, but still got a lot of hardness. But it's being sent down by bowlers that have done a lot of work.
There could be another 4 runs. The short boundary, the sandy patch down there is just going to save Notts here. If it wasn't for the little Colin Atkinson beach, then
yeah, there's a little bunker down there in front of the Colin Atkinson. Might have to get the old Jaws wedges.
Is the gap wedge, wasn't it? You were playing with it in a Devon game up in Wales a few years ago.
Well, your friend Ed that came on yesterday did mention that I.
Rather than doing a sulking lap, you just did use your gap wedge after you got out, was it?
All I'll say is, mate, that the runs I scored for Devon, there was no sulking.
No, okay.
It was purely just to kill a bit of time. Myself and Alex Barrow used to play at Somerset. Yeah. Played a number of games for Devon. God, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years ago now, I guess. Seaton. We played. Is it no Sidmouth?
Sidmouth.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Alex Barrow played for Sidmouth. I played against him at Sidmouth a few times. He whacked me around a bit.
Flat as you're out there.
Yeah.
God, what a.
Did you get any on the beach?
Couple.
Bounce on the road into the beach?
I think I cleaned up a few 99 ice creams that day.
Nice. Yeah, Sidmouth, it's got a lovely view of the beach, but it's been slightly ruined in recent years. They've had to put a big net up to save the road. I must admit, I was whacked into the hotel about 100 yards up the road. It's that big hotel. I remember being smashed in there.
Is that the hotel that's owned by the Best family?
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Alex Barrow, actually. Alex Barrow was very polite and just creamed me through extra cover again and again. Quality cricket shots. He didn't feel the need to whack me out the ground. But
yeah, good times. Good times.
Quality field as well, Alex Barrow. You think wicket keepers are so good, buzzing around in the outfield. Two slips still to George Bartlett from Brett Hutton. This just got the pavilion in. That's that full and straight one. George Bartlett does have a tendency to go over to the offside. We've seen him run down the wicket, exposing his stumps sometimes. I think you don't want to miss those.
Yeah, I think as a bowler, you know, getting into the mind of Brett Hutton there, I think you always feel like you've got a bit of a chance of sneaking it onto that pad of George Bartlett. But I just think when he's still, and I think it goes back to the point I made earlier about the keeper being up, forcing him to stay still. He's got into that rhythm. I think the penny's dropped here that when he stays still, keeps his head upright, eyes parallel, plays with a straight blade, he will naturally clip the ball off of his pads when it's appropriate. But I think it's those balls there. I think when George looks susceptible, he tries to hit those two square. And the reason I think he's had success in this particular innings is he's looked to play straight ball straight. He naturally cuts anything fourth, fifth stump. He's so strong in that area. Everything else he just hits nice and straight. And like I said, he will play the clip off the legs when the ball deserves it. Sometimes I feel like he goes hunting for a clip ball and it's often too straight. So he's played beautifully today so far, and we hope he goes on from a Somerset perspective. That shot there,
shot.
No, we're not all perfect, but it's that shot there that keeps the bowlers motivated.
Right, well on that one, I'm going to leave you in the good company of Vic Marks coming into the attack for the first time on day 3.
Well, it's been a pleasure, Harry. Look forward to catching up with Vic. We agreed with each other three times yesterday. Hopefully that trend will continue, but you know, you can't guarantee anything as George Bartlett gets a little bit of a drink and a glove change. The game seems to be moving in a really good direction if you are a Somerset fan. The lead is 286 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. George Bartlett 129. James Rue has seamlessly got himself to 33. Good morning, Vic.
Morning, Pete.
Dane Patterson again bowling that as you described yesterday, that brave length. He just hammers away. He's looking for that pad. Another, I think George is going through a little bit of a period here where he's just getting a little bit edgy. Hopefully he can just, you know, continue to keep those shapes nice and straight.
Yeah, he's played a few of his little one-handers. Obviously, he takes his hand off the bat. What's he doing? For the first half hour, though, he was flawless, timing the ball beautifully. I suppose having 100 to your name makes you feel a bit more relaxed and confident, and he's played some glorious shots, and Rue's been excellent. The only downside from a Somerset perspective is the fact it doesn't seem to be doing much, this new ball, does it?
No, it hasn't.
Maybe it's the situation of the game as well, that it's, you know, it's slipping away from knots in the sense that the target now is up way above 280, and like you, I think they've got to go into the middle of the afternoon and get a big score, a big lead, give themselves a bit of freedom to attack, make it difficult for Notts to contemplate victory. They wouldn't quite know whether to go for the win. No, most sides do go for the win now, come what may, don't they? There's some strong batters in that lineup.
Yeah, getting enough runs that you can keep your attacking field as Rue clips off the pads. I think there's so many considerations when you're setting up a game, and you deserve the right to sort of dictate terms, which Somerset are creeping into that realm now. I think there's a number of things to consider. Is rest for Henry and Overton, who bowled a decent amount of 20 overs each. Them with a cup of tea in their hand and a nice comfy pair of socks on is ideal for the next few hours.
Absolutely.
You've got the discomfort of the opening batters. When am I going to be out there? You've got, that you're standing up for all these hours running around, that fatigue element, your mind gets tired, your feet get a little bit lazy. So if you're an opening batter, Hamid, Slater, I guarantee you now they're already starting to think about how they're going to go about their innings, and that takes its toll. They might be waiting for another 2 or 3 hours, constantly in the back of their mind thinking, when's it happening? When am I going to have to go into action? And that I think that you consider those and you toy with them. I've seen captains in the past that will go and sit out on the balcony with their whites on, even though they're out, looking like they might declare,
Yes.
but leaving it 20 overs just to toy with the opposition.
Also, the old notion of, it's good to dangle the carrot so they go for something. I'm not sure whether a lot of the modern players, they feel more comfortable if there's a target to chase than having to bat out time. In a way that in the old days there were some players who revelled in the prospect of
A red inker.
a flat pitch, a big target that's out of range.
No, I completely agree. The mentality when you're batting to win a game, as George clips off his pads, an appropriate ball to clip in that direction, sliding down the leg side, and he doesn't miss out on many of those. Yeah, I think the psychology, the mental state that you're in as a batter when you've got a win on the line, I think you're naturally more sort of buoyant and up for it and tuned
Sharper.
into what you're doing. I personally always felt like I was one of the worst draw players. I would often give my wicket away toward, when the game was safe and the battle was almost over and you were just meandering to the end of play. So often I'd walk off. What did I do that for? You kind of you switch off from the game. As we have a look at the bowling attacks here, 24 overs Carter, but he's a spinner. He could bowl all day, surely. Ball 21, Hutton 18, Patterson 16. Like I said, the Nottinghamshire attack getting into that realm of real sort of mental, physical fatigue. When am I going to get a wicket? Especially Brett Hutton, who's used to getting wickets. Cantor, especially this season. 18 overs wicketless at the moment. I'm sure he's getting frustrated. Deep in conversation with Captain Mullaney. Are they starting to squabble or are they talking tactics? Another one down the leg side. I think that'll be dead ball. I feel like he's left that off of the.
No, he's going to give it. Oh no, you're right. You're dead right. Well spotted. You should have been an umpire. You could have been an umpire.
Do you know what? I've been asked that a number of times. Would you like to umpire? I couldn't. I think my gut feeling is I would be terrible at it.
Yeah, I thought the same.
Just like attention span.
Yeah. You never know though. There's some people who become brilliant umpires who you never thought would be, and you would have played under this guy. I was a contemporary of mine, but Ian Gould, you never have thought that Ian Gould, when he, as a player, who was chirpy, good time, a bit of a reveller, you never thought he would become a brilliant umpire. He ended up coaching at Middlesex with Gatting and Gould, the two young wild brands of the 1980s, and he was very fed up when he got the sack alongside Gat because they were sort of seen as a pair. But within a few years, he thought it was the best thing that ever happened to him because he discovered umpiring, and he discovered, to his surprise, I think, that hang on, I love this.
Well, I think, because I suppose the only redeeming feature I would potentially have is I'm always quite driven to be as good as I can be at whatever I do. But no, Gouldy was great to have on the field as a player as well.
Chattering away.
Brilliant banter, brilliant chats. I always really enjoyed Gouldy. And the one umpire I always remember that the relationship sort of blossomed over years, which was very different when it started to how it ended was Pete Willie.
Yeah,
He's a very dry, stern man.
Yeah, you don't mess with Pete Willie.
I used to find that he used to. I think we had a mutual love for cars. I can remember when I was really young. Pete Willie being Pete Willie, you have an assumption that he would drive something like a brown Saab or something like that.
Something rock solid.
But he turned up with I remember it was a Subaru Impreza P1, basically a rally car, bucket seats and harnesses and all this sort of stuff. And we had this, I have a love for cars, and we had this long conversation while I was bowling about his Subaru, and we became quite good buddies. And every time it was like, "What are you driving now, Triggs?" And that was like the common ground.
And
that
off
we
you go, yeah, I know that. And certain umpires, and most of them in those days, as they are now, actually were ex-players. And you'd quite like to feel that if you had a good umpire there, you'd like to feel it square leg and you'd be chatting all day.
I used to infuriate the captain, JL in particular. He used to say, "Trigo, it's not a benefit game. Stop talking to the umpire."
Yeah, but they don't do it in Australia much, you see.
Roo playing a lovely little swivel pull shot, getting down the end, and never ceases to impress, young Roo. He's got himself to 35 again, and he's just almost like the keeping. You don't notice him. You don't notice him, which is a compliment from a keeping perspective. But he's got to 35. He's accumulated at a decent pace. He's no slouch. 50 strike rate. Great start to a championship innings, and just he's got that sense of understanding what his role is, which is to support George Bartlett, who again has one hand off the bat and playing like a guy who's on Norton, averages 5 in first class cricket, and he's actually got 132, and he's an awesome player, but just has those moments of madness, young George.
Yep, he's always watchable.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah. Roo is, it's more predictable. I mean, if Roo never sort of saw a wicket-keeping glove again, he would be in this. Obviously, he would be in this team because he gets in as a pure batsman, no question. And he's so young. Already you sense him as he will fail, probably as often as everyone else in some sense. But he's quite a reassuring figure at number 6, even though he's about 21 years old or whatever
Less
he is.
than that, I think. I think you'll have a consistency. I suppose the acid test to him is, can he, make his very comfortable 30s, 60s, which he's getting quite regularly into bigger scores. I'm sure he will do that. But I think the point is that no matter what the situation, he comes in and he offers to the team almost every time. It's very rarely in his early career so far do you see him go. I don't think he's had a string of low scores, and I just think he's got a very sound technique. His temperament is,
He bats like an old, but not an old. It sounds demeaning to say he bats like an old pro.
Bats like a proper player.
Yeah. He's prepared to bide his time. It's quite unusual in a sort of 19, 20-year-old because they all want to play, the magic shots. Yeah. And he can play them, I suspect. I bet you, and it'll happen to him relatively soon. They'll probably bide their time, but I bet you he'll end up playing T20 and be good at it.
Yeah, I know. I've seen him play some expansive shots. He's certainly got them in the locker. I think if he's not playing the 100 ball, he's going to have an opportunity to play 50 over cricket. Time to express yourself a little bit more. And I think he's just one of those players. He's just a good player. He's going to be good at all the formats. There's no doubt about that. Patterson just getting a little bit of nibble there, and again a failing thigh pad. We as batters, we have these great big surfboards on our thighs that can be really hot and uncomfortable, and for some reason they very rarely get hit. It always sneaks through, doesn't it, Vic?
Did you have 2 thigh pads? You have
inner and outer thigh pad for the majority of mine.
See, I was so old, we never used to have one on the right-hand side if you were right-handed.
I can remember a few years ago, Roy Kerslake, who was the club president at the time, we did a Q&A on day 2 of a championship match, and I think I may have been about 60, 70 not out. And I was asked to do the Q&A, and Roy was up there with me. I think Spence was sort of comparing it, and Roy rather sort of like he curveballed me during this Q&A. What do you think about the modern game? Roy, you played way back when, and what are your thoughts? And he said, well, I don't have much respect for the modern players. In my day, In my day, you know, the batters, Closey used to go out with a handkerchief in his pocket. He didn't wear a thigh pad and all this kind. And he basically based all of his assumptions on the modern player, just based on the fact that we wore protection. And I was, as you can imagine, I was hurt. I was savage. The following morning, I went out without a thigh pad on. I put a handkerchief in my pocket. I ticked over my 100 and just stood in front of the balcony, waving it at him.
Well, I bet he appreciated that. He was a good man, Roy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it cost me about 3 or 4 bruises, but it was well worth it. Anyway, Patterson from the River End to the impressive James Rue, right in behind that. You definitely get a sense tactically, Vic, that the long game is going to be the way forward here for Somerset. They don't look to be agitated in any way, shape or form. You know,
not in terms of wanting to, press the accelerator now to get in the field. I think they're right to do that. You've got to.
No, I totally agree.
This pitch is, well, it's done very little this morning. It's very few plays and misses. There's some lovely shots played. Traditionally here at Taunton, they don't deteriorate. They get easier to bat on once the grass loses a bit of its colour.
I haven't sensed any Bazball-esque style endeavour from the batter. You know, we're just coming up to the hour mark in the first session. It looks like they're set their stall out for laying a platform for later on in the day.
Well, yesterday I think we were saying we think the target should definitely start with at least a 3, but in fact, in reality, in the ideal world, they would like the target to start with a 4.
Yeah, agreed.
Because also the game has changed. People chase everything nowadays, and
Well,
they think about chasing everything nowadays.
As I said to Harry, I feel like those numbers on the board at the moment from the first innings are outliers almost, aren't they? They're misleading in terms of what the pitch is now.
Yeah.
So
it's good for the game that we had those 2 swift innings, because there's so much time now that obviously a draw is, if the weather stays fine, is probably unlikely. Not impossible by any stretch, but unlikely. And that's only because the first 2 innings were so brief.
Hutton continuing into his 20th over now to Bartlett, who plays again with nice balance, with a good connection, head and hands working together up and down the pitch. It's when George looks very assured. As George is edging towards a personal milestone, I'm sure it's not really at the forefront of his mind at the moment, but his career best in the county championship is 137, so I'm sure he's got eyes on a score in excess of that, as he's again
that's missed the thigh pad.
I think that's
got him on the knee. I think
this is the worst at the back of the knee, where he's got himself into a little bit of an awkward position, got himself a little bit sort of across to off stump, and that's just got him. You can see his trousers are so tight you can see the outline of his thigh pad and the fact that he's got 50 pence in his pocket, and that's just copped him on the back of the knee. That's a stinger, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you of that.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got 133 to his name.
It makes the war wounds a little bit easier to bear.
And he'll have a little break after this game, I guess. I mean, they're not going to change their T20 lineup suddenly, but they'll want him fit and firing for the next championship match, obviously.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, that is the conundrum, isn't it? It's very, I think you sort of have a go at players and the styles in which they play, but they're dictated to by the schedule sometimes, and you're going to have one of those maybe watershed moments for a player like Bartlett that's got that big score, and then the next championship game is,
well, it's only a couple of weeks away, I think.
It's a long time though, isn't it? Back
well,
in the day,
not by modern standards, but by old standards, yeah. When you were playing when you started, it was just bang bang. Well, continuous.
Wednesday, Saturday championship, Sunday league on the Sunday, and you repeated that for 6.5 months.
Yeah,
and that was the way it was. So,
but they do adjust. I mean, the players nowadays have adjusted. I mean, Joe Root hadn't played I know he's one of the best players in the world, but he barely played any cricket before he popped into the Test match. He is a wonderful watch, Bartlett, in many ways. Not necessarily always for the committed, because he's played beautifully this morning and mostly through yesterday. And then, what's that?
Well, I think maybe we spoke about it the other day. George has had 2 shoulder surgery on each shoulder, and I know that one of the issues with his shoulders that he physically couldn't play a cut shot without slightly dislocating both of his shoulders. So maybe it's sort of in his head that's because he does play it with a very straight bat, the horizontal shot, doesn't he? Which
it's a big area for him. Though. He's strong there.
He's very strong there. He's strong there when it's 4th, 5th stump, but when it's 6th, when you would normally go to a cut shot more horizontal
bat. Okay.
He's still straight batted, and I think that's where he can nick off, and that's maybe a little bit of an area of concern. Not an area of interest, like on the pitch, an area of concern.
Your area of interest, actually,
he's done nothing.
So far has not been very interesting.
It's very, very uninteresting.
But we will see, although not just yet, because we're not seeing Carter yet, but at some point, I thought we might see Carter now to explore that area of interest, whether on the 3rd day it's more interesting.
We have Lyndon James.
We've got Lyndon James who sort of rushes in and hits the wicket, mostly, from what I can tell.
Yep. Agree with that. It swings the Duke ball, but we're different times for the next couple of rounds of Championship games using the Kookaburra ball, not known for its big swing, especially once you get through that 10-15 over mark. It offers, if anything. Yeah.
Well, we're in probably over number 14 of this ball, and it hasn't really swung for anyone so far.
And I think that was my. If I had to guess at the start of this game what the Kookaburra would do. I think it would have been. I'm pretty sure if anyone was listening day one, I think my concerns were that I didn't think it would do enough to make it a fair contest between bat and ball on a true wicket in England. That Duke ball, it buffs better, it swings for longer, and the seam's deeper, so you get a little bit more movement. My gut feeling was that once you got through the new ball, it was going to be make hay, and I think across the country we've seen some pretty sizable totals to suggest that there's some level of truth in that, as Rue plays a glorious cover drive.
You have to run 3 at least.
Stephen Mullaney sprinting after that, trying to save the 4, which he does. But James Rue will pick up 3, taking him to 39.
Even when Somerset were sort of on fire yesterday morning, it wasn't really by a swing, was it? Not much, really. It was hitting the wicket, getting a bit of movement off the wicket, a few absolute jaffers from Henry. Overton beat the outside edge a few times, but it was more kind of shape rather than real big swing, wasn't it?
Yeah, an
good
offering.
length.
And it's an offering of swing. Like I said, it's just, and I think that's why a lot of the teams have gone to 2 slips and the 4 in the face of the batter. Those straight catches. Like I said, my gut feeling was it wasn't going to be particularly suited to the majority of English wickets that I'm used to playing on. So we have a look around the ground now. The weather's consistently been pretty gloomy and grey, I think.
Doesn't feel like rain, but the lights are on. The floodlights.
Bartlett clipping off his pads down to square leg. Feels like you could get a little bit of drizzle, but I don't think it will be sort of come off the field drizzle. You might get the odd spot here. But yeah, you think these conditions in England with a Duke's ball, a new Duke's ball, I think it would be quite a different outcome, as we see Tom Lammonby there sitting what I could only guess would be a family member, maybe his dad. And
well, I know his dad, Glenn. Have you
that
come
him?
across Glenn? Well, possibly.
You
Glenn.
You got your glasses on, Vic.
Yeah.
Get them further up your nose.
Well, his dad was a good cricketer, I can tell you, because his dad was originally from Perth and played good grade cricket in Perth. And then he's one of those guys, lots of them around, who came over to England to play some cricket.
Yeah.
And was a very, very good club cricketer. And,
met an English Rose and
Yeah, and stayed, I think.
And stayed.
And
Yeah, I've met the Lammerbees at
they're
a
delightful.
couple of. I think we've crossed paths in a few restaurants in different parts of the country. Lyndon James finishes his first return over. He bowled the first over of the day with the old potato and then was out of the attack and has just come back on there. He's bowled 8 overs for 28. We're here at the Cooper Associates County Ground covering day 3 of the clash between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Our live stream supported by WPA Health Insurance. I'm Pete Trigo and I'm joined by Vic Marks.
And we're enjoying a very good game of cricket, partly because it was so incident-packed with lots of wickets falling in the first 4 sessions. Now it's reverted to a different pattern, where wickets are hard to come by, the pitch is flattened out. We sort of hope it might spin, but there's no guarantees of that.
Well, the spinner's got a bowl.
I know, I'm surprised actually that
it won't be long.
Didn't stick him on straight away just to check out. There's this area of interest that Pete's been going on about that doesn't look like an oil spill.
I think it probably lends some sort of gravity to, what we feel up here. The seamers really need to get at least a spell out the way of the new Kookaburra just to give themselves a chance before you throw it.
I guess so. It's the only time
Carter.
where there might be something for the seamers. Well, that ball is still new, so he's.
Give them each a
I
spell.
always feel that I don't know, watching. Everyone gets set in their patterns, but I just feel that the most dangerous bowler since Hutton's first spell, where he caused havoc, has been Patterson, and he's kind of had the sort of the supporting role, whereas I feel he might have been more dangerous with the new ball. But that's just what I'm thinking as I'm watching from a distance. I mean, I know why you give Hutton the new ball, because he's especially effective with the new ball. A bit like, in England's 2005 side, you'd always give it to Hogarth because he's not got pace, he's not so good with the old ball, but if everything clicks with the new ball, it works.
Yeah. Horses for courses, isn't it?
But you have to be a bit flexible, and sometimes in this second innings I've always thought Patterson looks the likeliest, but he's been the last resort, if you like, of the main bowlers.
Yeah, the third of the seamers, Carter and him in tandem might work quite well. Obviously you've got the element of the ball being slightly harder. The seam sharper might give a bit more assistance for the off spinner as well, outside off stump.
Also, when we do see Carter, and I don't think it'll be long before, I think probably James will have 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. When the spinner comes on, you can assess the intent of the batting side more easily, because you either see the batsman try and dictate or just wait. We'll see what mood they're in. And easier to assess, how much they want to press the pedal down. Essentially, yesterday, Carter bowled really well. I thought already, tight. And by and large, the batsmen played him on merit, didn't they? They didn't go for anything particularly exciting. There were 1 or 2 lovely drives from Bartlett, but nothing eccentric or extravagant. They essentially played him on merit and played him pretty well.
Yeah, I think that initial sort of discussions and the pitch being sort of in the head before a ball was being bowled, I think came into play somewhat. And I think they realised with both off spinners having a turn on it that they've realised that actually there's just a mark on the pitch. It hasn't actually done a great deal.
No.
So play appropriately and not assume what it's going to do. But yeah, it's certainly turned quite attritional, the game, I think, in its style. There's a lot going on days 1 and 2, and this is very much more what you expect from Championship cricket. Stephen Mullaney hand clapping up towards the stand below me. Maybe a few Nottinghamshire members have joined us, giving wise words of encouragement and advice to the captain, as I'll step out for a short while, and Sam Dalling is going to join you, Victor, for the next while. I will step out. It's 319 for 4. Somerset are taking control of this game this morning.
Yeah, but it's quite a challenge for a side who, after the first day, must have thought, hang on, we're in here. we're in control of this game. I mean, no guarantees, but we're in a great position to win this match. And then to see such a big turnaround on the second day, and so far Somerset have consolidated in a very sort of professional, clinical manner this morning. You know, it's quite hard to cope with if you're in the Nottinghamshire camp, because your expectations were so high after the first day, and you've got to readjust. Anyway, Sam, great to see you. Welcome from Trent Bridge and all sorts of places. We were watching the women's game yesterday, and so I was with Sophie actually, and she was sort of sweating up on behalf of Lauren Pyler, her Western Storm colleague. We were wondering what she was feeling like as she was waiting to go into bat. And
it was a wonderful test match. It didn't come down the way of England women in the end, Vic, but just the spectacle was wonderful.
Good. Well, it looked good from afar.
Put Lyndon James into the attack.
I mean, the women desperately keen to play more long matches, because it's quite a rarity.
Yeah, first time since 1992 they played a 5-day test match. Heather Knight's been a big advocate of it, and as you can imagine, after the game when she was asked if it was justified, she said, yep, I think we should probably play 5-day games. It was a lovely, so Lauren Filer, who was a kind of out left field pick, and Jack Brooks, we'll give him some credit here.
The coach.
Yeah, and Jack Brooks, in April, I remember a championship game here, and just catching up with Jack, how was your winter? And so I've been working with Western Storm, and there's this bowler that you've got to keep your eyes on, Lauren Filer, genuinely quick. So he called it back there, and he said, because I spoke to him at lunchtime on day 4 it was. They didn't expect it to happen this quickly, and because she had to completely remodel her action. She was falling away, and actually she was in a bit of pain. Jack said she would naturally. She pointed her body towards gully, fell away. They worked on a few things. Matt Mason, who's England's specialist bowling coach for the women's side, just popped into a Storm session in either January or February. Jack said it was, and went, "Oh yeah, I quite like this." And so they worked on it. She was at home working on getting her right leg and right arm aligning. And there was a spell. It was amazing. There was 21 wickets in 3 days and one session nearly. And about 20-1, Heather Knight on Sunday chucked Lauren Filer the ball, and she got Elise Perry and Talia McGrath on debut. And those are two of the finest players in the women's game. She got them both for the second time in the match on her debut, and she just hurried them on. It was just too sharp for them.
Well, that is exciting.
And it was brilliant theatre. And Heather Knight said in her press conference after the game, look, she wasn't asked the question about Lauren Filer, but she referred back to it. And she said, you know, in the over 319 for 4, she just said, well, look, I go back to that 20 minutes, and I remember looking around and seeing the crowd getting into it. It was proper theatre, proper drama. She said, well, to be honest, although we've lost, of course we're disappointed we've lost. But I knew in that moment we'd done our jobs here. We want to entertain, we want to get people in and grow the women's game, and they managed to do that, and it was just wonderful up there. And as you can imagine, there were a few not staff around running the media side of things. They were very vocal on day one, actually. They were having a few words with me as Somerset wickets were falling very quickly.
Oh, right, yeah.
They didn't say as much yesterday.
Oh, good. Well, no, well, it was quite a turnaround yesterday. It's a good venue too, isn't it, Trent Bridge, for any international cricket, or any cricket at all, actually. It's not too big that a championship match doesn't function rather well there as well.
But you'll know actually much better than I do, but it felt like a non-typical Trent Bridge pitch, and I say that because Sophie Eccleston, England's left-arm spinner, took 10 for, and Ash Gardner, who took 8 for in the second innings, 12 in the game. So 22 wickets fell to spin, which is quite unusual at Trent Bridge.
Yeah. I mean, shot for nothing. Yeah, but I mean, it didn't turn prodigiously, did it? But it turned enough to keep them interested. And there were a few absolute. I saw some of Eccleston's, pitch middle hit off, not on a regular basis, but there were a couple of those dismissals. But they're high quality spinners, those two, I think. I mean, Eccleston is, as good a left arm spinner I've seen in this country. Full stop.
She really is. Just a bit of discussion between Patterson, Skipper Mullaney and Brett Hutton as well about the field here to James Rew, the left.
What's he
hander.
thinking?
Is it the fielder down at third being moved up into the slips?
Well, let's see. There's Jake Ball is wandering off to deep cover. The wide third man is coming up on the one. There's an extra fielder on the offside. He's going to go over the wicket. That's the one change he's made. And I guess he's going to try and invite the drive with a bit of protection and hope for the nick. But that's what I imagine he's going to do. He bowled down the leg side, however. But I don't think he meant to.
No, it wasn't quite the plan coming in. They started nicknaming Sophie Eccleston Merlin out there. Do you remember the bowling machine?
Oh,
They
yeah,
could just
yeah,
bowl
yeah.
all day.
Yeah.
That was what they were calling her.
Yeah. Well, if the England women do play more 5-day cricket, she'll bowl a lot of overs.
70. She has. Cameron Ponsonby said she nearly had her own new ball. She bowled 77 overs in the game.
Well, we were discussing, Sophie was obviously trying to watch 2 games at once. And Lauren Filer's never played much 50-over cricket, but that's the next thing on the agenda, is it? I think, or is it T20 first? T20 first. Just wondering whether for the 50-over game, whether Lauren Filer would suddenly get elevated to, it again, would be a surprising perhaps selection, but for the fact that she might get a couple key wickets.
John Lewis was asked about that, and he said, well, she's definitely in the frame, but we're not sure yet. He was non-committal.
That's it.
Well bowled, Dave Patterson. Well bowled. Played all around that Bartlett. It was a beauty. Patterson, who ran through Somerset in the reverse game up at Trent Bridge, actually. Nothing really Bartlett could do about that. 134 of it. Beautiful ball, but a beautiful innings from Bartlett.
Yeah, I mean, it's just short of his career best, actually. But a good delivery that was full in length. I mean, I felt he's been the most dangerous of the Notts bowlers throughout this innings. Got it full, and I think it just left him a little bit. He was stuck on the crease, as he often is. Just beat the outside edge, and those stumps were splattered. Just a hint of movement. He might have played it better, but I mean, we're not going to quibble too much. 134. He came in yesterday afternoon when suddenly our hearts had dipped because of the wanton run out of Abel, the self-inflicted run out of Tom Abel. Somerset's best player. We're just back in the game. But Bartlett eased everyone's anxiety. I mean, he always keeps you on edge because he does play a miss a bit, and he plays his own quirky way, and he's played some glorious shots in that innings. And it's a pretty good ball to get rid of him. Hitting middle and off. He's got to go. But he's been out there for 250 odd balls. He's got that 100. The 100 around which you build an innings. Get a centurion, then you just need a few players to build around that. It's his second one of the summer. It will make him feel so much more comfortable as a red ball regular. He's got 100, but he's failed quite a lot. All he needs is to sort of build on those little starts a bit more often. And I love watching him because he is not an utterly predictable orthodox player. He's slightly unusual. But that makes him all the more beguiling. Anyway, he's played a fine hand. 320 for 5 now, so the lead is 297. And Casey Aldridge has joined the fray.
Yeah, did all right with the bat in the first innings. Casey Aldridge, one of the few to emerge with any credit. 35, so second top scorer. Somerset keep going like this, particularly while Rue is still in. There's no need to take any risks. Keep nudging along.
No, I think they want another 100 minimum, I'd say. If ideally, there's no guarantee of getting there. Patterson is looking dangerous. It was a good first ball to Aldridge. Aldridge has been terrific this summer, but more often with the bat than the ball. He obviously played a fine hand in the T20 the other night. Probably a sort of a maiden influential innings in T20 for him. And he scored quite a lot of runs already in the championship this summer. So whilst we all think of him as a bowling all-rounder, the stats tell us something different at the moment.
Yeah, see, it'd be interesting to see where they go with him in T20 cricket as well. He was batting up the order for the twos last year, so he's the kind of latest in the line of the Gregory, Overton.
Yeah.
You go back to Craig Meshter, that kind of intrigues himself. He's a brilliant fielder as well, Casey Aldridge. Tom Abel says he's the best Somerset have.
Well, there's some competition, but yeah, that's a fine shot. You've got to hit it pretty well to get a 4 here. There's got a wide third man, so they'll just pick up a couple. I mean, yesterday he took a relatively straightforward catch, but it was only a couple inches off the ground by the time it got to him. Remember, he's about 6'6", and he took it effortlessly off Overton, I think. So he's got a great pair of hands. And on a couple of occasions, he's shown a great temperament as well as lots of ability with the bat in tight situations this summer. There's still a bit of work to do on the bowling, but there's potential there. And the great thing is he's getting his chance, particularly now with Gregory. I don't know quite the extent of Gregory's injury, but in the championship side, it's quite attractive to have him there because he does offer something at 7 or 8 that is quite reassuring. You feel you can get some.
Lyndon James then, ball in hand. Good to see him back bowling. They really rate him up at Nottinghamshire. He's had the inevitable stress fracture style injuries, didn't bowl much last season. That's a good bit of work there from Tom Moores behind the stumps. Moved viciously, really, after it had gone past the stumps. I don't think James Rue was in any real danger there. There's Jake Ball on screen. They've got a good conglomerate of bowlers, Nottinghamshire. Well, they call themselves a cartel. I was chatting to them after the reverse fixture. The bowling cartel, they refer to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got Kevin Shine up there working with them. And it was a nice story. So they all went out for dinner. Stephen Mullaney was telling me just before the start of the season, because you've got Luke Fletcher, who's not playing here for injury. Broad at the start of the season as well. Ball wasn't playing much, but has come back into the side. Hutton's been brilliant. Lyndon James, I'm missing out someone really obvious here. The name's escaping me, but there's another frontline seamer.
Patterson, you've mentioned, have you?
Patterson, I don't know, I've mentioned Patterson, who's brilliant.
He worked like that a great deal, Lyndon James. Seemed like unnecessary too.
Ollie Stone as well.
That's right.
And they went all out 424 for 5 at the end of the over. They went out for dinner and just kind of sat, and they realised that there was going to be competition for places, and they wouldn't all play every week, and there wasn't room for them all. And they just kind of made this conscious decision, which you'd expect. I know you'd expect this, but they said, right, well, we're just going to support whoever is playing. So they're a very close-knit group, and inevitably injuries and call-ups mean that everyone's had a few games, but depth-wise, it's been absolutely fantastic. Brett Hutton leading the wicket-taking charts. He's kind of the least heralded of all of them. And he's way ahead. Patterson in second. He's bowling now.
And he's in the groove at the moment, I think. Just hitting a good length and just maybe a smidgen of movement away. Just bowled Bartlett with a beauty. Forces with him.
He's a good character, Patterson. He's kind of the Joker of the of that cartel. He said like,
What is a cartel? It's a sort of technical term for something,
like a
wasn't
group
it? Sort
of
of
people. Well, I think it's kind of drugs.
a
spring to
business.
mind.
Yeah, right. It's just slightly more interesting than a group, isn't it, in this instance? It's the collective noun of bowlers.
It's a group of independent market participants who come together, who collude with each other in order to improve their profits and
Okay,
dominate
yeah,
the
well,
market.
okay, well, that's quite a. I suppose that's quite appropriate. I can't quite imagine. I know from way back David Saker, who's now back as England's bowling coach, and he's a good, straight-talking Aussie. Talks a lot of sense. But I can't imagine him referring to the, well, I've had a chat with the cartel, and we're going to do this, that, and the other.
It's a good blend because he was one of the very early proponents of kind of the sports science, physiology
Yeah,
stuff.
well, he was here as coach,
Yeah.
you know, well, he was a player here, and then he went on to the coaching staff for quite a while. Well, thank you very much, says Casey Aldridge. I'll just clip that one wide of mid-on. It was sort of a George Bartlett shot. It's not a bad shot to get off the mark. He judged the length and then decided he'd just bring in that bottom hand and place it wide of mid-on.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, and particularly the previous ball was just kept a little bit low. There are signs, particularly that one with Bartlett as well. Looking at the replay again, I wonder if it kept a little bit low.
Yeah, I don't think that was what did him though. I think it just seemed to straighten on him a bit, and he wasn't in a great position, but he's been in that position tons of times in this innings and hit it. Anyway, yes, 134.
I was keeping an eye at Northants because
What's happening there?
Daniel Bell Drummond was closing in on a triple hundred.
Did you get it?
Well, he was running out of partners, and Arshdeep Singh was the last man. He was with him, and he just held on long enough for Bell Drummond to finish exactly 300 not out before Singh fell. So 621 they made. Bell Drummond 300 not out. That is a good knock.
Good delivery again. He's bowled well, Patterson. I think he's been the most dangerous in this innings. Well, I'm not sure the Northants bowlers are particularly enamoured of the Kookaburra. Then probably that's at Northampton, isn't it? Where
So
it's,
Northampton, yeah.
it can be flat, obviously.
They made 237, so they've started batting again, Northampton. They're still trailing by 373 runs. That is an uphill task if ever there were one. Because their batting is not particularly strong at the moment. Arshdeep Singh and Wes Agar opening the bowling as well, so that's a decent new ball pairing for them.
What else is happening around the country?
What else is happening? It's a good question. Where should we go? Middlesex 40 without loss in response to, well, they're following on, aren't they? Bowled out for 150, Hampshire's 419. No, in fact, they're not following on the Hampshire bowl in the middle there. So 229 is the deficit there. Rain up at Yorkshire. So early lunch. Gloucestershire 232 for 5.
What a lovely shot. You've got to hit it well though. At the moment, the kind of going to get to that boundary. It's a sweetly timed shot. So you didn't get too for it. That feels quite lush. We're grateful for that actually, because it was anything but lush in April. It's still not absolutely perfect, but it's much improved.
Warwickshire have lost a couple of quick wickets. They're in trouble now. They're 122 for 3. They trail by 177. So they need that many runs and, well, 178 if they're going to make Essex bat again. Simon Harmer, this is his time of year.
Harmer time. Oh, that's another 2 or 3. That's the 2, I think. Well, you're up with the news, aren't you? All the time. I know this. So for Warwickshire, I see Don Bess is playing for Warwickshire on a sort of loan basis.
One game, I think.
Just one game.
Well,
sort of a trial-y kind of one game, is it?
So it's kind of like musical chairs. So what?
Moriarty's at Yorkshire.
Yeah, correct.
Left arm spinner from Surrey.
Yes. So then Bess has gone on. The minimum is it's a 2-week loan. These one-game loans are a bit of a myth. It just so happens there's only one fixture in that 2 weeks.
And this is a sort of shuffling of packs, possibly, for next year, maybe.
Slower stepping now, Lyndon James. No ball. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, Moriarty is a very, very good bowler, but it's not getting a look in at. They've got Verdi and Moriarty at Surrey, weren't getting a look in, so it does look a little bit like people are going to get pushed around. So Bess having a look at Warwickshire, the potential to move down there, be a decent move for him as well. Jake Lintot's playing in that game as well, and he doesn't play much championship cricket.
Right. Briggs not playing.
Briggs not playing.
Who's a regular T20er, I suppose, but so's Don Bess for that matter. Yorkshire in the shake-up, aren't they, for T20? That'd be right.
It's really tight, that North group.
Yeah.
Really tight. And they've got a Roses game on Friday night at Lancashire, which is kind of do or die for them. Sold out at Old Trafford.
So is Bess available for that then, do you think? Not that, I mean, this is too much detail.
Yes, the way it is now is competition specific. So you could.
So he's on a 2-week loan for red ball cricket.
Yeah. And then you've got. Well, then you've got Pietrigo on screen. Look, there he is, on his phone. Having a chat to Tom Langby. We're showing him videos of the 100 he made at the weekend, Trees.
Well, possibly, or he might be just booking up another session with the physio because he's got a bad back.
He hasn't mentioned it much, though, has he?
Well, when you're such a finely tuned athlete, you know, it's a big moment when something goes wrong. So I'm told.
Yeah, that North group, just having a quick look. Birmingham Bears have got 18 points, so they're clear. Most of these sides have got 2 to play, but there's only 4 points separating 2nd and 8th, so it's tight there.
Well, Somerset play so well that they don't know who they're going to play, but they know they're going to be playing here, and they know when they're going to be playing. So that's, you know, a bit of clarity. Ooh.
That one just kept a bit low again. Look on the replay.
Yeah, well, I mean, Somerset would like the ball to be beating the bat now and again, just to suggest that, you know, this pitch is. They don't very often deteriorate much at Taunton. Not enough, in fact. Hard to manufacture that, but it's encouraging if you see a bit of misbehaviour. And it makes it a better pitch. You know, this is a good pitch that we've had. We've had all those wickets falling surprisingly quickly in the first innings, and since then batting's become easier, clearly, and the batting has been better. But the perfect pitch kind of deteriorates a bit on the last day to give all the bowlers a chance. Well, that's a sweet shot from Percy Aldridge. You can understand why they like his batting. You know, he's got 2 strings to his bow, and that's a great virtue for a young cricketer. If you want to get in that first team. Well, he's actually got 3. Because he is so highly regarded. In red ball cricket, he'll be in the slip cordon more often than not, but anywhere. My goodness me, this lot catch well. I mean, I mentioned it yesterday, but some of their out cricket in the blast, and some of their catching has been astonishing.
Well,
a standard that, you know, was just way beyond anything of the eras of previous eras.
Stare back there from Dane Patterson. Well, looks like Matt Carter as well, warming up at second slip. Big, tall, unmissable off spinner. It was one of the byproducts of Tom Abel not being T20 captain, is that he can now go and graze the boundary because he's such a good boundary rider, and as a skipper you don't really tend to do that.
No.
And in the last game here, he took 3 or 4 brilliant catches out there.
But he can't do that now. It's at the moment, just at the moment. They're all a problem. I'm thinking that's his 50, but did he hit it? I think he probably did. Or the umpire's not signaling, so that's another 50 for James Green. And a typically sort of polished innings, not the most eye-catching he's ever played, but it's 50 and very valuable, very sort of economical, effortless almost, not swashbuckling. He's a sort of reassuring presence, a remarkably reassuring presence given his youth, and then he sort of celebrates with a beautifully timed clip. He's really timed that to perfection. That field is not rapid, but that's just sped to the square leg boundary. With such speed, I didn't see it. I think I'll go and lie down now.
Thanks very much, Vic. Yeah, James Rui's conversion rate as well this season. He's made past 54 times previously, and 3 of the times he's gone on to make 100. And if he does that here today, Somerset will be in a very strong position. Harry Everett's going to come back in alongside me very shortly.
Yeah, just serene progress, James Rue, isn't he? Just graceful, beautiful stroke making. Just creams it on the carpet. Goes back to his business, no worries. Scores a 50, hits the next ball for 4 and carries on.
Yeah, temperament, just quite astonishing.
He'll want to get that top run score in the championship accolade back, won't he?
Tom Wesley made 100 though, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that is, fair enough. Tom Wesley, good player for Essex, and Dan Lawrence both notching hundreds in that first thing. It's a bit weird with Lawrence then going on England duty, and I feel like he got himself out before close, because it's just been a bit weird. If he was not out overnight and then not allowed to continue his innings because he's back in the England squad, it's that weird where Stanley McAllen is in a bit of, well, not strife, but you feel for him when Matt Potts is not picked by England and then suddenly kicks him out the Durham side. It's a bit of a weird situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. I don't mind so much the nipping off. The coming back in halfway through a game I find is a bit odd.
Agreed, actually. I mean, it's great for Matt Potts, but someone's got to be kicked out, and it's harsh. Looks like we're going to see Matt Carter from the River End. And James Rue, the left-hander, in his sights makes sense. A little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump. The oil patch has not been talked much about today. The spot, which is more bringing Matt Carter's right-handed off-spin into play against the right-handed batter. Less of an issue for James Rue, although might suddenly do something from outside leg stump, you never know. Deep point, well, deep cover point really, is going to be in play. And straight away it's down the leg side in that oil spill patch I talked about. They should have 2 really. Yeah, James Rue, bit of a dawdle for a young fit man. Not quite sure why I didn't go for 2 straight away. I'm going through the motions a little bit here. Not looking particularly likely to get a wicket anytime soon. The ball's only 21 overs old, but they're struggling to make anything happen here. That's short, and it would have been a chance for 4, but James Rue knows a man's back there, so he doesn't try and put anything on that and just guides it to cover for 1 run. Bit of a gentle buzz around the ground today. Got a few schools in, a few members in the James Hildreth stand particularly. Somerset stand is closed, saving on stewarding for days 3 and 4 of some championship games. Nice shot from Kay Shoulders just rotating the strike, ticking the ones over, keeping Hasib Hamid busy. I think Stephen Mullaney might have to bowl himself at some time soon.
Yeah, I was thinking that. He doesn't bowl an awful lot
No.
anymore, but that's the quality of the Notts bowlers he's usually
Yeah,
got.
it's a shame though. I love watching Mullaney bowl. I'll put him in the Jim Allenby category, that sort of variety of occasional, top 6 is who bowl medium pace. I like it when a batter, rather than just being, oh yeah, course, he bowls a bit of part-time off-spin. I like when they bowl a bit of medium-pace wobble. Matt Carter into his 25th over here. Not masses, actually, when you think Dane Patton's bowled 21. Normally the spinner would bowl a lot more than the seamers. But that will change shortly now with the new ball spell just coming to an end for Patterson.
Was it his debut here where he ripped?
Bob Willis Trophy. Yeah, Bob Willis Trophy made his
years
debut.
before that. Patterson.
You're thinking...
Carter.
Sorry, the last time... I'm mixing up stats here without looking at my notes. The last time Matt Carter played a first-class game, I'm pretty sure, was here in the Bob Willis Trophy. Sorry, you're talking about his debut when he got 8th there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Him, Patterson, White, of course, the other spinner on the staff who quite often will play red ball cricket. Calvin Harrison was going to be picked for Notts today. Not today, on Sunday for this game. That was a last-minute change because of the oil spill outside the off-stump. Chatting to the Notts staff about that the other day, an interesting last-minute change intact. Would like to have seen Calvin Harrison play here, really, the Dean and local school connections.
Yeah, 10 for in the game on his debut. Calvin Harrison, 7 for in the first innings back in 2015. I remember watching that unfold. Mullaney opened the batting back in those days. Jim Allenby also played.
He was there, yes.
Ben Hilfenhaus, Jake Ball also played. Right, Patterson then to continue. A couple of slips in. They're quite wide, actually. Tom Moore's covering a bit of ground.
Did you just say Ben Hilfenhaus?
I did.
Interesting. Oh, I forgot about that. That's, they're talking about Aussie overseas. There's a very rogue YouTube comment I saw earlier saying Somerset don't seem to have any Australian overseas. And I felt like saying, well, actually, Somerset have loads of Australian overseas. I thought that was a particularly interesting comment, talking about Ish Sodhi. And
I reckon we could name them.
I could name, probably
Very-
15,
very
20.
good 11.
Yeah. I thought that's a very odd one. Maybe in recent times, not so much, but still Siddle and Bancroft, so not quite sure where that comment came from.
Nice shot from Aldridge, that. Couldn't get a couple of Hutton and chase it. I didn't want to get there, actually. Number 4, lovely. Aldridge has come in, moving double figures quite serenely. With some decent touch. And Somerset, well, they're passing 350 now. They made 350 in the previous over. 354 for 5 now, then. So that lead just extends a little bit further. 331. I'd love a lead of 400. Speaking of leads, Derbyshire have won against Worcestershire at New Road, lead by 147 runs.
Just don't know where Notts are going with this. It's gone a bit flat the last hour or so. I suppose James Rew, you think when you've got such a quality player like James Rew coming in at 6 and just effortlessly going about his business and not looking like he's going to give a chance, and Notts just look a little bit defeated here, really. I think I kept saying it with Pete Trigo earlier today, and on Sunday we kept saying how I think the pitch is flatter than the 2 first inning scores made out.
Based on a reaction and based on what I just saw, I don't think that's missed off stump by a lot. It didn't seem to get up there. Let's have a look at that replay. It's hit the pitch. It's slightly back of a length, and that has come back in. Somerset won't mind seeing that.
That's as good a leave as you can get, isn't it? Is that very, very close to being a bail trimmer?
Very, very close. Patterson, with a grin on his face. He thought he had his first wicket at the innings, but Aldridge is still standing in the world of Elton John.
That fresh off the Glastonbury appearance stuck in your head. My favourite stat of the day is Daniel Bell-Drummond is averaging 480 in professional cricket since Friday night.
10 and T20, and
Yeah,
then
T20.
must have got another 80 of them, did he?
He got 69 not out, Chelmsford in the blast, then the 111 against Middlesex, then the 300 not out.
Brilliant to see as well. Lovely human, lovely player. Had a bit of a lean time, was left out of the blast side a little bit earlier in the season. I don't think they were leaving him out again. So Patterson finishes his 22nd over of this innings. Got 2 for 73. Somerset 354 for 5. James Rew 57. Casey Aldridge 13. Floodlights are on. It's great. It's one of those days where it's probably going to stay grey the entire day. It's not going to get any lighter, but I don't think it's going to rain. There's a decent wind out there. It's not that comfortable probably to be out there in the field.
Just going back to Belgium, I'm trying to work out if he would have overlapped at school. He's a bit older than Case Shoulders, isn't he? 2 Millfield schoolboys.
Way too old.
Yeah, I don't know if he would, you know, they often get old school alumni to come back and do demonstrations, and so he's might have to have a chat with Casey after the game today. If ever saw him come back, as James Drew's going to push for 2 here. Jake Ball coming in off the square leg fence, not going to get to that.
I mean, fair play to you. That'll be an original question. I'm not sure Casey, or if he is doing post-match media duties, I don't suspect he'll be waiting for a question on Daniel Bell-Drummond. So I like that from you.
Got to be original, Sam.
Yeah.
Don't want to be the same person asking the same questions again and again. Players often get bored of media duties, so try and keep it fresh. Yeah, because Bell-Drummond was Wisden School's Cricket of the Year in 2011. I'm pretty sure Colin Cadmore was Wisden School Cricket of the Year later on, a few years later. Big accolade. Talking of big, the big spin of, oh, that's gone straight in the neck. Matt Carter, not a big shot from Case Shoulders, just flicked that straight into the neck of the short leg fielder, who, he's okay, he's conscious, but he's going to have a few seconds to, well, a few minutes is granted here just to, wow, get through that. Just off the middle of the back, Case Shoulders, nothing on that. Ooh. Bit of grill, bit of neck, bit of chest.
Onto the clavicle, that, I think, that bone protruding, that's going to hurt. That is really going to hurt.
Good job we didn't pull that. It's literally a leg side flick for 1 through mid-wicket kind of thing, but the speed that spinners bowl these days and the power of the bats, that's painful.
Is it Patterson White in there? Montgomery.
Montgomery was doing short leg on days 1 and 2, so I think that's a pretty good guess.
Matthew Montgomery, yeah. And fair play to him. I don't know. We did see the replay, but he didn't move, didn't flinch.
No.
Even though Casey was on the back foot.
Nearly the same again next ball. Very similar. Just misses Montgomery. First time we've been on comms together in a while, Sam. You've been gallivanting around the country with football and Ashes and your London trips. Or home, your London home, I suppose, is allowed.
Always a joy though, Harry.
Well, I might have it again tomorrow. I wasn't thinking it was going to go into a day 4 after the first 2 days play, but if Case Shoulders keeps scoring runs like this and keeps ticking it along, I don't think Somerset will be declaring any time soon.
No, you'd think just naturally this will get to what? We'll give Somerset 4 sessions to bowl knots out. I think they'll want to give themselves 4 sessions, and that's still a decent amount of cricket away.
Chance of rain tomorrow, though.
Is there? Yeah,
I mean, it keeps changing. You know, it is with June and the heat we've had lately and the thunderstorms around. I don't think it will rain that much. I don't think we'll lose that much play. It might not rain at all, but I'll be at the back of their minds. As Jake Ball's going to come back on again now. Sounds like I pick on certain bowlers, and you call me out on this a lot, Sam, but I just feel sad. I like Jake Ball as a cricketer. I liked him when he played for England. He's been a good county performer. He's just really struggled in this game in both innings. I know we had those 2 drops off Lammonby, and he's been a little bit unlucky as an overthrow as well off his bowling, but he's just not got the ball in the right areas consistently enough, and it's been quite expensive in both innings. Tried both ends in both innings too.
He's not played a lot of cricket really,
no.
Jake Ball. I mean, what's he got coming into this game, or into this innings? 9 first-class wickets in 3 years. Starts with a bouncer that's not particularly threatening. You could hear the efforts, but given us a no ball, it almost hit his toes, I think.
I think a bouncer is generous.
Short ball.
Yeah, he's fuming. He's just giving it the Ronaldo. He's just giving it the old like chest press.
I think he's in pain. That's why. I think he's wincing a little bit. But look, he wasn't getting in the side to start the season.
Luke Fletcher, yeah.
And Stephen Malay and Patterson just done kind of like a commando roll to get the ball.
Still going on down there.
It. That's better. But it's worked away easily enough for a single. But Mulaney was saying that, look, Jake Paul's bowling as well as I've ever seen him bowl. And Jake Paul, given his career, has had some times where he's bowled blooming well. But he just couldn't get in the side earlier in the season.
Yeah, well, they've had strength in the teams for years, but a few injuries this year. Hence, Jack Brooks having to go to Notts and play a few T20 games.
Conor McCurr went out there as well.
Yeah. Conor McCur's a funny one though, because I think he's a quality seamer for Surrey, but just they've got so many options. He just never seems to get in and seems to go on so many loan deals to different places to try and get a game. Always does fairly well.
Coming around the wicket then, ball to Root, and Matt Carter's just gone in to Root's line of sight, short cover. Montgomery's at kind of short mid-wicket. Yeah, I think the loan system, I know I've talked about this before, needs looking at. It just doesn't quite work the way it is. I mean, what's McCur played for? He's been out on loan 3 times, and this is no slight on him or on the counties. But they just need to, and yeah, now he's gone to, was he at Yorkshire, did you say?
It was at Yorkshire last.
And now he's at Derbyshire.
Yeah.
They just need to have a look at it. Fielded down there, so it'll just be 1.
Oh, and Kent, we haven't mentioned. Maybe one in Yorkshire. Derbyshire, Kent, Notts. 2017, 2021, 2022 and 2023 he's had loan spells. But fair play for him to stay with Surrey. A lot of people after 3 or 4 loans, whether it's football or cricket, they think, oh, I've been loaned out 3 times now, I'll go and find another club.
I just don't think it's good for the game for sides to have this volume of players contracted if they're not going to be playing realistically for them.
I said my favourite stat of the day earlier. I might slightly eclipse that. It's all going on. Kent Northants is the record-breaking game of this round. Kent 621 in their first innings after Northants only scored 237. Rob Keogh just missing out on 100. Daniel Bell-Drummond's personal individual 300 is worth 2 batting points because you get 250 and a 300. That's as many as Northants and Middlesex have scored between them all season. What a stat that is.
That's a good-looking shot.
Too,
but a great bit of fielding at cover by big man Lyndon James, I think it is. Gets down well, saves a run. Well, you got lucky, Harry, didn't you? Because the audio didn't work on our video this morning. And there were you slating Somerset's batting bonus points, saying how bad they were, and I showed you the table afterwards.
I still stand by it, as daft as it sounds. Somerset have left so many batting bonus points out there. I agree, it shocked me that they've actually scored more than I feel like they have. You think when you're at every game, I very rarely look at the table. I feel like because I'm at every game and watching every game, I just feel like I sort of should know what's going on. But the fact that they've actually scored more batting bonus than you think they would, but so many times they've scored more in the 3rd innings or the 4th innings than they have in the 1st or 2nd innings.
End of the over, 360 for 5. I saw on Bell-Drummond he had 290. And Kent was 6 down. So it would have been a very nervous 290s for him, not for his own batting,
Yeah, they
but
were
largely those around him.
Harshdeep Singh helped him over the line, didn't he?
Just.
And then hold out the next ball, I think. I mean, once you get over 300, I think you relax a little bit, but I don't know. I don't think Kent will be needed to bat again, but you never know. Emilio Gay is already out. Our mate Sam Whiteman, Mr. Birkenstocks himself, got his 100 here. Early in the season, he's in to join Vance Consolos in that game. Carter's still got the slip and the short leg. James Drew props forward beautifully. I could dare guess I've mentioned that exact sort of line of commentary 30, 40, 50 times. James Drew just propping forward to defend the spinner. Does so effortlessly and solidly. Yeah, we'll keep updating you around the grounds as well. Last few days I've had the Women's Ashes the first day and a half to talk you through this. Concentrating on a bit of the World Cup qualifiers, that amazing West Indies, Netherlands game yesterday, and then Scotland, Sri Lanka this morning as well. Plenty of cricket going on, but try and fill you in on the county championship as we go, because there might be some games come to conclusion today. Bit of rain up north, but just cloudy conditions in the West Country. Matt Carter's searching for a maiden here. Bit of an inside edge onto pad.
Bit of trivia for you. 3 players have made triple centuries for Kent in first-class cricket. Bill Ashdown is 1. Daniel Bell-Drummond is 1. Who's the 3rd?
Sean Dixon? Was it triple-ended?
Correct.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, before we went to Durham, wasn't it? Sean Dixon, Kent, then Durham, then Somerset. Did he have a massive partnership with Jordan Cox? I feel like he had 2 massive partnerships that year. That might not have been when we got triple hundred, but Leaning as well as scored some big scores. Kent are a funny side. Sorry, I've ruined your trivia there. I answered it in 3 seconds flat. Sorry, Sam. You were hoping to get 20 minutes of content out of that.
No, you knew. If you knew the answer, I should have known you'd know the answer. And the over.
I wouldn't have got Bill Ash down, I've got to be honest.
No, that's why I gave you Ash.
Thank you, yeah.
I think the partnership you're talking about is the Leaning Cox one, where Sam Sam Billing sat with his pads on for a good couple of days.
Was it 400 or something daft?
In the COVID season. Right, Jake Ball then to continue from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end. We've got, 8 minutes before lunch. Still 69 overs remaining in the day, in theory. Dane Patterson is down. I'm not sure if he's doing stretching or shining the ball. No, shining ball. He's down on one knee. Chucks it to Jake Ball. 2 slips in. Aldridge has moved on nicely to 50. We're at the non-striker's end. 59. The lead 247. 247, 347 now.
Yeah, just going through the motions here before lunch, really. Not pretty knackered. Calvin Harrison's warming up. Sorry, mate, you can't bowl. It's harsh to say, but you're not allowed to bowl. He's gutted. He wants to be out there with the ball in hand. Subfielder. Now he's practicing his batting. Then he's practicing golf swing. The agony of a 12th man unable to play a part other than fielding in the game.
4 runs. Just straight, 2 straight. You can see what Ball's been trying to do the last couple of overs is get this back straighter ball at Aldridge and either find the edge or trap him LBW, and a couple of keeping a little bit low. He went too straight there and Aldridge just tickled him away.
Yeah, Jake Ball. Oh, he's bowled there too much, Jake Ball. Day 1, day 2, day 3. He's now watching the replay on the screen, which makes me chuckle. They put it on the screen, you can see on the scoreboard, they allow it to be seen by the players and fans alike. Nice for Jake Ball to be able to watch it back, but he'll know where he needs to improve there.
Patterson again working on the ball. Deep square leg, deep fine leg, so and there's a fielder down at third, so they're just suggesting there might be a shorter ball or two, but it hasn't come yet. There it was. It wasn't a brilliant one, it was just a little bit too short. It didn't particularly get up at any pace, and Aldridge just swayed inside it, although it was never really troubling him.
I think he could have taken that on, not necessarily with the pull shot, with 2 deep square out, although it's quite short boundary. I think he could have just cut that between second slip and the deep backward point, or even help it over the slips. It was one of those fairly innocuous, as you say, the length not quite right. Ben Rain just short of a hat-trick. 2 in 2. Up at Durham.
Jabs the bat down there, Aldridge. That one does keep lower. He's very close to the stumps, Jake Ball. He's not a bowler that, particularly in this spell, is coming wide of the crease. So just had to jab the bat down on that one. There we can see those 2 fielders in front of the Trade Nation stand. Not as densely populated as it will be come Sunday, Somerset's last T20 fixture in the group stages anyway. We've got a home quarter final to come the following Friday. And that one did get up. It's just a bit of invariable bounce there, and Aldridge played it quite well in the end. It's hit him on the hand, which he withdrew from the bat straight away. A little bit of a yelp of pain. He's still there though, 107 overs gone. 3-6-4 for 5. There's the previous delivery that just kept a little bit low. And then we see that one from pretty much the same length. Just leaps up on Bartlett a little bit, and Somerset with a lead now of almost 350. Is it 343? No, now. No, my maths is completely escaping.
Don't worry about Sam. They'll back to at least lunch. I don't think they'll even declare at lunchtime, to be honest, with so much play left in the game.
There's that one a few overs ago which just didn't get up from ball, and that's the one that wrapped him on the thing. So Somerset won't mind that at all, this little bit of invariable bounce.
Brief chat between Paul Pollard and Mulaney between overs, but no dramas as Carter's going to continue. And I wouldn't be surprised if James Rew just sees out what will probably be the penultimate over before lunch.
This partnership H all of a sudden already worth 44.
Yeah, almost like they talk about Jonathan Trott, sorry. Where he just picks up runs without you realising. Suddenly you look at the scoreboard and he's on 50. It feels like one of those partnerships. Comfortably hitting the ball around the ground. It will really. There's a shortish ball from Matt Carter, which can be cut out for one run. Talking of spinners, been the amazing debate. Every cricket group chat in the country has been talking about what do you do with Jack Leach not there. He went for Moeen Ali, and he's not playing this test match. Liam Dawson, got to be one of the, well, I like Ben Folkes really. Two of the more hard done by men in an England shirt in recent years. Well, what way to respond? 100 in the first innings and 8 wickets in the match for Liam Dawson. Got Mark Stone, another man who used to play for England, has played for England in the past. Fair play. Well, he would be probably the best left arm spinner to put it on a spot in the country. He would probably like to bowl into the area that Matt Carter's aiming for here, but Carter not causing too many troubles for Casey Aldridge, a tall man himself. And a bit of a chat with Montgomery at short leg, who's recovered from that bruise to the clavicle. We will see another 6 deliveries before luncheon. Somerset 365 for 5 after 108 overs.
Yeah, Jake Ball's cap comes off his head, moving towards an unwelcome century. Bowlers never like going for 100 in innings. 23 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 91 thus far for Jake Ball in this innings. Big wicket for him. It was Tom Kohler Cadmore yesterday, going for a big pull shot, caught by Haseeb Hameed just inside the boundary. Hameed had to flick it up, took a step over the line and came back to take the catch. And that, it was so casually done by Hameed that it's kind of bread and butter for them these days. The slip comes out, just one wide slip, and Matt Carter at short cover. Around the wicket to Rew, left-hander ball. There's some of those school children.
Ah, there they are.
Harry was talking about.
That's my gang. That's my school kids. Trinity School from Teignmouth. I was coaching them yesterday. They're very excited. I was showing them how to get on the Somerset Cricket YouTube channel. Our club session last night has Mr. Partridge have a little chuckle. The guys with the earpiece are listening in. Yeah, they're on here. Yeah, they were asking me if they could go on the outfield at lunch, and I said nope, sorry, that's specifically reserved for the inclusion game days 1, 2 and 3 of this fixture. They're getting ready by Gimlet's Hill on the Somerset stand to come on for their 3rd day of activity in the outfield. Could see Andy Hurry having a bowl at them on day 1. I saw Andy Hurry get whacked into the graveyard behind Gimlet's Hill. That was an amusing moment. Ball lost.
Well bowled from Jake Ball there. James Rew having a look at the pitch, just trying to turn it into leg side. Maybe popped up a little bit on him. Funny thing to that back 5 pad, and this time Dane Batterson gets a big cheer because he hasn't gathered it at mid-on when it was thrown back to him, and has to jog down in front of us in the microscopic pavilion to collect. Smile on the face of Patterson, smile on the face of Jake Ball, smile on Mulaney's face, but they won't be delighted with their morning's work so far. Just 1 wicket. Playing a miss from Rew. That one again is kept low, goes through round about ankle height for Tom Moores.
Not seen many of them, but that's a good sign for Somerset, really. Somerset going to be bowling by tea, you'd have thought. Well, that's a declaration, or all out. And little signs like that, you want to see the pitch breaking up, not just for the spinner Shoaib Bashir, but a bit of invariable bounce, make it difficult for one of the better opening partnerships in the competition, I'd have to say, Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid particularly.
As Rue is in behind that one, Montgomery mid-wicket. We've got the Somerset VI and Adult Disability Project waiting very patiently down there, where they bring on all the groundskeeping equipment as well. They're going to be playing on the outfield here at the Cooper Associates County Ground at lunchtime, which we think is going to be after this ball from Jake Ball.
Pretty sure, yeah.
There it is. Dot ball to finish then. So a good session from Somerset. Yes, they lost George Bartlett, 134 he made when he was bowled by Dane Patterson. But James Rue is still there unbeaten. 60 off 127 balls for him. He was joined by Casey Aldridge. 45 runs ago now. So Somerset have extended that lead to 342. They've still got 5 wickets remaining. And they've still got 5 sessions left in the game. So a decent position, H.
Yep, very good session that for Somerset. They'll keep on batting, and plenty of chat in the YouTube comments trying to work out when a declaration may come, but I dare disagree with David Cartmel, who reckons Knox will chase quickly. I don't think that's in Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid's ideas here. I think
I presume they've been debating the Somerset declaration since about lunchtime on day one. I'm sure there was lots of talk. It's amazing, isn't it? It's quite a turnaround, this game.
yes. The pitch is flattening out, and it's going to be harder for the bowlers, but there's a little bit of variable bounce, and the ground staff onto the pitch now to get their tamper out and do some lines. Painting ready, and we'll leave the cameras on so you can spend the next 35 minutes watching my school kids get some signatures or watching the action on the outfield. And myself, Vic Marks, Pete Trigo and Sam Dalling, all 4 of us will be back with you for the afternoon session from about 1:42. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where Somerset are 365 for 5 with James Rue and Casey Aldridge going along nicely. Casey Aldridge, the man of the moment from Friday night's win against the Gloucesters in the T20 Blast. He was there not out, running twos with Craig Overton. And James Rue, who's the top run scorer for Somerset in the County Championship this season, going nicely on to 60. George Bartlett did get out for 134, bowled by Dane Patterson just before lunch. But Somerset are in a pretty comfortable position here. Just when will they declare is the discussion over our lunch. And Vic Marks is going to join me for Matt Carter's first over from the River End. Apt to bring an off spinner into the attack as an off spinner comes on.
Yep, well, he's had quite a lot of work to do as Carter, and he's bowled pretty well, but picked up the wickets in the first innings, harder in the second. We've all looked at that little patch just outside the right-hander's off stump, wondering whether anything will happen from it. Not much has so far.
Yeah, I haven't asked you about that yet. How much would that worry you? How much would you be targeting it?
Well, it is on a length, and it's on a good length for a right-handed batsman, so you'd be targeting it anyway. But quite a lot of balls, I think, have pitched in that area without misbehaving. But as a batsman, I think you sort of look at it and you think, for a while you get disconcerted and you could let your mind wander. But actually, the best thing is to ignore it because it hasn't promoted much misbehaviour. But no doubt, Shoaib Bashir later in the game will be aiming for that spot. I suppose it makes it simpler for the off-spinner. He's got something to aim at.
Yeah, the only one I thought potentially might have been out to the oil spill was Tom Abel in the first innings on Sunday, going forward to Matt Carter. Yeah, don't know if it just skidded on slightly more than he expected. Well, sweet from Casey Aldridge for just going to be one.
Yeah, I just saw that once very briefly. Maybe. Well, it went straight rather than turning, I suppose.
Yes, that was my only thought. Is it might grip off the pitch bit, but the oil slip bit might skid on a little bit more. Just trying to get the oil spiller wicket.
Yeah, well, maybe, but
more of a psychological.
I think he just didn't quite play it properly.
Yeah. You'd have left that one?
No, he's right to try and hit it for 4, but he just didn't get the bat in the right place.
Yeah. Get that over it. And then he ran himself out in the second innings. So
yeah, that was that did exasperate me.
Well, I heard it did, Vic.
Well, goodness.
You're in trouble.
Well, I quite like us to do quite well. And Tom Abel, we didn't know Bartlett was going to get 100.
No.
Tom Abel is our best batsman at the moment, really. Well, no one argues much with that.
No.
The match was coming right back into Somerset's lap, and then suddenly he's run out for naught, going for a preposterous third just before lunch. And he must have had his head in his hands for some considerable time thereafter, even though he's a very positive character.
Yes. He was out with the fans.
But it doesn't look too so decisive. At the time, you thought this would be very significant. But at 367 for 5, well, you're not so bothered now.
No, Somerset have done well. Talking of hundreds, Jake Bull will be eyeing up 100. He won't want against his name. He's gone for 92 off his 24.1 so far. In from the Trescothic Pavilion end to James Rue. Good single there. Hattie for me, quick across the ground. I'm really impressed. He's been the best fielder in my eyes for the visitors. That great catch off Tom Cullercammer on the boundary yesterday, juggling it on the rope. Bit of nice fancy footwork. But the way he's buzzed around at cover and cover point has been impressive. Trying to stop Somerset rotating the strike, but with now a 30.2 overs old ball, the Kookaburra, of course, looking quite easy for Somerset on a placid-ish pitch. If you missed the first 2 days, you're thinking, well, how can they score 100, 163, 186 in the first innings? There's a player miss from Casey Aldridge, and then flying at 368 for 5. Well, it wasn't necessarily just very good bowling. Henry and Overton did bowl particularly well. Brett Hutton got a 5 for, but there's a few poor shots, bit of poor shot selection. Bit of gift wrapping, I'd say, as the men from Robin Hood's country didn't have to nick from the poor or the rich. Somerset donated a few to the Notts bowlers.
Yeah, well, it was a great fight back yesterday morning to get Somerset back in the game, and now they're sort of controlling the game, but they'll also know Somerset lights are on, and they're creating a bit of a shadow. It's not that dark. It doesn't look like rain, but it's overcast. fast. But they'll know in that Somerset dressing room that the chances are they're going to have to work very hard to get those 10 wickets. They came in a flurry yesterday, but might happen again, but unlikely. What will be interesting to see whether, at what point, they try to up the tempo a bit. They've been going along, purring along, cruising along, just over 3 and over. They might try and increase that. I think sometimes you quite like to get that 50-minute session before tea and then a session afterwards.
I think the next 3 batters will accelerate. Nothing against Rue or Aldridge, both nicely fine, quick scorers. Rue's going to get at least 2 for this one. It could be 4. Hutton's not moving particularly quickly at deep point. He's got a lot of overs. He sort of trotted round and he looks in pain. Bowled a lot of overs as Brett Hutton, but he manages to save 2. I think Davey, Overton, Henry will all score quickly.
Yeah, no, they might get out quickly, but
exactly. I think. Yeah, I don't think they'll come in this round.
I think Somerset will be wanting. Now that they've got to this position, they'll be wanting a lead of 450, I would think, because sides are not awed by such targets nowadays, and this is flat. And they want the scope to be able to keep men around the bat and not to start thinking, oh, the run rate's too quick and all that. We'll see.
Are you worried about a Surrey chasing 500?
Well,
repeat?
it doesn't happen very often, but it's quite, on this surface, it's a different sort of proposition, batting. Once you get past the first 15, 20 overs, than it obviously was on the first couple of days, or the first 4 sessions. I mean, the scoring was under par, and that, I'm sure, in the first innings, no question.
Definitely.
But it's not doing as much now, I don't think.
Well, yeah, if Casey Aldridge can reverse sweeps that comfortably. Nonchalant, really. Just for 1. Seen as a risky shot, would you make a decision to take a risk?
Well, I don't know, but maybe they, the young modern player doesn't regard that as a huge risk. That shot would be if you and I played it, probably.
Yeah.
Well, certainly would be if I tried. Well, I haven't tried.
How many times in your life have you attempted to reverse sweep?
I don't think I ever have.
No.
Used to sweep, right-handed, but I haven't picked up a bat in earnest for over a decade anyway. Well, I haven't picked up a bat in earnest for...
They've not even got you in an old Blundellians game or a friendly game of any sort?
Hello.
Ooh, where's that come from? Just as we're talking about aggressive strokes, that could have been a Wales Cathedral School catch in the Pro Nation stand. James Rue slog sweeping.
Well, he's hit that.
Well,
He's hit it very well. It's just been thrown back from the Trade Nation stand.
That's probably the most aggressive shot we've seen from George since George Bartlett reaching his century.
Yeah, that's an indication that, Somerset want to maximise the amount of time they can bowl. But that was beautifully struck, but out of the blue, really.
Vic, we're being told off. David Cartmel says, come on, commentators, get a bit feisty.
Why is that?
I don't know. You're not as cool as John Arlott, we're being told.
Not as cool.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that comment. I'm not quite sure how to respond to that.
Well, I haven't had a glass or 2 of claret at lunchtime either.
No. Fair comment. That is the end of Matt Carter's over. Jake Ball is going to continue. He kicks at the crease, trying to work out where he's going to land his front foot and not slip. Dave Patterson with the ball at mid-off. 2 slips in place for Casey Aldridge. Casey Aldridge eyeing up Jake Ball. Jake Ball's gone for 96. Casey Aldridge is on 23. James Rue 69. Ball is tucked into the leg side. No run. Casey Aldridge, solid, tall player. Really impressive couple of weeks for Casey Aldridge with the bat. Coming into his own. Yes, he scored the 100 at Old Trafford, which has that big asterisk of it was against Dane Vilas and George Bell, the part-time bowlers, but he's still going to do it. No one can take that first-class century away from him. He'll be buzzing from those runs in the West Country Derby on Friday night. A lot of good running twos. Has opened the batting in the second team T20 competition. Casey Aldridge here against an international. bowler of Jake Ball. And there's a nice single to give Jake Rue the strike back. Could be a buzzer overthrow, but Hasib Hamid backs up well.
Not feisty, but I've got a good little publication here from the Somerset Cricket Museum, and it's their guidebook. You ought to go in there if you ever come down to the county ground. It doesn't have to be rainy for you to go in there, but there's all sorts of interesting bits and pieces. There's a beautiful booklet with pictures of some of the key exhibits.
What a shot that is from James Root. 4 towards the family stand. The Antarctica Pavilion.
There's a plate celebrating the 100 years of Championship cricket. Well, we'll be celebrating 150 years of Championship cricket, I think, in a year or two.
Get an updated plate, you reckon?
I think so. Actually, that plate, Championship cricket, it's the centenary is 1891 to 1991, so I'm talking rubbish. Because the club will be celebrating 150 years. I think in 2025, it's just creeping up on us.
It's beaten James Root.
It's
gone straight through Tom
gone.
Moores as well.
Let's go.
Might go for 2. Should be 2, really. James Root was a bit slow setting off. He was surprised by that one.
So what is he signalling? Anything?
I think he's going to be runs. Is that a drop
Runs?
catch? Yeah, not signalling anything. We'll get you a replay of that one. I think that's going to go down. Yep, runs to James Root. Outside edge, just short.
I think. Don't
Could
you?
he have made more? We'll have to get forward to that. Bit late on it, bit of a slow motion. I know we're on replay here, but it seemed a bit of an afterthought. Oh, I could maybe have caught that. How many times do you appear in the museum then, Vic?
Well, I don't know, but I've seen a scorecard of the 1979. Let's scurrying now. There's a bit more of an impetus to the innings now.
Definitely.
1979 Gillette Cup win against Northamptonshire. There's a lovely picture too of some horse overshoes, because in the old days the horses would drag the lawnmowers and they put these kind of great big clogs on the horse's feet to presumably not disrupt the smoothness, the levelness of the pitch.
Maybe some clogs and the Dutch thing, that the wooden shoes. Similar idea?
Yeah.
What would have come first?
I don't know.
Horse overshoes.
Well, these are described as horse overshoes. Go and look at them in the museum.
There you
is
go,
the
that's the answer to everything. Mike from Ilminster on the YouTube comments. He is glad to help anyone have a look around the museum, show them around, give them a tour, look at the website as well. Plenty of interesting. I've written a couple of pieces to the website as well. I think I wrote a piece about the youth of Somerset. I think Bartlett and Byram and some of the players who've come through the Somerset youth ranks and where they're playing around the country. Some Somerset stragglers material in there as well. Matt Carter's continuing with a short leg and a slip. Again, that short and punch from James Root can't quite beat extra cover.
Well, I wonder, he played a perfect slog sweep in the previous over. They haven't put anyone out there. I wonder if he's going to try and do it again.
Not yet, waiting for that.
He needs it in the
his
slot,
arc,
in
yeah.
his particular slot, which is a little bit wider than that one, actually.
Probably just out, yeah, just outside the off stump, isn't it? Free the hands. Quicker, flatter from Carter, darting it in. Tall man, Matt Carter, Lincolnshire lad. Gives it a whack in the T20s at number 8 for the Outlaws. Very patient. Carter doesn't want to give him one to slog sweep. Darting it in a little bit.
There's a nice picture of Joel Garner's boot here, which is quite a
Are
formidable.
they size 16, are they?
Well,
Top
they're
of
pretty
head?
big.
Something like that.
Size 15, it says.
15, there you go. Bit bigger than you or I.
Mike Tarr's painting of. Hello.
There we go. A little pop into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Just short. Just landing the Sonny Baker.
6.
Okay,
It's 6.
Yeah, I meant just short of
Oh, right,
hitting the
yeah.
glass. I thought someone was going to catch it. Give him 6 for it, but not quite into the stands. Shortest boundary.
Well, when he's decided to hit, he's hit it very cleanly and with great authority. So that's 2 sixes off Carter. Time to get Carter. But 2 crunching shots there from Rue, and not really very vicious in the sense that they were just beautifully timed. He wasn't swiping. I don't know why I think of swiping. I tell you why. No, I do know why, because it's Joel. Joel, I remember, could bat. He could bat, Joel, but he sometimes got carried away, and he'd often get to 20 playing orthodoxly.
Ooh, takes on the pull shot, Case Shoulders. He's been looking to leave them before lunch with square leg back and deep fine leg.
And then sometimes he would get very over-ambitious, and he'd just, he aimed for the river, and he'd get out. And he'd be furious with himself. And I remember once coming in with his great big railway sleeper of a bat and throwing it into his coffin. I done swiping, he said.
And you were just chuckling alongside, were you?
Of course, it was total nonsense. He was soon swiping
And
again.
he swiped next game, did he?
But
Yeah.
I done swiping.
Did he go in the nets and practice swiping a bit more?
He didn't go in the nets that often, but he had a good eye and a reasonably good technique, actually. And if he connected, he sometimes got promoted up the order in sort of Sunday league games and things like that.
You had a few partnerships with him.
Yeah, running between the wickets was really...
Well, it was, 20 steps for you and 10 for him, was it?
It was, the better partner for him, who played a bit in that time, was Trevor Gard, who was about a lovely wicketkeeper from South Petherton. He was about 5'5" maximum. Joel was about. And there's some lovely photos of them having mid-wicket conferences.
Yeah. I played at North Petherton the other day. Lloyd Irish, the Taunton Town goalkeeper, scored 99 for them on Saturday. Not far from here. That South Petherton, did they have a cricket club back then? Was it always?
I don't know.
Went out of the non-strikers then.
Some sort. South Petherton's quite a long way from North Petherton, really.
Jacob's going to pick up the bails here. Case Shoulders well back in his ground. Bit of an unnecessary throw at the non-strikers end. He did hit the stumps, but well back in his ground. Vic, and you're the guest speaker at the Walkers and Talkers session in early July, aren't you? Is that right? A couple of weeks?
I am, yeah. I think. Well, I guess not sort of speaker. I think I'm just a gentle
Tour guide.
Q&A. I
Is
think.
it? Yeah. You'll be here.
When is that? 4th of July.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But definitely, I'll be there.
Showing people around the ground. That's a new initiative that Gloucestershire have done it a bit as well. As James Ruse cut that for probably just one. Hasib Hamid is so quick on the cover boundary.
I think Andy Brassington has been involved with that up in Gloucester, and
Yeah.
you're there. Well, he's a fine wicketkeeper.
Sort of a monthly event, isn't it? You been to a couple before?
No.
No.
But I'm looking forward to it. And we'll end up in the museum.
Of course. Of course.
In fact, I might be bringing one of my England blazers, because my wife's been trying to get rid of one or two. And I've promised it for years, and it's never got round to it.
Yeah,
So
Mike's called you out in the YouTube comments.
I've made a mental note.
When was the last time you wore one of your England blazers? When you last played for
Well,
England?
probably, I think so, yeah. I don't know if I think I probably could get into it still, but I haven't
come
tried.
out. They haven't come out of the wardrobe for a while.
No, I don't know what condition they'll be in.
You got a wardrobe full of old England gear.
Well, not that much. No, I didn't play that much.
Was that how many blazers would you have had in a career?
Well, it was mostly the ones I remember having were you'd get one. I toured 3 years, 3 winters with England, and so I would have had a blazer for each
one
of
per
those
tour,
tours.
yeah. Of similar style and colour, I guess.
Yeah.
What's it playing a miss? A little fiddle from Casey Aldridge outside the off stump. Jake Paul looks gutted. He has bowled some good deliveries, but just cannot get the breakthrough. There's 1 wicket to his name.
Well, it also so straightforward for Notts on the first day. They had some help from the Somerset batsmen, but it's now got a tougher proposition for the paceman. Jake Ball is actually moving rather gingerly, and he might be moving towards the pavilion. I don't know. He's looking like a man who's just possibly got a niggle. In fact, I think the physio is going to have a quick chat with him. But having said that, I also think he's scoring it deep back with square leg, so we'll see whether he stays on. But the physio is on the ground at the moment just to have a quick check up. In fact, I think he is going off.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if I know, Pitriga's back in the box behind us. I thought he might have had both physios otherwise occupied on his back.
Well, I don't know, he only needs one or two, I think.
What Jamie thought might have got bored of him and he might have gone to the Notts physio as well.
Well, I'm sure, he'd be welcome. Unusually,
Always welcome.
He's well connected with both physios, I suspect.
Indeed.
He's nothing to chance in his old age.
Deep square leg going back. Quite a long way out there towards the Somerset stand and the retirement flats. Oh, a backward deep square leg actually. In case
He likes the reverse sweep.
Yeah. It's almost like a reverse dab, isn't it? Just a tuck behind point for 2 this time. Good running, very good running. Quick thing look at CC. James Rue on course for another first class 100. Dare we say.
He's just manipulating for that man who's really almost down to a sort of third man position for the off spinner for that reverse sweep.
That could be 2 again if they push. They're not pushing this time. Knackered from the previous 2, I think.
They're just being realistic.
On the first one hard, not always. Yeah, James Root, 3 championship hundreds. High score of 118 not out. James Root, 93 not out.
Got a bit more protection there, Carter. He's given himself a man in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion on the rope.
Interesting, because only the one shot that went over there. The slog sweep was a lot squarer, more mid-wicket. And then there's that use of the feet and bop over the top. And last over. I dare say if the ball's up there, he'll just slog sweep him again.
Maybe, yeah.
Or try and hit straighter towards the sight screen. Or do
well,
that.
that is the attempted slog sweep, but he's got a top edge.
Got away with it.
He'll take the 2. He was aiming a bit squarer than the Trade Nation stand. I think he was aiming for the Andy Caddick pavilion.
Yeah,
but he's a bit lucky there. But he's got a couple, and the 400's up, and the locals are enjoying that and giving a round of applause. That's the lead of 2-7-3-7-7. Still want a few more. 60 or 70 perhaps.
Yeah, chat in the YouTube comments is let Rue get his 100 before declaring.
Oh, well, I think they'll certainly do that, but I think they might go a bit further than that.
Yeah, they might go to a tee.
Well, we'll see. Sometimes, as I say, you can break up that final session by declaring as late as you can while still having a little session before tea of, say, 50 minutes. I don't know if that still applies. And so you have a shortened final session, so it's more comforting for that.
Yeah, lose 10 minutes, 2 overs for the turnaround, change of innings.
We shall see. That's there were moments in this game where we didn't imagine that
Absolutely
Tom
not,
Abel will be agonising about a declaration.
Definitely not. Well, Somerset could over double their first innings score. They already have, and well, yeah, from 163 all out, and the official supporters Facebook group losing their plot and absolutely fuming to suddenly 400 for 5 now. And at decent rate as well, but gutting if Somerset were able to get batting bonus points instead of.
Yeah, well, it'd be simpler if they managed to do it in the first innings.
Absolutely, yes.
But
much simpler.
The pitch was more demanding in the first innings.
Catching mid-on and the catching mid-wicket in place. Quite like this from Notts. Bit of ingenuity here. What can they do to pluck a wicket out of nowhere here? Still got mid-on between the 2 close catches. Back a bit. Brett Hutton, however stiff and sore he's out there, he's found the gap between the 2 and on the ground, and Mulaney at mid-on picks it up. Brett Hutton does look knackered into his 21st over of this innings. Ooh. I'll talk you through the end of this over and then bring Pete Trigo back into the attack.
Is he fit enough? You think he's fit enough?
I think
now?
he's fit
He's
enough,
restored to full fitness.
He's walking slightly better than Brett Hutton is at the moment.
Oh, he's got all sorts of stuff.
Oh, wow. Casey Aldridge, a different kind of way of dabbing it through backward point, third man region. Just going to be 1 this time off the seamer. Paul Pollard and Rob White been out there for quite a long time in this innings, but now with the right left hand having to jog across from square leg to square leg. I never think it's that important, but it's custom, isn't it? The square leg umpire.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a jog. You've got to jog what? 60 yards probably between balls.
We don't get too close now because they hit the damn thing so hard.
Yeah. Someone said to me that they do umpires not wear helmets. And I said, oh, they do sometimes.
Usually the bowling umpire does rather than the one
Not a square leg. That would look a bit daft, wouldn't it? More of a white ball thing as Matt Carter's pushed slightly further back, extra cover, rather than catching his more on the, well, what would be the 30-yard ring, but not quite. Mulaney's quite wide at mid-off, allowing Reed to go straight if he can, but no, he just goes through cover point for one. So still Overton, Davey, Henry, Bashir, plenty of aggressive batters to come for Somerset. Plenty of time in the game still though as well, no rush.
Well, I think they have upped the tempo a little bit, haven't they, since lunch?
Yeah.
With Rue's sixes off Carter.
Bit of intensity with the running of twos as well.
Yeah, and Aldridge has impressed again. You know, he's been rushing, he's been quite calm. He likes, for a big man, you always think people who are about 6'5", surely they just want to smash it down the ground, but he's played a few little deft reverse sweeps and run the ball.
He'll be up there for my improved player of the season or young player of the season, one of those awards. Case Aldridge's got to be up there. James Reed will probably notch a few awards come the awards night in September, but Case Aldridge will be up there.
Well, certainly his batting has become ever more significant.
Yeah.
And it's a good passport to get in the team because you've got two strings to your bow, and it's, you know, increasingly evident that he's a proper batsman.
Nice one into the leg side. Never going to be two there. Calvin Harrison, the subfielder, coming in. And with that change of over, we'll do a bit of a change up here. I'll leave Vic and I'll bring Trigo in for myself.
Yep, well, there's some weary bowlers out there, and Brett Hutton is one of them. I think Jake Ball's left the field. He's probably run his race. Carter's going to keep going, and he already bowled 32 overs. Bowled perfectly reasonably, but it's 1 for 92. He's got a bit more work to do yet. Quite difficult bowling now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's getting ever more challenging, and mentally, I suppose, as well as physically. I saw Carts actually in the pavilion. Had a chat with him.
Yep.
Asked him for a bit of context on the ball. He said in terms of how it felt, he said it was perfect for spin bowling.
Well, it does. My recollection, I haven't used one for a long time, is that it feels a bit smaller than a Duke, which you like that as a finger spinner. You feel you can get a bit more kind of purchase on it.
Makes perfect sense.
And also the seam kind of diminishes and becomes less significant as the innings goes on. Well, in terms of what Mo's had to put up with, Mo and Nelly, it means that you're less likely to damage your finger. Not that I ever got a damaged finger, I would have thought, if the seam is lower and less pronounced and not so hard. What do you think?
I think I'm trying to remember the ointment that spinners used to use. I believe it was called Friar's Balsam.
Yeah.
It was an ointment that they used to put on the finger. Was it like a ammonia sort of based
Well,
sort of
it
thing
might
that
well have been, but
hardened the skin up?
I think I was one of those spinners, probably because I didn't give it enough of a rip. I never had a problem with my index finger, and I bowled a lot of overs.
A bit of a roll away a bit.
Well, there may be some point of that. My natural way of bowling did not seem. I mean, I'd have a little mark there on the index finger.
Callous.
But yeah, but nothing of any. It didn't break open.
Well, you just made tougher back in the day, weren't you?
Well,
you
there is that possibility, but there is also the possibility that I didn't give it a sufficient rip to damage my fingers.
Well, I'm sure your record suggests that you spun it just the right amount.
Well, I'm not sure. Anyway, but that's my recollection of the Kookaburra ball, that it kind of was slightly less abrasive on your finger anyway, because the seam was not so pronounced.
No, I bowled with both balls relatively recently, and I completely agree with you. The seam is far less pronounced. It sometimes feels a little bit sharper, but it's not as pronounced, and definitely feels like a slightly more compact ball, especially after a number of overs. The Duke tends to sort of expand a little bit as it gets hit around. So yeah, definitely the case. But Matthew Carter did bookend the conversation with, it's rather flat out there.
He didn't really. He's not been excited by the area of interest.
No, I did mention the area of. I said, hasn't really done anything out of the area of interest, has it? He said, absolutely nothing. So
Yes.
I think, I think one of the sentiments after day one that the seam bowlers, I think, bowled exceptionally well. And as you see on the scorecard here, 3 for 43. I felt that was those 3 wickets that Somerset lost. They were probably the most, in some ways, disappointing, because you felt like the spinners shouldn't really have been in the game. And as the game has progressed, you can see that, like I said, it was more of a mental thing, that little patch.
Yeah, yeah. But spinners can. I mean, I keep saying spinners can get the odd wicket when it's not spinning.
Well, they can if you
Outside
if you
edge,
play it badly.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's how most wickets come.
But one of the wickets from the first innings, James Rew is replying with a high-class innings, 87 not out at the moment.
And he can claim that wicket, Carter, because even though it didn't spin, he duped Rew in terms of the length, and he also got a significant bounce, inside edge pad, and a gentle catch to him.
Yeah, it's a really nice.
So it was a nice. I mean, Rew will be unhappy that he got out to that ball because he didn't do much apart from bounce a bit.
I think as well, reflecting back on that delivery that he bowled, it was maybe even in his first over, and it felt like a speculative delivery that he bowled with a little bit of flight. It dipped onto a length and sort of popped up and hit very high on the shoulder of the bat. But like I said, Rew's coming back strong. Aldridge onto 32 as well. Nice partnership brewing, and the lead creeping ever towards 400, and I think that 400 barrier is a psychological barrier, isn't it? 400 doesn't get chased very often, even on a
good pitch,
decent pitch. So Somerset have fought back tremendously over the last, you'd say, 3 sessions in particular. A back cut there from
beautifully timed.
Beautiful piece of timing there.
And
nice
placement,
bit of touch, placement, bit of class from James Rew.
Yeah, he just waited for a millisecond, didn't he? Because if he'd gone through with the shot normally, it would have gone probably straight to the sweeper, who's Hamid out there. But he just waited a fraction of a second and opened the face up just a little bit and timed it to perfection, so he got full value.
Well, it's been a stunning innings so far. I mean, it's hard to speak high enough of what James Rew has offered in his first season in the first team here at Somerset, but he's a very complete looking batter as Hutton just tries to sneak one through the inside edge, but James Rew's practice routine suggesting that he needs to keep playing with that full face of the bat as he does often. And I think that's the sort of contrast between Rew and Bartlett, taking absolutely nothing away. Bartlett's played beautifully today. He's such a talented player, but they're just you have those little. I think
Bartlett has the aberration, doesn't he?
George, when he gets runs, seems to have little periods where he looks like he's derailing himself a little bit, whereas Rui's just very technical, very consistent in the way that he plays. I can't remember a time in his career so far where one hand comes off the bat and there are lots of exuberant movements, but George, like I said, he's very watchful because of it, but you never really know if he's in.
He's methodical, Rew. It sounds as if he might be dull, but he's not dull because he plays some lovely shots. But he has his method and he kind of sticks to it.
Well, there's nothing dull about scoring runs, that's for sure, and he's scoring them at a fine rate.
And he also scores all round the wicket, actually. I mean, he cover drives nicely. He's just done some beautiful back cuts on the offside, but he loves the ball like a lot of left-handers on the hip, and he hits it away sweetly through that region.
Hamid on screen at the moment. England credentials. He's probably in that mind battle that we discussed earlier, Vic. When's it going to be my turn? When am I putting those pads on? When am I going to be facing Overton and Matt Henry steaming in as Casey lets the ball come onto the blade and just runs it past a fourth slip area, picks up a couple of runs. And this is very characteristic of many days that I've played here at Taunton, where you feel, you know, very helpless as a bowler. You run in, you try, and I'm sure I can, you know, knowing these guys, they will not stop running in and trying to take those wickets, but sometimes you
can't
like,
see where it's coming from.
Your hands get tied at Taunton. Let's be honest. It's not a fluke that it has the reputation of a batting paradise. Yes, we've had 2 low, you know, first innings scores, but as soon as you get past that new ball, the bowlers get a bit of fatigue into the legs. It's an absolute paradise to bat on, but you still got to do it, haven't you, Vic? You still got to be out there.
Yeah. And but you as a bowler, you become more dependent on the batsman making a mistake rather than finding that ball that is hard to play. And at the moment, Roo in particular, he doesn't look like he's going to make many mistakes. He's eyeing another 100, quite rightly. Aldridge, once again, though, looking composed and, you know, quite impish in some of his stroke play. Lots of little glides, reverse sweeps against the off-spinner. They're protecting that area now.
Yeah, good to see from Casey Aldridge. Played a number of games, or he's attached to Western-super-Mare Cricket Club, so you know, got to know him quite well over the last few years. Real sort of, you know, genuine young man. You know, student of the game, asks a lot of questions. You know, really keen to progress himself. I mean, he scored a magnificent 104 Western last year, and you know, I think again you sort of pigeonhole lads that are 6'6" and can bowl fast. You just assume that they could offer a bit with a bat, but he's a bit more than just your average bowler that can bat. He's certainly got all-rounder credentials, that's for sure.
Well, I know, talking to Andy Hurry, that he did a lot of work on his batting in the winter, and they recognised, quite rightly, hang on a minute, there's a hell of a difference between thinking, well, he might get a few at number 9, and hang on a minute, he could go in at 7 and be a significant run scorer. And the evidence is mounting that, you know, he can bat at 7 in this team, particularly if Lewis Gregory is missing, and we can expect runs from him. He's got runs this year. All you're wondering now, all you're hoping now, is that his bowling evolves a bit more and he becomes a little bit more consistent, but he keeps his, you know, aggression up. But he's got a lot going for him.
Yeah, he certainly has.
And stick him at second slip or third slip if you want to, because he'll catch it.
Yeah, he catches pigeons as well. And while you mentioned Lewis Gregory, just a note
update
that Lewis and Izzy had their first child a couple of days ago. Right. So congratulations to the Gregory family on your new addition. And yesterday, Jack Brooks became a father too. So, you know, what are the Somerset players doing sort of 9 months ago, I wonder? As maybe a week off or something. But anyway, well, congratulations.
You can do the sums, Triggs.
Congratulations to both of you, and we wish you all well.
Well, I'll have to get that crash organised in the Andy Caddick Pavilion or somewhere.
Yeah, I can remember, you know, when mine were born, very close to Trez's daughters as well. Right. They've all grown up knowing each other.
So you played a bit of football with him outside on the outfield after the game at age 3 or 4 or something?
Yeah, they've played a bit of wind ball cricket out there. Well, you know, we're celebrating a win, having a couple of drinks, and the kids are charging around the place, and all good fun. Always nice to have that family element to a club, as Hutton runs in with Tom Moores up to the crease, the vacant point position there being exposed by the batter, picking up an easy single.
I'm mildly surprised, actually, but you know these cricketers better than me, that Mullaney hasn't come on and bowled a few of his little off-cutter thingies.
Yeah, it's he's always an option. I think you have those. It's a fine balance, isn't it, as captain? You know, you often get, but you know, captains that can offer with the ball, under bowl themselves, and you think. I suppose there's a number of issues. You know, the Championship cricket, there's a bit of a break, a bit more one-day cricket to be played. So beautiful delivery there, and well taken by Tom Moores. Actually, had the feeling that there might have been a little edge there, but no.
Certainly
Good
did
piece of
something,
keeping.
didn't
Jagged away from James Rue there. You think, save the guys, they could be bowling again. But actually, Brett Hutton doesn't play in the 2020 team,
No.
so maybe he is more keen to bowl him into the ground. But yeah, I mean, certainly would be a viable option. Certainly change the tempo of everything. You could have catches in front, maybe one slip.
Just a different problem for a 3 or 4 overs.
The umbrella field, as
Yeah,
we
yeah.
saw in the Test match. Change the momentum a little bit. I suppose that is one of the...
It's a neat shot, isn't it? It feels like an easy 4 runs, that is. I don't know if it's going down, but he's got... Brett Hutton is suggesting that was dead straight.
Bit of an inside half on that. Yeah, it's pretty straight on the angle. Who knows? But yeah, Rue's rode that beautifully and tucked it away. The leg side boundary moves on to 98, ever closer to that magical 3 figures. Yeah, I suppose if you you get into that fatigue stage, you've got Hutton, Ball, and Patterson, Lyndon James. They kind of, for various reasons, have all kind of ended up roughly the same sort of pace, haven't they? Mullaney, 10 miles an hour slower, cutters might just change things a little bit. But sticking with Hutton for now.
Ooh,
Rue's
that
got-
should have been the ball he felt for. Well,
That was the
short-
100 ball, that
yeah.
one.
Short outside the off stump, he missed it.
The nervous 90s, that bit of tension in the shoulders there. He'd back himself to hit that 99 times out of 100, or 98 times out of 100, but always gets a little bit twitchy. These two have crept past, or creeping towards. Sorry, crept past the 100 partnership as well as a pair. 101, 102 now as he moves on to 99, the most nervous of 90s.
Well, he played one false shot, but otherwise he's been cruising along. I wonder if he'll get there in a grand manner, because Carter's going to bowl the next over at 1 assumes. He's had men out, and he might bring him up, I suppose, 99.
Oh, I know one lady in the crowd today. I saw her earlier. Mother Rue, Debbie will be in the crowd somewhere, just hoping he just clips a nice little single and does it nice and calmly. She'll be pacing the hallways of the ground somewhere. I can hear the footsteps.
I'm sure you're right, but I think it's less agonising pacing around when your offspring is on 99 than when he's on 0.
Yeah, I guess so.
Whatever happens,
It's a bizarre
it's been a good day.
The difference between I was talking to whoever it was yesterday, or maybe even the day before, maybe Sophie. I think it was Sophie Luff. The emotional difference between getting a 0 and 1 and 99 or 100, they're so far apart. Yeah, I had to go on today, mate. I got 1, and you don't seem that devastated.
not-
But if you
yeah.
got 0, you
Yeah.
are, whoa, hide the shoelaces.
They're all up, the field's up, everyone's saving the single, apart from, slip is at slip, and there are other 8 hovering, if you like, inside this notional ring, challenging him to play a big shot to get there.
Ruby eyeing up that point.
Yeah, a little short, and
Little
I'll
cut
in.
ball. Let's see how he plays it. He's hit the ball beautifully. Will he back himself to go down the ground like Bartlett did when he was on the same score?
I think he's a slightly different character, it seems to me. Now he's more likely to wait, bide his time.
There's
That's not it.
nearly a cut ball. Yeah, he's definitely eyeing up that cut shot. He was very quickly onto that back foot.
It's only really the cut shot I can see, really, if he stays on the ground, keeps the ball on the ground.
This is where you want the non-striker to be loose of hamstring.
Loose of hand. Well, I think Casey Aldridge has recognised that he's on 99. He's backing up quite a long way. That's a tempter, but it was not the length to cut, and he left it. Well played.
I feel like this is almost certainly going to be
Can it end with
a
a big
maiden.
shot? Oh, you do?
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be easier for Rui to get that risk-free single off of the seamer from the other end. He's definitely searching for that cut ball.
Doesn't seem to want to go for the big one back over the top.
Plenty of time. He knows there's plenty of time. He's a smart lad. Debbie will be pacing up and down the stand.
That's it. No, it's not.
All the roos will be fixed to their screens, just as fixed as we are at the moment. Always great to see a young Somerset-born batter getting 3 figures. We've already had Bartlett. Can Roo join the party? 422 for 5 here, 122 overs in the dirt, as cricketers call it. 120 overs in the dirt always takes its toll. Tired bodies, sore feet, minds getting
Frazzled?
frazzled. That's a great, great word. The minds will be frazzled. Hamid, Slater, Montgomery in particular.
Although I think there's an element, you see, I'm starting this yesterday, that on this sort of surface, if you're batting to probably initially to save a game, you've got the field out, gaps everywhere, flat pitch. Once you get in, if you're a runs, you just like scoring runs, you can bat, forget the situation of the game. It's not a bad time to bat. I mean, dear old Boyce would love to, once he gets in here, and he's batting in the 4th innings with a huge total, or a huge target, he actually quite enjoys it because the field is, you've got to keep attacking. There's all these gaps.
Opportunities to score, to
and
plunder.
I'm sure the openers are a different mindset too. They have to go in at 10 minutes, end of play and all that stuff. Makes life difficult. I think they become good at batting in isolation, forgetting the game situation. That's a good shot.
Aldridge hammers that through the covers. That's going to race away for 4. Even on this slow service, is just going to win the race. Patterson can't quite get there. Aldridge doesn't miss out on that. Slightly over pitched wide delivery from the tiring Brett Hutton. The lead is now 403.
A lot of the top batsmen, they bat in their own cocoons. You see, watch Alistair Cook. He bats the same, whatever the situation. And that's not a selfish thing. It's just a good thing. That's how he bats. And whether he's trying to save the game or he's batting in the 3rd innings to set up a declaration, essentially, he just bats the same way because he's worked out his method.
Yeah, I think
a lot of openers will operate like that. So in a way, I think Hamid will be thinking, if I can get through the new ball here, there's runs to be had. And I'm sure
Hamid in particular, very technically astute as well. And if you generally have to bowl him a pretty good delivery to dislodge him as well. So you're exactly right there, Vic. Opportunities to score runs. It's going to be a fascinating game. You think? I actually thought after day 1, there's absolutely no chance I would be making my way down the M5 on day 4, but it looks like
you will be, don't worry.
We're going to have a hell of a conclusion to this game. Somerset, you'd have to say, are in charge now after a very disappointing first 2 sessions of this game, but they've fought themselves back into a really strong position. And it looks like Nottinghamshire are going to be at the mercy of the captain, Tom Abel, whenever he deems fit to call the boys in.
Yep. Okay, so Roo is back on strike. Needs that one. There's more scope, you think, with a little bit of extra pace on the ball from Hutton, and perhaps Carter, who bowled a very good over at him last over to Roo. He tormented him a little bit, didn't give him anything easy. Anyway, the fielder up.
Makes you think, when he eventually gets his 100, why doesn't Carter keep the field up and make him play big shots?
Well,
What's there to lose?
He might do. Well, he's 6 runs, I suppose. But he's hit a couple of good 6s. We'll see. He's got to get there first.
Oh, and he's edged it between keeper and first slip, but Rui will not care. He reaches 3 figures. Fantastic knock by the young man. 103 not out. Cementing Somerset's dominance in this 2nd innings and in this county championship contest versus Nottinghamshire. Not the way he'd probably envisaged getting to 100, but he will care not.
It was a very polished innings, except for that last shot, actually. And he's still in.
Back to normal now. Now that we've got that one run out of the way, we can play normally again. Who'd be a bowler, hey?
I'm not sure. Was it catchable height? It went fine at first slip.
Yeah, I think it would have been straight in the breadbasket of an orthodox first slip.
Yeah, he was a bit wide. He was always on the 2nd slip line. Anyway,
Joe Clark's moved finer into that position now that the horse is a couple of fields away. As is always the case. Brett Hutton, 0 for 97, having a tough innings.
Oh, he's just digging in for the second 100 now. Look at that. Nose over the ball. He's a special talent, this guy. I mean, he
it's all gone Somerset's way. You have to, you cast your mind back, well, what it would be, 180 balls ago, dropped first ball down the leg side. Tom Moores gave away a very straightforward catch.
Yeah.
How different could the game be if that was taken? But since then,
it's the old.
He started and finished his 100 in iffy fashion. The 99 in between have been absolutely spectacular.
It's not quite that is it a Chris Scott moment when Lara was batting at Edgbaston against Durham.
Was it on 8, wasn't he?
Yeah, and Chris Scott said, "Oh, God, I bet he gets 100 now." And he got 400.
500.
Oh, 500.
501.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably one of the more costly drops in the history of the County Championship. Carter into the attack, or staying into the attack. All of a sudden, the field is spread again.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look. For Roo,
I'm not sure. I don't feel. I feel like that little infield might just be worth the gamble of a dozen runs or so. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but they're not
rather than just milk.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose he'll be relaxed a bit, but there's lots of space now on the leg side for singles.
So would that be Baz Bally sort of methodology, captaincy, to keep them up and make him play over the top?
I got upset with Baz Ball, or not Baz Ball. I thought England set some poor fields in the Test match in the first innings towards the end of Moen's spell when Khawaja and possibly Carey were hitting him back over his head.
Travis Head was.
Well, Travis Head got out, caught mid-wicket, having got 50. So Stokes and co were much lauded for keeping the field up and getting Moen got him out. But in the second half of his spell, it seemed to me that Khawaja, every time he wanted to do it, could hit him back over his head for 4. And he did it with such certainty. I mean, you're a good case in point, actually. Working. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Beautiful use of the feet from the big fella.
You're batting, Pete, and we know you like to hit spinners down the ground in the air. So when you're batting, and you've hit him once or twice over the top, you would hit either straight or wide, wide mid on or whatever. What did you feel? What did you want the captain to do when you're, playing positively against the spinner? Did you want him to keep it up, keep the field up, so you were still had the freedom to hit aerially, or did you want to ignore the possibility of all those boundaries, have the field back and milk for ones? Which would you prefer?
I wouldn't have said I was the best milker.
No, exactly. I know but I know you're not. I'm not necessarily talking, but I think my answer.
The question mark that the captain then gives you. How big are they? Are you brave enough? If I put the man back, and a lot of captains actually will put a man back, but sort of 5-10 off,
okay.
And just dangle the carrot, as you said earlier. They'll say, "Go on,
it's not on the boundary, but he's 10 yards in. If you think you can clear that,
but
the point is about that though. You can take your one anyway.
But the wicket, you're always going to get your one. But like I said, it became a bravado game, and I would often, in an innings, across all formats. Have captains say, God, you might as well take him on trees. It's only half a hit for you, because they knew I had a bit of power in my game, and they would almost goad me.
Fielding captains say.
Yeah, fielding captain. They would goad me into. They want me to take it on because I wasn't a great player. I could hit sixes.
I know,
but
you were a good striker of spin
they would
bowls.
I think they would go. You know what? We're happy if he hits 5 or 6 of them, but But then there are days where you feel good, and 5 or 6 become the 100 that you set out, to get, and. Everything's rosy. But, yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I like captains that don't react straight away. You bop them over the head for one. And most players who score a large volume of runs will take the gamble once
And
to get him back, and then that's their single shot all day long. For me, I would like to see, put him back, but then bring him up in 3 overs time. Don't just leave him back and almost forget about him as a fielder. I think you can be a little bit more proactive and toy with the batter. Keep making the batter ask himself questions. Do I want to risk my wicket? How much do I want to entertain the crowd? All the things I would have asked. And to be fair, I wanted to entertain as well. That was part of what I was about.
I mean, I think in that situation, once you've got the flavour, you would have been confident of hitting on a blameless wicket. If they didn't put people back after you smacked them over his head for 4 or 6, I'm pretty sure you'd have been very happy to keep trying to do it.
Yeah, I think an interesting.
But you're a different player to someone else. I mean,
But I think there will be a shot. I think there comes a time in every batter's career where there'll be an area of the ground that they, when they started taking apart Alistair Cook, and the media went after him about being slightly loose outside the off stump, but he also scored the majority of his runs through cover. So, do you know what I mean? You can't play that shot. You'll miss out on all those runs if you just keep leaving it. Yes, of course, you're going to nick a few. And it was always, the older I got, the more experience I got, and the more hungry for runs I got. I asked myself a simple question, whether it would be hitting a spinner back over his head for 6, or in particular, from the top of my mind, when a fast bowler came at me and hooking. And 2 shots I was relatively comfortable playing and was happy to take on. And the question I always ask myself, my first class average is about 35. Do I hit, if someone bowled me 10 bounces, am I hitting 9, 10 for 4 before I get out, on average? And if I was kind of in excess of where my batting average were, I then felt like that was a good gamble. So I played a bit of a numbers game with it. And coming down the wicket, clothing one to mid-on, was the danger of hitting spinners over the top. But I backed myself. I'd get a dozen or so at least before I
bet you
out.
weren't caught. Once you established yourself, I bet you weren't caught at orthodox mid-on against the spinner very often. No,
not. But and if it was, you'd probably got one that was a little bit too full, that you hit too flat.
So
maybe
you skimmed it.
Like you hit take a good catch or whatever. But like I said, in those sort of scenarios, for me, it was always about how many runs do I get playing that shot across a season? How many times does it cost me my wicket? And if the numbers make sense as a batter, I'd keep playing the shot.
But I still want to know, if you're going reasonably well, you're playing well, you've got 62 spinners bowling, what would your preference be? Would you like the field up or back as a batsman? Mid-on, I'm talking mid-on particularly.
I would.
What would you rather?
I reckon I'd be less likely to take them on if they put them back, because
obviously, yeah.
Because you kind of think, if I do
but would you disappoint? Would you be disappointed though? Oh God, I can smack crisp on drives and I can only get 1.
Again, it depends on how many runs you get on the day. I mean,
okay, well, I won't leave it.
It's a tough
one.
All
I thought was that England were inflexible. I thought towards the end of Moen's spell, because they didn't give him any protection, and they were hitting every time they decided to hit him in the air. They did it with such certainty that it didn't look like a risky shot.
I'd be over the moon if a spinner was bowling on virtually any wicket and they left them up. I'd be over the moon. I'd feel like it gives me a pressure release shot.
Yeah. Anyway.
Lyndon James.
Here he is. He's back. Carter's having a rest.
A deserved rest. Oh, a little bit of nip off the surface.
The lead now. Where are we now? 4,
Another
3,
one that's
7.
missed the thigh pad again. Thigh pads very rarely come into the equation. Yeah, Casey's just got that in the groin area. Give it a little rub, but not too hard.
4:14 is the lead.
Lead now is 414.
Okay.
Cooper Associates county ground.
And I don't know what's happening because I'm going to go and lie down.
It's all happening. It's all been a bit.
Fram's coming in. But No, I do know what's happening. Somerset are still controlling this game. The crunch will come. We are now in sort of cruise control, aren't we? And the game, it's interesting, but the real interest comes when Somerset start bowling.
It certainly does. Well, it sounds like not only are the Nottinghamshire batters' minds frazzled, but yours are too. So,
Well, I don't know. I don't
grab yourself a coffee.
Oh, I'm telling you that the game, the pattern is set, but it's going to be reset when Somerset start bowling. And whether they can find a bit more life in this pitch with fresh bowlers, new ball, and batsmen who've been out there for about 8 hours.
Before you go, Vic, you're at what stage does that number get too big that Somerset maybe kill the game in terms of like
target-wise?
To bowl them out, is it fair to say you want Nottinghamshire to still be kind of trying to go for it?
Well,
we must be getting close.
Nowadays, I think that Abel will want to have a lead of 450.
There's the new father on screen. Lewis Gregory. He's got.
Well, I hope he doesn't drop the ball.
Full of diapers and baby powder.
He's got a dodgy hand. He mustn't start dropping little babies.
So I think run rate. So we've got 130 overs.
There's 50 overs remaining today.
140 overs left in the match. You know, you think
450. That's only 450. That's only 3 and over, isn't it? He's not really connecting with these short ones. If you're thinking in terms of run rates, you're talking 3 and over. So you actually, by that criteria,
you want it to be 3.5, 4 over an extended period of time. What would you be looking for?
4-7. I'd still like a lead between 4. I'd like 4-6-5.
Greedy.
I know.
4. Oh yeah. Okay. 4. I would say 450. I think you need 2 new balls, definitely.
Well, you'll definitely get that.
And
unless we bowl well.
We will definitely get 2 new balls, and I think you need enough time that the spinner might come into play. You know, after the second new ball, sort of 20 overs old. So.
Yeah. Well, we're around the same.
The good thing is, after day 1. It looked like we wouldn't even have a day 4. So the game is going in a good direction. Both teams are very much in it, but Somerset certainly in charge, in control. 440 for 5 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
We're thinking another 30 or 40 runs.
Let's agree for the 4th time in a row.
Okay, but minimum. Minimum.
Ruthless. Vic Marks there going for a little break, and I think Sam Dalling is going to join me for the back end of this middle session. I'm Pete Trigo. We're in the WPA Health Insurance supported comms box. Hopefully many of you in the ground are wearing your Virtue Motors earpieces, enjoying myself and Vic. Kind of agree, sometimes not agree, but fundamentally have a great time. Hopefully you're all enjoying the commentary as we have a change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Dane Patterson is into the attack. Kind of, you can sense a pensive atmosphere here in the ground. You've got a Nottinghamshire group of players that feel like they're just, waiting for the inevitable, the declaration. Somerset, like I said, hold all the cards at the moment, Sam.
Yeah, they do. I was enjoying how much you were enjoying telling people about the earpieces. You had a little bit of a dance going. It might have been subconscious, but you were really getting into that, Triggs. I enjoyed it.
Well, yeah, it's, I suppose you've got to, in these championship games, one of the fine things, it's, you wouldn't say it was like electrifyingly exciting. That's the thing. You've got to create a bit of movement, a bit of entertainment sometimes. Being out on the field, I can speak from experience of bowling on a Taunton pitch that's gone flat and the ball's not swinging. Yes, it's hard physically, but it starts sort of playing mind games with you. You start to question your existence sometimes of, why am I running in? I can't get a wicket, and you get very despondent and downbeat, and sometimes that can bleed into how you're going to perform later on in the game, and that's certainly one of the tactics I'm sure Jason Kerr and Tom Abel will be looking to, enforce onto the Nottinghamshire team to try and get a victory here.
Questioning your existence, that's very existential, isn't it? You've answered my question before I've asked it. That was going to be my next line for you.
well, myself and James Hildreth that would often sweep the boundaries or stand relatively, you know, close to each other. Maybe by design we would often talk about, you know, what it's like, because I can tell you, you do sort of, it is a hard place to be, especially as a seam bowler. You bowl 20, 25 overs, your feet are barking and you don't feel like you're going to make a breakthrough, and you just say, I tell you what, there's so many other jobs I'd rather be doing right now. This is painful. And I'll tell you, the Nottinghamshire boys, they'll be struggling out there. This is where your Stephen Mullaney's, your leaders, your senior players stand up just to try and get people through that might be battling. I assure you, that's why it's called Test cricket, Championship cricket. It's hard work. Casey Aldridge, a magnificent 50 for the big man, backing up his really good batting form in slightly different format from the weekend. Played a great knock to see Somerset home against Gloucester on Friday night, but he's backing up again in the Championship with another important innings.
Yeah, these two like batting together as well. They've both got those hundreds up at Old Trafford. Yes, it was a relatively dead game, but they've had some partnerships, which is promising. Pulled, and he got that really fine. Has it gone all the way? I think it has. That's the third six of Jane Grew's innings. He goes it on a relatively sedate pace, and that is not meant to be disparaging at all. But then all of a sudden, once in a while, he pulls the big shot out. There was that lovely shuffle before lunch down the wicket and just plonked Matt Carter into that sight screen. And he's gone down towards the Lord Ian Botham's stand again. Patterson trying a short one. Probably hasn't quite got the pace to hurry Rue, and just helped it on its way. Did you play in the Warwickshire game where Hildy got big runs? Didn't Chris Wokes get double 100 first game of the season?
Hildy got 303 not out, was it, or something like that? Yeah, the old the Platinum Club, as Justine Langer called it, a triple century. Yeah, I just remember he scored like 296 of them through backward point, just cut everything. Good bowling attack. Hannon Dolby, Wokes, forget the others, but he just played magnificently well.
End of the over. 447 for 5 then, so Somerset closing in on 450. That lead now 424. It's huge. Who'd have thought it? Well, certainly wouldn't have thought it. What, so 48 hours ago, just about, they're bowling Somerset out for 163 in the first innings. They would not, in their wildest dreams, have been expecting this. They might have been eyeing a day 4 on the golf course, perhaps. Some intrigues. There are a few nice courses up there near Trent Bridge.
Yeah, there are a number actually. The Nottinghamshire, I was a member there. It was a very nice club, very welcoming, owned by, I believe, the ex-owner of Nottinghamshire County Football Club, Alan Hardy. Very nice chap, nice family. Yeah, it's got 2 18s. Yeah, a couple of nice courses, and obviously Hollingwell, where I did British Open qualifying. Sherwood Forest, to name but a few. Lots of very nice courses. Heathland courses up there, just like we have, you know, in other parts of the country. This, you know, Somerset, a few decent links courses. You've got Burnham and Barrow, Weston-super-Mare, and my home course, Mendip Springs, just north of Somerset in the Kongsbury area, in fantastic condition. And yes, I can. Oh, that's a decent delivery there, right on cue to stop me talking about golf. Casey Aldridge has played, looked like down the right line, and that's just pinched away. And again, the top of off, every bowler's area of where they want to bowl it. And that's just straightened. Casey's, you'd have to say, been undone by a pretty decent delivery there from Lyndon James, and his knock comes to an end on exactly 50.
Yeah. Vital knock, well, vital, very important knock from Casey Aldridge. Continues to do his bit with the bat. Talk to us a bit about Lyndon James' bowling, if that's right. I know, as he's kind of a rite of passage these days, he's had a couple of back injuries, didn't bowl much last year, but I remember talking to Kevin Shine about him, and they really do rate his bowling up at Notts. Yeah,
he's a brilliant athlete. He's tall, hits the pitch. I think he's probably going to, over time, develop, you know, lateral movement skills. He shapes the ball away quite naturally, but he's more of what I'd call a nip bowler. hard to tell right now with a Kookaburra ball that's not really going to swing too much for him. But yeah, good cricketer. More of I would say he's a genuine all-rounder. He's got that ability to take a 3-4-5-fer, but he's also got pretty strong credentials with the bat as well. So he bats in the middle order, scored a few hundreds, played I believe for England Lions already. Yeah. So yeah, really good, exciting cricketer. Hard worker, like I said. He runs in, hits the deck hard, and he's a tall lad. So yeah, I know they rate him very highly.
Oh, you could have been talking about the man who just come to the crease here, Craig Overton. Does he have a bit of a licence now to start scoring quickly, or do actually Somerset keep going?
Well, I think Craigo will always be erring on the positive side of things. I would say this is. I hope he's just going to play for a little bit. You've got James Rew at the other end on Nelson, so he's got plenty of runs left in his tank. He just needs a bit of support. I don't think there's a necessity for Craigo to do anything dramatic. It's just about rebuilding, re-establishing a bit of a partnership to make sure, I think, not necessarily about runs, not necessarily about time, but making sure that, by keeping his wicket, it retains the control of the game on the Somerset balcony. And I think that's a very powerful position when you can dictate when you pull out. You can have an awkward session just before tea. You can tease them. You can maybe, bring them out for one over after tea if you want. Like I said, I think it's just important that Somerset don't get bowled out. They really sort of show this position of strength and use it to their advantage.
Yeah, I think most difficulty now is for Hamid and Slater, because their minds are probably already wondering, like, when are we going to start batting? And so if I was Somerset, I'd be looking either exactly as you said, that 10-15 minutes before tea, or yes, now you've said it, to really wind them up, make them come back out and field, because the batters would love to have 20 minutes to get ready to come out after tea to bat, but leave them, make them come out and field for an over or two. Yeah,
I'd be amazed if they weren't bowling just before an awkward, smelly little session before tea. That would be my guess. And I think you've got to put yourselves in the positions of the top three, Hamid, Slater and Montgomery. You've just watched two guys peel off centuries. You want a piece of that action, so there's a pressure there. You've also been on your feet for 127 overs, which is no mean feat, even though they haven't bowled. There's going to be a bit of fatigue in the system. You're going to almost have an expectation that the pitch is going to be flat. But you're facing Overton and Henry. They're going to be coming hard at you. They've also had 128 overs, in the jacuzzi, having a couple of showers and, a couple of nice coffees and a few, they've had a very comfortable bit of time here. They are going to hit Nottinghamshire with everything. Are you prepared for that?
Is there a jacuzzi in there?
No.
Oh. Are there any counting grounds with the jacuzzi in?
Well, I know Edgbaston have baths. I think, with a bit of wind kicking around, you could make them into a jacuzzi. But no, I think hot baths. I think there is a bath in the corner of the shower room.
You've ruined my illusion there. I did think that Matt Henry was just going to be sat there reading the cricket magazine in a jacuzzi or something, enjoying.
But to be honest, I wouldn't want to follow some of my old teammates into any sort of water. That's for sure. Attempted bouncer down the leg side to Craig Overton, all the way through to Tom Mawson. Signalled by Paul Pollard as the one for the over. 2 for 80 of his 23 overs for Dane Patterson. Yeah, that's it. I think it is, speaking to Matt Carter in the lunch break, I think it's a dangerous mindset to, I think that's like the patch, like the area of interest, getting into the psyche. All the language in the Nottinghamshire team, I would imagine, would be, this wicket's flat. As Craigo, half inside edge is 1 out to Brett Hutton. It's flat, it's gone flat. They're 450 now. God, it's flat, it's flat, it's flat. I think sometimes that can get you into a bad frame of mind as a batter as well. There's no doubt that the Kookaburra new ball will offer some level of assistance. But for how long, I guess, is the question. We'll find out later.
just feels like Rue. Yeah, it's almost you already run out of things to say about him, in the sense that he's played, what, 15, 16 games. I think he passed 1,000 first-class runs in this innings. He's got 500s already. Like, he's already got trademark shots, that punch through cover. He's very strong behind point. It's just amazing how he's come in, and you just know what you're going to get is consistency, which you don't get with young players so often.
Yeah, you often, I think, young players, you get those peaks and troughs of performance. You get those dazzling displays of ability, and then you get the naive dismissals and the silly shots. But Rui doesn't really seem to fall foul of that as Somerset tick over that 450. Rue 112 of 190 balls. That run rate very healthy for him. Big score being compiled by the Somerset batting lineup. Much stark contrast to the first innings, albeit assisted by a slightly less sporty pitch as Overton wafts at one outside off stump, and that will no doubt dampen the mood of Dame Patterson, getting nicked through what would probably be a third or fourth slip for 4.
Mentally, the lead's already up at, what, 429 now, is it? Or might have just ticked even higher than that, 431. At what point do not stop thinking about being able to win the game? Because that's so tough to go out there just aiming for a draw. Like, is there a score that they'll think, oh, no, we have to just shut up from the start?
Well, I think the mentality will be to try and put the game safe. That's the first issue. Get through the first hour, the first 5 overs. You know, I think you've always, you know, with the game being as it is, as Craig Overton crushes one over Jake Ball at mid-off for 4. Dane Patterson very quick to retrieve his cap, disappear off to the boundary. 24 overs bowled now, and he's gone for 90 runs. 2 wickets. Somerset batters have been on top since they've started this second innings.
And James going to continue then. Jake Ball just having to do a little bit of jogging. He was fielding, collecting the ball from long off. He's now going to go up to mid-on. James Rue on strike.
Yeah, with a 4-day game being so long, I mean, I don't think you can go out there thinking about 475. You've got to maybe, I know a lot of players are a fan of doing this, you've got to chunk it down into more sort of manageable segments. You know, give yourself a light at the end of the tunnel, which would be, you know, get to 20, see the first hour off, get the spinners on. You know, there's probably going to be quite an aggressive spell for each of the seamers in the Somerset lineup, and then you're into the realms of, you know, survive that, get them into their 3rd and 4th spell, face them when they're tired. There's so many little things, that hurdles you're going to have to go through, and then I would imagine that somewhere around tea tomorrow, if they're still batting, they'll probably assess the run rate and where they are in the game. But miles down the line in terms of this game.
Already a bit of cover out on the leg side for Craig Overton. He's not been out there long, but his intent has meant there's 3 fielders back on the boundary.
Goes for the bouncer. He doesn't disappoint and picks up a single for his relatively well-controlled hook shot. I mean, Vic made a great point. The game went absolutely turbo day 1 and 2, which has bought an amazing amount of time in the game for a positive result. You know, yes, it's going to be 450, 475, but it's actually probably only going to be 3.5 and over. You know, if a Joe Clark gets in, Hamid gets in, Slater gets in, I mean, they will be right in the game. It's going to take someone getting a 150 or a double 100. But as Joe Clark showed last week, he's more than capable of doing that.
Yeah, well, we've got 140 overs left. Yeah, Hamid in particular knows how to bat a long time. Was it a 19-ball duck for him? It was similar in the reverse fixture, you were up, weren't you, for a day, and when Duckett and Hamid put on this partnership, and
Well, I came up on the day where it was down and
you
not a ball was
did,
bowled,
yes.
so I came all the way up, watch a bit of cricket, catch up with Morsey and the other coaches, and well, it was kind of nice from that perspective because I got the opportunity to have a few coffees and have a chat. Didn't see any cricket though, sadly.
There's that man Hamid doing the fielding. I've never seen someone with more bandaged hands than Hamid. Has that always been the way? Like, he has 3 or 4. I did an interview with him in those at Trent Bridge. There's those kind of squash courts behind the pavilion that they turn into media facilities, and his hands were just covered in bandages. And I thought it might have been a temporary thing, but he seems to have them all the time.
Yeah, as we see them there, I think he's protected them. I know that little finger that's in shot there had a number of surgeries on it. I think he broke it playing for England quite badly. Ended up with pins and plates and all sorts going on. So yeah, he's all about protecting the fingers, and I think we'll see some bandage hands here at Somerset as Craig Overton mistimes a pull from Lyndon James and holes out at deep square leg. Bit of an indication that Somerset are trying to get on with it. Overton out for 11.
Yeah.
Finally, a bit of reward for the hard work for the Nottinghamshire bowlers.
Yeah, look, and in most other scenarios, you'd perhaps aim a little bit of a criticism at Craig Overton. The trap was set, he took it on, and he fell victim. But I think in the situation, like, he knew that was what they were trying to do, but there was no the risk was that he would get out, but there's no real downside for Somerset given this lead is so big. So can't blame him. You just saw James Rew had a quick glance over to the dressing room as soon as that catch was taken, just to see if there was a way from Tom Abel, but it hasn't come quite yet.
I'm sure Ned is out there as 12th man at the moment, giving a bit of information from the captain, Josh Davey, coming out to bat. I still think that Somerset won't want to get bowled out anytime soon. I still think they might want another 20 or 30. Again, just to control the script, as it were.
45 overs remaining in the day still after this one, so we're only just over halfway through really. A lot of cricket still played today. Josh Davey always shapes up quite well, plays some lovely shots. Will not be the day I wouldn't have thought they'll get that elusive first class 100. I don't think Somerset will still be batting. And if he were to get anywhere near that, he's going to have a role to play with the ball, though, as all of Somerset bowlers will do too.
Well, I think all Somerset fans are more than happy for Craigo to go and put those feet back up and get himself prepared for what's going to be 4 sessions of hard work for him. He will certainly have a big part to play if Somerset are going to force a victory here.
He'll be relishing that as well. This is his kind of situation, isn't it? Chance to stand up as he does so many times. He's got quality at the other end in Matt Henry as well. That must be a joy for someone like him to be bowling with another international bowler too.
Just sliding down the leg side, I would suggest. Cool. Clutch. Just going down on the angle, I would say, but
It's a bit low again.
yeah, that'll give Josh Davey a little bit of heart for when he bowls. He's pretty good at nipping the ball back onto the shins.
Dane Patterson. Cap off. Going to continue his 25th over of the innings.
So if you were captain's armband on for Somerset, what would you be thinking, Sam? Would you give that little smelly session to the Nottinghamshire bowlers before tea?
Yeah, I'd want 6-8 overs, 3 each for Henry and Craig Overton. Get them straight back in with their feet off. And off, don't want them off, want them up. And same again after tea. You've got to, haven't you, surely? Notts batters won't want to do it.
Well, there's 2 for the changeover, so and they normally have tea with 32 overs to go. So you'd say, what's that, 11 overs from now. So you're saying bat for another 5?
Yeah, maybe not even that.
For 5 overs, so you've 450 is the number. Looking at the score, if we're sensible about things, unless there's a bit of long handle. Do you know what? I get the feeling that Somerset will not pull out before tea.
Unfortunately, I think you could be right. But I just think you've got to back yourselves to bowl a side out for less than 450 on the last day. And yeah, there's balancing risk, and just like if you lose, if not chase down 450, sometimes you've got to say fair play.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. I think the Somerset captain will be mindful of a couple of players in particular. Hamid's very hard to dismiss. Joe Clark scores incredibly freely. I think those two in particular. I think Slater looks like he was in good touch as well. I think Stephen Mulaney, I think they've got 4 or 5 players that would relish the opportunity of batting on this. But like I said, you've got to back yourself. You've got to be brave to win, I think, in this game. But I just sense that the tempo of the innings doesn't feel like there's a declaration coming up in the next 3 or 4 overs. Could be wrong. But at the end of the over, I'll let Harry come in to see us through to tea time.
I just feel like, well, they have got 4 or 5 dangerous players, but that's just called an opposition batting lineup, isn't it? Anytime it's Division 1 County Championship cricket, there are always going to be players on both sides that are capable of doing it, but what you've got to look at is, A, what you've got at your disposal, and that's Craig Overton and Matt Henry, and Josh Davey, who's a fine county bowler, KC and Shoaib as well. You get 2 new balls with Craig and Matt Henry. Demoralised, not side really, like mentally you can't rule out or underplay the effect that having been so dominant in this game to suddenly being now clinging on to potentially save it, like that's going to sap a lot of energy out of them mentally.
Yeah, there's no doubt there'll be a bit of shell shock out there from being in such a strong position going into day 2 to be in this position halfway through day 3. It's been such a 360 turnaround. The Great Dane giving me a little wave. That's very kind of him. He didn't think he'd be able to see me through the bird poo on the window. Brilliant character is Dane Patterson. Hopefully he's not too grumpy.
They've all spotted you now.
Yeah.
You've got a bowling trio, Jake Ball, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Dane's asking... I think Dane Patterson is showing Trio which ball he's going to bowl next, isn't he? Is he suggesting he might bowl a cutter here?
Oh, right on tap. Patterson has called the magic delivery and he's nearly executed. Nicked past third slip. What a character he is. He's nearly brought the wicket after calling it to me up here in the commentary box. That would have been a Babe Ruth moment. Very, very unlucky. I'm going to make way and let Harry join you, Sam, for a short while, and I'll come back at some stage after tea. Hopefully, when Overton and Henry are steaming in.
Thoroughly entertaining. Oh, I've just learnt forward as well. I can see a reader of the Telegraph there who's reading my piece. There it is. I didn't know that had happened. Oh, I just saw it in real time. There it is.
Sam getting in his newspaper article. Pete having a chat with Dane Patterson through the window and the bird poo with hand gestures. What a bit of action in the commentary box up here.
Perfectly timed. Welcome back, H. Would you declare?
Yeah, I would have already declared, to be honest with you. I know he's maybe worried about Surrey, Kent, but it's not as flat as the Oval here. Yeah, I'd have cracked on. Do you want to keep looking at your chat, reading your article down below?
No, it's all right. I know what it says. I know what it says. Lyndon
He's
James.
changed pages quickly. Tom Moores he's had some funny ones, hasn't he? Just short of him, moving around a bit. Dropped yesterday. Maybe not been easy to keep, but yeah, sorry, Sam, your mate below us has already swiftly moved on from your article. So
well, we don't know how long we had it out there.
I was really enjoying Triggs and Dane Patterson talking to each other through the window what to what. I didn't want to come on, really. I thought he was telling Dane to bowl a slower ball, and the very next ball, something happened.
quality bowler, Dane Patterson. Really, really good. The joker of that Nottinghamshire cartel, Dane Patterson, but you know, there was Andre Adams, who was so good for Nottinghamshire as an overseas, and Stephen Mullaney likened Patterson to him in terms of the impact. And slightly type of bowler, although Adams was a lot taller than Dane Patterson, as we see Lewis Gregory, the new father, on the balcony.
Big congratulations to him and Jack Brooks, of course. Yeah, just had a little chat with Andy Harris. I was walking around. He was we were having a bit of a laugh because we got the big attempted drive from James Rue inside edge. Chatting to him about the disability and inclusion game we've got here with different people getting to play on the outfield at lunchtime. Great opportunity, and I was laughing because Andy Harry was whacked out of the Cooper Associates County Ground over Gimlet's Hill into the church graveyard next door, and he was saying, "Oh, don't laugh at that, Harry, don't worry about that, Harry. I got a couple of wickets later on." He was determined to tell me about his with a massive tennis ball. No, great to see the players engaging. A lot of my school kids were buzzing to say, and they got signatures from Alfie Ogborn, Tom Abel, Craig Overton, those are the players signing autographs. Always wonderful here. The engagement with the fans. Chatting to a few other people about why Stephen Mullaney's refusing to bowl himself. Lyndon James getting through a few overs. I know he's younger than Stephen Mullaney, and perhaps in the future will bowl a bit more, and he has got 2 wickets, but I'm surprised Lyndon James into his 15th, and we've seen so little of Stephen Mullaney this match. A few options. Matt Montgomery we haven't seen. He's a player I quite like. Bowls some little off spinners. Rather swish play in the miss. James Rue is trying to accelerate, but he's one of those players I think he accelerates better playing his normal way. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you try and accelerate, you lose your shape and actually end up scoring more slowly. If he'd stay where he was, he'd have probably at least hit that to cover point for 1 run. Trying to smash it through a small gap in the offside. And I don't think Tom Abel will leave them out there this long is doing James Rue massive favours. If they wanted to get on with it, I thought they might have put Matt Henry in ahead of Josh Davey, maybe. Let the Kiwi have a bit of a whack. That's a nice shot from James Rue, but again, no run. He always looks frustrated, James Rue. He's on to 115, but he's better just playing his natural game. Rather than trying to force things, he's not quite managing to find the gaps in the runs here, trying to accelerate. They're still going to bat for another 3 or 4 overs at least, you'd have thought, but I agree with you. 3 overs from Henry, 3 overs from Overton before tea, so that's 6 overs plus 2 equals 8 for the changeover. So that gives them 3 overs to bat now if they go with that philosophy.
Well, it is going to be Dane Patterson who's got his cap off. He won't be able to get any tips from up here in the commentary box. I'm not sure he wants to listen to what Harry Everett and I tell him to bowl on this pitch. I would back Dane Patterson's judgment above ours. But he is going to continue. Brett Hutton just doing a little bit of work on the ball. Tough day to be a bowler. Davies got 8. He's also got 2 mid-wickets in there catching.
It's the umbrella cordon, isn't it? They call it a test match, wasn't it? When he was bowling in the test when they had that field with 3 mid-wickets and 3 covers. Is it Ollie Robinson? Oh, love Ben Stokes' field placements.
Rue back on strike then as the umpire moves from square leg to square leg, right left-hander. Mullaney in the covers. Big smile still for all those Notts bowlers. Fair play to them, they've been out there a long time, 32 overs. Around the wicket to left-hander, Patterson.
You can tell him what ball to bowl? Dane Patterson giving the signal. I love that. I thought that was brilliant. Wish we could clip that up. We can't get Pete's face and Dane Patterson's face with a little signal.
Take a single to Brett Hutton. Shy at the stumps. Would have been quite close. I think James Rue would have been back though.
It's got a bit of a Sunday afternoon friendly feel this last hour. Notts just want to get off the park. They're a bit done with it all now. And they're Should have really thrown it to Josh Davies' end. He'd have been struggling to get to the keeper's end, but James Rew was home comfortably.
Taking his guard again there, Davey. Mid wickets again. Company.
I'll have a look at. Well, we can have a look at it too.
Fielded down there's going to cut it off, but they'll scamper back for a couple. And that takes the lead to 450. I wondered if that was going to be the moment, but it isn't.
Hey, you thought Tommy liked his round numbers? Are you thinking from your Taunton CC days?
Well, I just wondered, and there was a kind of round of applause in the crowd, who presumably realised that.
Richard Walsh has got a Somerset bucket hat, Sam. Look at that, stylish.
Straight to Montgomery there, and was dug out well. Josh Davey.
It's the fashion, isn't it? Every cricket club WhatsApp I'm in has got comments about, we're going to get bucket hats, the new thing. I thought you might be sporting one back from Trent Bridge, Sam. Not. I think Boris Sophia Dunkley's just a...
No, I wore bucket hats about 10 years ago, H, actually. I've probably got a couple I can...
The trendsetter.
I wouldn't say
before
that.
They're big.
I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I had a couple for festivals. Nice looking shot from Davey. Josh Ball is a decent way back there, actually.
Josh or Jake?
Mid-on.
Josh Davey to Jake Ball?
Definitely Jake Ball, I reckon.
Yeah.
Decent way back at mid-off.
What are they saying here, the three seamers?
They're still enjoying themselves down
They're
there.
a little chuckle about something, aren't they? Yeah, Hutton, Patson and Ball. I reckon it's what to bowl next. Try the slower ball. Do something different.
Wow, that's hit really hard from Josh Davey and Jake Wallfield. So it's the end of over 133. So there's 42 left in the day. So if Somerset declared now, they'd have 8 overs to bowl at them before tea. There we go. Won't happen at tea, but it will happen in August, Friday night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset versus Warwickshire. Beer and Cider Festival. So a floodlit game starting at 2 o'clock, 50 overs aside, over 100 beers and ciders for the one-day cup. Somerset set, I reckon, for a better campaign than last year. The sun is going to be shining. I can't guarantee that, but I do think it will. 10 tickets for the price of 8.
Yep, I'll be here for that one. That'll be a cracking day out. As James Rew is on the advance, he's running down. He's only going to get one. Hasib Hamid is so quick and so impressed. I keep saying it. The double H charging around the leg side boundary. I mentioned earlier about Liam Dawson. What a game he's had. It's been 122 years since a Hampshire player got 110 wickets in a match. And that was at Taunton. South African Charlie Llewellyn for Hampshire here in 1901. Fair play to Liam Dawson. As we said earlier, Jack Leach, after his injury, you'd have thought they might think about another solid left-arm spinner to hold an end up, but no, they went to Moeen Ali. Then they were going to go to Rowan Ahmed, but no, they've gone for Josh Tongue and no spinner in the Test match starting tomorrow morning. Set your alarms. Brighton Ali will be given updates from here between the Test match and the County Championship matches, and what should be a cracking finish between Somerset and Notts. Now there are 3 men back on the pull here for Josh Davey, and of course he has bowled short. The field telegraphed it. Lyndon James has gone for it, and Josh Davey just tucks underneath it. Another Somerset man, Don Bess, has got a 50 on his Warwickshire debut. Him and Jake Lintott, 2 men from parts around here, bowling in tandem earlier on. He'll probably be involved in the Roses T20 match on Friday night when his actual County Yorkshire play Lancs at Old Trafford. A bit mental really on this one match loan for Warwickshire. He thought the score's level between Essex and Warwickshire. As Josh Davey does take on the pull, it's only going to bounce a couple of times before the mid-wicket man.
Just seen a lovely tweet from Tammy Beaumont, who made history this week, being the first English woman to make a Test double century. Now, Daniel Bell-Drummond has made 300 for Kent, and she has tweeted a picture of them both. And for Kent under 11, said, yes, Deebs, we've come a long way since Kent under 11. So that would be a formidable opening batting partnership, wouldn't it? Tammy Beaumont and Belle Drummond.
Really nice message from Sean Dixon congratulating DBD for joining him in the Kent Triple 100 Club as well. Dixon probably had his eyes on that game as well as on this game. Well, he's not been required yet today. Rue thinks about a single, but not to Calvin Harrison, the young former Taunton Dean and King's College leg spinner. Lyndon James into his 16th over. 4 maidens, 2 for 47. Picked up that wicket with the last wicket of Casey Aldridge and of Craig Overton. Add a couple of scouts to improve the bowling figures. Matt Carter at quite a short extra cover. But cover on his left shoulder is very near it, but they're not in the game as James Rue scuffs a pull shot down to fine leg for 1. Safe enough, but nowhere near the middle of the bat. He's just going through the motions here, really, James Rue. 118 not out. And that equals, highest score, 118 not out early in the season. Another 118 not out currently. His 4th 100 of the championship season. Phenomenal from James Rue. And if they don't declare at the end of this over, he might have a chance to add to it. But probably not too many more before surely Tom Abel does bring them in. Oh, Josh Davey thinks about going for that. I mean, could he hook it? Could he just play the uppercut over the keeper? There's no fine leg. Sort of a long leg, a deep square and a deep mid-wicket.
We're going to keep going here then. It feels to me like there isn't going to be a declaration before tea based on this. 41 overs remaining. Remember, we'd lose a couple of overs for the changeover unless it's at tea, in which case we wouldn't lose them. But psychologically, I think you'd either want it to be before or after tea. Dane Patterson is going to continue then. Decent spell this from him. Going to come around the wicket to the left-handed James Rue. Skipper Stephen Mullaney just having a chat with Patterson to see if there's something they can do. Looks like slip is going to come out. Third is going to go wider. There's going to be a backward point. Rue has a couple of edges down there through that third position. There's a deep point. Deep square leg. Fine leg as well. A little bit more rain in the clouds over the hills by the looks of things, so hopefully that'll pass us by. There were mentions that we might be due a little bit. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to get 15-20 minutes and then come back out.
Bad light stop play at Headingley, slightly further north.
They've only just got back out there, haven't they? They've only just started.
Yeah, they've done a bit on and off.
So ended that pull completely, James Rue. That went in the wrong direction. He'll have a look, check there's no damage.
I'm getting told off for neglecting to read YouTube comments out from over the day, Sam.
You're very good at that, aren't you?
Yeah,
actually?
well, we got Rob Air, James Tapp, Mr. Green from North Molton Cricket Club. They're on the train to Lords, ready for the test match tomorrow, watching the Somerset stream on the way up. We've got the usual regulars on the live stream. Mike Wilmington talk about the museum. We've given that a fair amount of airtime. Plenty of extra people have gone to enjoy the museum at lunch and tea, which is great. Vic talked us through the new magazine.
Take a single to Jake Ball, who has a shot at the stumps and hits them. James Rue comfortably home.
A lot of the YouTube
so that is James Rue's highest score in first class cricket, 119.
Andy Jade with a rapturous applause from the back of the fourth box. Yeah, most of the YouTube chat, Sam, is about the declaration, really.
Doesn't surprise me.
I enjoy the arguments about whether 80 mile an hour is quick and whether people could face it, and talking about wood and what's quick for England in the test side.
Yeah, not worried about England, H. Somerset victory for me will do. James Rue, 119, 500s in his career. He's only played 16 first class games.
Batting number 6, he's not going to get many chances to score a daddy 100, is he? It's going to be a monumental collapse in the first innings and him to come in. He's going to get a lot of small hundreds, sounds a harsh thing to say.
Well, it'd be interesting to see where he ends up. He could definitely bat 5. I don't know if he's the kind of player you'd want in the top 3 eventually.
I guess it depends if he keeps going forward long term.
Yes, that does.
That's the main definer.
Solid in behind that. Patterson keen to do the fielding off.
Yeah, talking of
Is that
solid,
rolling?
might have been a solid collision between Josh Davey and Dane Patterson there, dropping the shoulder. Yeah, almost 800 balls left in the game, says Dan Botton, who's worked out the overs, and, well, that depends on the light and rain, of course, but tomorrow, not going to rain too much, hopefully. Never know with the stormy weather of June, July, but winter's coming, Sam. We're past the longest day of the year.
Keeps the strike then, Roo, with a single off the last ball of the over. 135 gone. 480 for 7. And Somerset are going to keep going. There was a little peek by the Notts fielder who's about to bring the helmet on just in case it wasn't required. Though actually, it's been sent off anyway.
Change their mind. Yeah, talking about whether Ben Stokes would have declared by now. 2.5 thousand viewers listening and chatting on the YouTube comments, enjoying the social aspects of a county championship day. Bunking off work, getting distracted. But Lyndon James is continuing from the River Home, still with this interesting ploy of Matt Carter at extra cover. And really, it's not even a cover. It's almost like 2 extra covers. 1 extra cover catching and a extra cover on the ring, on that Hessian mat we were talking about on day 1. Sophie Laff was talking about yesterday about diving on a Hessian mat and getting scratches up your elbows.
Yes, Tom Abel has a lot of scratches all over his body from diving around. 4-5-7 the lead now then.
There we go, the 2 extra covers in the game from James Root. Simon Hawkins says, Tom Abel has historically played it very safe with declarations. I remember the Yorkshire game last year where he didn't declare and the game got rained off.
4-5-7 has got to be enough. And you've got to back yourselves and your bowlers to bowl a side out in 4 sessions.
And it's not like we've got injury concerns within our bowling attack either. We have in the players who aren't playing, but the ones who bowled in the first innings seem pretty fit and fine and raring to go. Thought they might start running ragged and pushing the runs a bit more. Intent and positive scoring doesn't have to come with reckless shots. It can just come with rotating the strike and running quicker 1s and 2s.
And that's the one thing, and James Rue, I think, has spoken about that himself at times and said that an area he does need to improve is that rotating the strike. Just a fewer dot balls and picking up those 1s a little bit more frequently. And we're kind of being very pernickety here because his record is brilliant.
Yeah, I think entitled to do so. There's little things that you can, always wanting to improve. So he does take the 1 there, but we talked about it at Old Trafford, didn't we? Casey Aldridge and James Rue. Could they have, I know we had that part-time stuff with George Bell and Dave Villas, but before lunch, even with Lammonby, that game that got a bit controversial on the end, they could have scored more quickly and just rotate the strike or push the running a bit harder at Old Trafford to set up a declaration.
It's difficult. I can't help but feel with the lights on, they're missing a trick, not giving Henry and Overton a burst either side of tee.
Yep. Another bouncer to Josh Davey, but not really above the armpit. Can't quite pull that. Can't quite get over it. He's just going to block it into just about the leg side for no run. Yeah, James Rue, 19 years old, 5th first-class century, and averaging nearly 50 here, 121 not out. I mean, he won't mind keep going, will he? But he'll want to get the win. He'll want to push for this against a weary Notts side. Notts, of course, missing their own players. Could potentially make it. If that is a short ball that Josh Davey does, I like that from Josh Davey. It's a safe shot, the ramp, the uppercut. If he gets any bat on ball, that's 4 runs. There's no way Brett Hutton's going to stop that from a wide third, or Dane Patterson from an even wider fine leg.
It's just how you can tell the difference between a batter and a bowler who bats there, though.
Yeah.
A batter's playing that shot, like muscle reflex is playing that shot straight away, whereas Davey was just a tad late thinking about it.
When he was opening for Middlesex, would he have got a bat on that?
Don't think it was a thing back
We
then.
like to talk about those YB40, CB40 days, was it back then? This time he does go for the sort of swivel pull / hook down to Dane Patterson for 1 run. The help on its way to
Where
find.
was the swivel there? He was
Oh.
stood still.
Okay, how would you describe it then? It wasn't a pull and it wasn't a hook,
I'll give you that. That wasn't.
and
the
it
bit
wasn't a scoop.
That wasn't the bit I was questioning. It was a swivel.
Okay, the non-swivel. I still want a word with this, Abby. It wasn't a scoop, pull, or a hook. What was it?
Flick. It was just a flick into the leg
flick?
side, wasn't it?
Oh, but a flick could be off the
He-
front or the back foot.
Here we go. We'll move us away from that because
Nicely.
you've got your wish. Here is the skipper, Stephen Mullany.
Yes,
Cap
I like
on,
Stephen Mullany.
Keep her up to the stumps.
This is it. Yeah, big fan of Stephen Mullany. And we've got a bit of flat watch while we wait for it. 4 on the top deck. Stephen Mullany, underrated bowler, just nibbles it around, doesn't he? Bowls at awkward areas.
He's the kind of bowler you don't want to face
Yeah.
if you're a batter. You're under hiding to nothing really as he bangs one into the ground there as he goes for his action with Jake Ball. Big smile on his face. It's almost as if he's saying, "Come on, Somerset, the time has come." Tom Moore's up to the stumps. There's 4 men on the boundary on the leg side. I don't see that very often. Just happy to flick it to one of them, Josh Davey.
No, I think that was a long op. I think Josh Davey had a look at that being the first ball. I think if that was James Drew, he might have crashed that for 4 with a cross-batted pull shot. I think Mullany's got away with one there.
Coming around the wicket to James Root. There's Hasib Hamid, 99 on his back. He's having a decent couple of years actually with the bat, Hamid, after a really tough patch. I just wonder if on this pitch with an older ball, what's the ball now? 56 overs old. It might have actually been a better option. Might just do something with it.
Oh, that's a better line length from the left. What's he signalling here, Steve Mullany, do you reckon? Is that little 1 to backward point? What's he saying? No 1? Don't need to get my binoculars out, Sam.
Me too. Here he goes for a little deft parallel sweep. I don't think he got any bat on it, so it's going to be given as a leg bye.
Takes the mick, really, doesn't it, when a 19-year-old starts trying to paddle, lap, sweep an experienced pro like Stephen Mullany. We'll get Vic on in a bit to talk about. I'm sure he'd have hated it when a teenager started doing silly shots to his bowling.
That one, I think, is going to go all the way to the boundary. Leg buys again, I think. Can Hurts give his runs?
He got a tickle on it.
Yeah, I suppose it wouldn't have gone that quickly off his 5 tag.
Unless he's got wood in the pad, there might be a test for that.
So 19 now, Josh Davey has. Somerset inching towards 500. 488, 47. A lead of 465. After this over, if they were to declare, they'd only have 4 before tea.
I'm almost, getting rid of that theory now.
Mm.
It looks like they just wait until tea. I suppose it saves 10 minutes, saves 2 overs of the game.
But then yeah, there is that. Do you actually go back out for another over or 2 just to annoy? As Davey goes for a big shot, there's a man underneath it. It's Brett Hutton. Steadied himself. Takes the catch down on one knee. Josh Davey is going to wander off. But James Rue isn't, I don't think.
He's going for a drink.
Is it a
Ned
drink,
Leonard's
I
got the
think? Yeah.
new gloves. No, not even a drink. New gloves from Ned Leonard.
Yeah, I saw Matt Henry stand up and looked like he was making his way down. I think because he was bowling. But I think Somerset are going to continue. So do you actually, rather than allow the Notts batters 20 minutes to get themselves ready to come out and bat, do you bring them back out into the field for an over and then declare? Because as a bowling side, you can get ready. Do you have to tell them if you're declaring, right, over tea? Do you have to make that call at the start of tea, or could you wait until the very end?
I believe I've asked Pete Tree or Sophie Luff this on comms before. Actually, I cannot remember the answer though. I remember making this exact point as you just said. I don't know, because you're right. You could really tease. You could mess them around a bit. You could also change your mind in 18 minutes over tea.
Well, you'd have to say, once you've declared, that's it. But
yeah, but you could just, at the start you might think we're going to declare, and then actually having chatted to Jason Kerr or the batters out there, you might think, actually, I'm going to change my mind. And then you announce it at the end of tea. Yeah, you're right. It's almost getting to frustration levels here. Some of the fans are, fair enough, saying on the YouTube comments, it's meant to be an entertainment game. That's what Ben Stokes is all about. And also, if there is a chance of rain tomorrow, Somerset will be fuming if, having had the chance to declare the last few hours, having got to nearly 500 now, they could have declared a long time ago. If they do run out of time, they'll be good. I mean, Matt Henry's taken plenty of time here. Stephen Mullaney's ready to bowl. Matt Henry's not ready to take strike. The fielder out for his first ball.
So Matt Henry's gone over the top.
No
It's just plunked. Yeah, it was exactly that, because it's basically hit the ground and almost stopped. So he's off the mark with a single, not the most convincing single he will ever score. 137 overs gone there. 489 for 8. Who'd have thought it? I know we've said it a few times, but after day one, Somerset's position now. Now then, there they are. The Wurzels in all their glory. They'll be playing. We talked about the Beer and Cider Festival previously. Another Friday night for you. 11 o'clock start this one, Somerset versus Sussex. Then the Wurzels in the evening. Again, as is the case for all one-day cup games. 10 tickets for the price of 8 as well. So get your group down. Go and see the Wurzels. One of my great days in London every year is the Wurzels Christmas do. I've talked about it before.
Yeah, I enjoy this story. Go on. Some listeners might not have heard it.
It's just when they get... basically anyone from Somerset who lives in London descends upon Islington just before Christmas.
Lyndon James going to interrupt Sam's story here. Short ball from Matt Henry, spooned up on the offside. This has become, not farcical is a strong word, but it's becoming very friendly here. Just Matt Henry's faced 2 balls and scooped them miles in the air. Never going to carry to deep fielder, but it's, there's just no intensity here. Everyone waiting for declaration. There's only 6 overs or 5 and a bit now till tea.
It's an odd passage of play, isn't it? You don't want to be too critical because Somerset are in a massive lead. And I also don't quite subscribe to this theory that everyone thinks that there's a right to be entertained. Actually, I think at some points in a 4-day game, yes, you want to entertain, but there are going to be attritional times where it's not going to be as exciting. But what you want is intensity and purpose. And I'm just not sure what the purpose of this couple of overs is now.
Well, yeah, on that point, you'd rather be in Australia's shoes after one test. Whoever entertained the most, Australia won the first Ashes test. I mean, James Rew's knocking around singles for fun here easily enough, but it's not edgy your seat stuff here. But Somerset aren't saying they've got to try and entertain. They need to win this game. But I still think there's less than one. If there's a wasp, but there's a win viz, there's less than 1% chance of Notts winning this game of cricket. If potential rain, they could potentially draw. A draw from this position for Notts is a win for Notts and a loss for Somerset, really.
Yeah, well, quite. And Somerset will argue, and rightly so, there's a lot of time left in this game, actually. They could still very easily have them 2 or 3 down by close of play, and then we'll be praising them to the hill.
Maybe. Henry wishes that. But they could be 5 or 6 down by close of play. I would potentially argue if they declared an hour ago, they could have got 2 before tea, 2 or 3 in the session before drinks after tea, and then maybe a few more right before close.
And they still might.
Notts and knackered, yeah.
32 overs to go. Notts, as Trees was saying, it's a formidable batting lineup. People like Slater,
yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Montgomery as well, and Hamid. That top 3, they do not give their wickets away cheaply very often.
It's the top 4 I'm worried about. Normally, over the recent years, Notts have had a really strong middle order. I don't think they're quite as strong as they have been. Mullaney, getting to more of the twilight of his career, you'd say. Tom Moore's not really in form. Not done a lot with the bat. Got a lot of criticism on Notts Twitter and YouTube comments this week saying he's a walking wicket and shouldn't be in the team, this, that and the other. Maybe he's due a few runs. Matt Carter can whack it, but I think it's the top 4.
Carter's a spot high there, isn't
Yeah.
he, at 8 in a Champo game?
But then Hutton's got championship 50s. Hitman Hutton, you'd probably say, is a bowling all-rounder just about. Probably probably better than Craig Overton with the bat, you'd say. Number 9. Matt Henry's going to get 4. There you go. There's no stopping that, even with a fine leg and a third. Going to bowl short, have a swish. But if Matt Henry gets wrapped on the thumb here and suddenly can't bowl, this would look really... I know I'm just thinking hypothetical scenarios here, but Somerset would be absolutely fuming. Even the ground staff are getting a football out over by Gimlet's Hill. Finding different ways of entertainment here.
Costly delivery that as well. No ball from Lyndon James. Just overstepping.
Yeah, just, you know, Matt Henry and Craig Overton did not need to bat, would be my way of looking at this. I'd have probably declared as soon as Casey Aldridge got out, I think, if I was Tom Abel.
We should say it's probably not just Tom's decision. This will be a team decision, so mentioning his name.
Oh, run and use of the feet, Matt Henry. No single there. 21 extras, though. It's actually not terrible when you think out of 500 runs, the amount of hours and overs have been in the field, 21 isn't loads. But overstepping from Lyndon James is perhaps a bit of a tired sign into his 18th over. Near the end of his 18th over now. I was going to show the remainder of my school kids around the commentary box at tea time, but I think this section being extended, they have to go by 3:30 to get back for the end of school, so I don't think that's going to happen, sadly. Apologies for that. They enjoyed this. The half of them loved it at lunchtime, though, getting on the live stream, so thanks to Ben Neville for that. As Matt Henry has boomed that all the way over the man for 6. That is a big old hit over towards the Somerset stand. The retirement flats in the Gimlet's Hill area. The deep backward square leg fielder was 10 yards in, but even had he been on the rope, he would not have caught that. Great shot, Matt Henry. 6 runs. Still no declaration. Matt Henry up to 12. And we know the New Zealander can bat. We know his mate Ish Sodhi is coming to join him here soon. Sam's just nicked the bar nose to check if they're all in whites, I guess.
Yeah, just trying to see if that's Shoaib Bashir in whites or ready to come in.
Whites with pads or whites with no pads, is that what you mean?
I think he's the only one.
Shoaib Bashir is the man. Carlos about 11. So he is the only man left with his pads to be used. Steve Mulaney will continue with the keeper stood up. Tom Moores has got no one anywhere near him to talk to other than James Rue. Wicket-keeper left-hand bat union, I suppose, because they have a little chat, but otherwise he's an isolated figure here, and this is becoming a, well, I guess you'd see this in club cricket went before the regulations of power play circles were brought in.
I wonder if it, I know you play to 32 for T, right? I don't know if there's anything woven into the regulations where if they declared now, where actually they'd keep the overs but move them to after T.
Not.
I don't know quite how it works.
No, they're pretty strict. It's 32 overs.
Mulaney around the wicket to Rue. Happy to give Matt Henry the strike, one feels, actually. I think Henry is going to try and hit as many balls as he can out of the Cooper Associates county ground. Who can blame him?
Talking of declarations, Derbyshire have declared with a 341-run lead at New Road. Interesting. They thought 341 was enough. 578 for 5 declared, so a few more than Somerset, admittedly. But that's because Worcester scored more in the first innings than either Somerset or Notts have.
How many did deploy get?
238 not out.
Big swing. Mulaney actually did that quite deliberately, I think. Just hit that ball outside off stump, knowing that that was the area Henry would target.
I guess if we can
move the field round slightly, sorry, H.
Just thinking if we're comparing to the declaration at New Road, they did lose a bit of time, bit of a late start there. Different in the first innings.
Very different pitches as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So fine leg has gone across to deep third, and there's a deep point. I think looking for that top edge, basically. Henry, who lines up with a big swipe. Had he connected with it, I suspect we'll be watching that just plonk its way on top of the collar factory. But
yeah, well, M&H might have been in danger, I reckon.
There's Spencer Bishop in there with Ben Warren. Looks quite smart today, Spencer Bishop.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was doing.
Is he going to some kind of like Farmers Union do later on? And Anthony Gibson.
Everton pre-season signing unveiling, maybe.
It's very smart.
He'd be delighted.
There is an attempted big stroke. from Matt Henry. It's gone along the ground and it's dissected the two fielders, Hamid and Hutton.
Well, Hutton didn't move, did he?
Well, that's the change of field has actually helped Henry there, because there was previously a deep square leg and a fine leg, but actually they've all been shifted round. So there was that gap there, and Henry has found it. No, I don't think Hutton picked that up.
I think he's just saying, why are we still out here? I don't really care. Sorry, Mulaney, mate, but don't mind if you go for 4 here.
Yeah, just the one bounce there from Henry.
Right by our cameraman Alex down on the camera down there.
That one has gone big from Matt Henry. He's been waiting for that ball. It was in his slot. Very casual that from Matt Henry. Some good ball striking. 6 more to the total, so 514 for 8. Somerset moving towards a 500 lead, which you'd think would be enough.
Just trying to get past the Dom Sibley effect, do you reckon? The Surrey v Kent.
Well,
half a thousand.
In fairness, maybe they've sat down together and gone, right, well, we're going to declare it T regardless. So actually, in which case it's difficult. The runs aren't really counting. I don't really think, in fact, that is it. They have declared.
What a
after
weird
that
time to
ball,
declare.
With 1 ball remaining, Somerset of the 139th over, Somerset have called them in. So 514 for 8. Somerset have. Matt Henry, 22 unbeaten. James Rue will rightfully take the applause of the Cooper Associates county round, because he, with his helmet off and his bat under his arms, which he's now holding aloft, has made 123. It is his highest first-class score. It's his 5th 100 in only his 16th game. He gets a couple of shakes on the hand, gets given a water bottle to go off and rehydrate, because he will come back if we come back at all before tea, and if not afterwards, because he'll have his pads on. He'll be keeping wicket, Harry, and Somerset. Well, that is quite a formidable target there. Well, is it even a target? Do we call it a target?
Not a target? No. Shane Berger, rightfully so, gives him a massive pat on the back. James Rue, it looked like Craig Overton was calling the guys in. I mean, we were surprised there. 1 ball left in the 139th over, so there's 36 and a ball remaining. So by my maths, they're going to lose that to make 34. So they could come out for 2 overs.
Well, I'm just
1
trying
over
to
each end, I reckon.
work out what's happening here. Yeah, indeed. So 491 is the lead, so it would be 492 runs if Nottinghamshire were to claim victory. They are definitely going to come out here, because Somerset's coaches are out there with those kind of faux stumps. These days you only have 1 stump, don't you? 1 full stump. The other 2 are kind of half stumps. So we're going to have 10 minutes. We're going to lose a couple of overs. And I think what's going to happen is Somerset are going to come out and bowl 2 overs, which would unsettle Hamid and Slater. They won't really fancy that. We've been waiting for that declaration to come for, what, half an hour, maybe even up to an hour now. We finally got it, H, and I have to say we're a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I don't quite know what is going on here. I don't think anyone quite does. Andrew Griffiths, bowling assistant coach, is out there ready to loosen the players up. We'll probably take a break for 8 or 9 minutes here and be back for what's going to be a little tiny session, a mini session of probably 2 overs before tea time.
Yeah, well, before we do that, I was just going to run through the scorecard, if you like, Harry, because it's a lot more, well, it's a lot more pleasing on the eye, isn't it? Tom Lammonby 73, Dixon 26. Abel run out without scoring. I mean, that feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it? It was on the stroke of tea yesterday, in fact, that Joe Clark throw. Bartlett 134, top scoring. His 2nd 100 of the season. Didn't he bat beautifully and justified his inclusion? He is someone who is at times given a little bit of stick on social media. I think Polly did pop in and say that, you know, actually he's had 200s but not scored above 20, but he's a super talented player. And then there was that 100 unbeaten James Rue, 123. Hard work, that, based on the bowling card. H for Nottinghamshire. 2 wickets for Patterson, but for 106. Ball as well, going for 106 from his 27 overs. Carter, the 3rd Notts bowler, to go for 100. That suggests Somerset are going to have to work hard to bowl Notts out.
Yeah, it ain't going to be easy, but plenty of time left in the game. A lot of work being done to the wicket. The main partnership, of course, being Rue and Aldridge, but Lammonby and Bartlett did very well, mostly yesterday. And yes, it's nice to see from a home point of view, Somerset scoring well over 500, but just a bit confused really with the declaration tactics here.
Yeah, as you can see, that third innings is a real outlier. Somerset 163 in the first, Notts 186, and so Somerset have declared a lead of 491 runs. We've got 2 overs before tea. Ground staff are out there. The roller is out there. We're going to grab a cup of tea. It might be us, it might be Vic and Treeks, I'm not sure, but there will be a couple of overs still to bowl.
Northamptonshire 237 in their first innings. They were 133 for 3 in their second, so they still trail by 251. At the Oval, Lancashire lead by 188, but they only have 2 wickets left. They scored 274 in their first innings. They were 274 for 8 in their second. Surrey posted 3
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Nottinghamshire versus Somerset. Or Somerset versus Nottinghamshire, really, as it's a home tie for Somerset. And the main thing is that we've had 3 innings that have led us up to this point, where the game, I think, is going to quite drastically change tempo. Today, it's all been all Somerset. They've batted beautifully. Hundreds from Bartlett and James Rue, and aptly supported by Casey Aldridge. But now, it's almost been, for the last maybe 2 hours, Vic, certainly the last session, it's just been festering away to the point we have now. We've got quite a gloomy grey sky. The lights are on, a brand new Kookaburra ball, and Somerset with a challenge of taking 10 Nottinghamshire wickets in the 4th innings here at Taunton. I'm joined by Vic Marks to take you through this rather exciting passage of play that, let's be honest, we've been kind of waiting for.
Exactly, because after the first hour this morning, Notts took this second new ball, didn't do much. Bartlett and Rue played well. The tension came out of the game because the runs were coming, and it was a question of when would Abel declare, or when would Somerset be bowled out with a formidable lead. Now that time has come. And now we've got cricket that is going to be more intense. Final innings. 492 is the lead, it's a big lead. 36 overs remain tonight. 96 tomorrow, potentially. 4 slips. Matt Henry. Game on. There's more. The cricket will be more intense, more significant.
Yeah, certainly is. There was part of me that, you know, again, teammates of them not so long back kind of felt not sorry for them because they're fantastic competitive sportsmen, but it got to that stage where there wasn't much on offer. Rui was seeing it like a beach ball. It was almost waiting for this point as we got Matt Henry with a brand new ball to steam into Ben Slater, and you have to say a rather sort of docile bounce of the ball up to Ben Slater, who played that very comfortably. But the challenge is here, yes, it might be a flat pitch, yes, it's not a duke ball that's going to swing round corners, but Ben Slater and his teammate up the other end, Hasim Hamid, have been fielding for what would feel like an eternity. Deep sea diver boots. How sharp's your footwork? How sharp's the mind after being out there fielding for such a long period of time?
Yeah, well, in the field they've had plenty of time to think about it. And in one sense, they'll be looking forward to the challenge. 36 overs, they've got a whole session to bat, which is rather more appealing than a 6-over slot. They know they've got a flat wicket, but they have also got Matt Henry, new ball, Craig Overton, new ball, and a lot resting on this opening pair. They are both batsmen who are capable of playing that long innings. They both love occupying that crease, this pair. They're not the sort of archetypal modern player who wants to be reverse sweeping and playing all sorts of exotic shots. They like scoring runs and occupying that crease.
Yeah, I think Ben Slater carries good form as well from the first innings. Got a magnificent 17 until he was undone by the man bowling to him now from around the wicket. Just nicked him off on 70 in that middle of that very fiery spell from Overton and Henry.
They swapped ends. There must be a bit more of a... There's not much breeze on that limp Somerset flag in the Caddick Pavilion. But Henry did his damage from the Marcus Scothic Pavilion end yesterday, but he's coming in from the River End.
Yeah, and Craig got a couple of wickets from the end that Henry's bowling. So I know this is definitely the favoured end for the taller bowlers. That was always the theory. Maybe driven by Andy Caddick, potentially. He loved bowling from this end, and a lot of the bigger, taller, faster bowlers bowled from this end, and the Graham Roses of this world bowled from the other end.
Oh, right.
I think you've got the prevailing wind as well that is often downwind this end into... which helped the away swing from the bottom end, which is why I always quite liked it. And even though it's a pretty flat surface, you do get the sense from the river end that you're running slightly up a tiny little slope.
Yeah. Well, once I became a senior citizen, I didn't bowl many overs from this end, I'll tell you that. Anyway,
which was Joel's end.
I'm just trying to think. I'm My recollection is of Joel coming in from the river end, actually, more often than not. But I think he won 2 bowlers.
Yeah, when you're delivering the ball from 11 foot.
Yeah.
Not far away from the delivery position of Craig Overton. Very tall lad, 6'6". Bowls very much over the front leg, retains a lot of his height, gets a lot of bounce, and certainly when he's picking his knees up in his run up, you know that he means business. He'll be revelling in this opportunity against Hasim Hamid. England credentials, both of these two, probably been slightly shifted to the periphery at the moment, so both of them having a point to prove as a bit of a side plot here. Overton, I think, must have got himself into some sort of recollection for one-day international sort of call-ups with his performance. Recognition, I should say, sorry. He's been outstanding bowling his overs through the top of the T20, taking key wickets in that power play. Looks back to his old self.
Yep. I mean, he's a key, absolutely key player for Somerset. And for a while this early season, the wickets didn't quite come as we expected. He had a bit of tendinitis, but he certainly turns up when it matters. And he's already running in with purpose here. Carry, right direction. Hamid's on a pair.
Never a great place to be. Sleepless nights. If ever I got a naught in the first innings, God, I was.
You must have got a first-class pair.
No.
No.
220 odd games, Vic. Never a pair. Trez managed one, and I can remember him coming in and sort of like giggling, saying, "Oh, I've finally ticked that milestone off." I can remember seeing Butler reduced to a tear in his eye when he got his pair at Canterbury. Yeah, I somehow managed to avoid it, but I can promise you there were some
Close
second
shaves.
innings panic shots.
Oh, right.
I used to get the proper Red Bull run on. I used to walk to the wicket wide-eyed, and I would go straight to whoever was up the other end and said, "Get on your toes, I'm running, whatever happens."
Delivery, and he's out.
Oh,
That
my.
is a brilliant piece of fielding.
And that is the pair. Hamid is out for a pair. Run out. Extraordinary circumstances. Be interested to see the replay there. There's a bit of confusion from the Nottinghamshire pair.
My goodness, that was aside. I think it was Bartlett, I'm not sure. Played just behind square on the offside, sort of one where you think there's one there if they both go, but they hesitated.
Got the replay here.
he
High on
wanted
the
it.
bat, off the glove. Bartlett, the Centurion, swoops round. Hamid's gone on a wander.
1.5 stumps to aim at.
Brilliant
And he
piece of
hits 'em.
fielding from Bartlett. Hamid will be kicking himself.
Well, so will Slater.
His
you
mate
see.
wasn't on his toes, was he?
No.
He should have been down the other end, scampering through.
Perhaps he forgot to give him that piece of advice that you always gave your partners. Look, once I've hit it, you're running. Because I think it was one of those, probably if they both run straight away, he'd have been all right. And there was that moment where Hamid knew that he was stranded. He couldn't get back if there was a direct hit, but there was that little delay as we saw Bartlett throw. We were watching. I mean, it's a good piece of work to hit the stumps from there. You've got 1.5 stumps to aim at.
That
But even
sinking
so-
feeling.
And so he was just watching like the rest of us. Is that throw going to hit the stumps? And it hit him hard. It's a great start for Somerset. Picked up in the left hand, switched it to the right. And is he going to hit? Is he going to hit? Oh, yes, hit quite hard. Off goes Hamid. I wonder if that's his first pairs.
Oh, that would burn if it is that one.
On a flat pitch at Taunton. Well, certainly flat pitch in the second innings. Anyway,
But
what
it adds
start.
some sort of gravity to the conversations that I've had, trying to step into the shoes of how those players would have feeling. Out there for 130 odd overs,
Yeah.
the mind is tired. How often would someone of his class quality, go on a wander like that, there's no doubt that fatigue of being out there in the field would have some sort of part to play in that dismissal.
And the pair bit as well would have not helped. And also, I mean, I'm sure he's a very steady character, but you know him well. But, you know, it's not going to help Ben Slater relax. You needed him to bellow no straight away, which he probably didn't quite. I'm not saying that he's culpable, really, Ben Slater. I don't, it wasn't a good run.
No,
Brilliant piece of fielding.
Just looked like Ass just went on a bit of a wander, didn't he? Probably wanted, exactly like you're saying, that bit of advice from the other end.
Yeah,
No.
Got one out here. I think I didn't see much of Slater on the first evening when he got most of his runs. But on the second morning, they kind of peppered him with quite a lot of short. And they put a man back. They got two men back. One was just behind square on the leg side, and another long leg. And I think they like to give him a few short ones, which is along with that.
Yeah, I think
he got slightly unnerved by a few of the short
Well,
ones.
he played very well for his 70, but there was a change of momentum. In particular, the bouncer that Henry bowled from around the wicket.
That's right, he hit him on the helmet too.
He got himself into an awkward position and turned his head on it, and it hit him quite hard on the grill. And there's no doubt that kind of shook him up a little bit. So, no doubt they're going to employ a little bit of hostile bowling, mix it up. Just get it in his head that the short ball is never going to be too far away. And Slater gets off the mark. Notts losing that wicket to a run out, almost like, they'll probably feel like that as Abel did about his run out. It's needless run out for naught.
And a key player for them, Hasib Hamid. I was on that tour of India where he played. He was so impressive as a youngster. I'm not that familiar with Matthew Montgomery. What can you tell me about him? Was he there in your time?
Yeah, he's signed, I think, maybe my second year. Scored, put on a couple of nice partnerships in the second 11, scored heavy. Didn't have any first team opportunities the season that I was there, but very gritty player. Pretty orthodox, I'd say. He has a slightly unusual batting sort of style in terms of his grip. He's has his bottom and top hand spread apart, so he's very quick and good on the pull. Faf du Plessis holds the bat off memory. The only person that I think holds the bat with such a gap between the two hands.
He's got him. Look at Matt Henry. He is absolutely top of the hoop. What a start by Somerset. Trapped on the crease, round the wicket. We'll have a look at the replay in a minute. It's good enough for the umpire.
Pretty pumped up. The replay is due in very shortly. Be fascinated to see this. Great angle from the cameras here. Darting back in, and that is stone dead. That's hit him on off stump, clattering into middle. He hasn't gone anywhere on the crease there. No complaints with that decision. And Ben Slater's gone for one. Somerset absolutely cock-a-hoop at the moment.
Yeah, thudded in actually to his front pad, but his front pad was nowhere. It was on the popping crease. I think I'm right in saying.
No issues with that dismissal.
No, just below the knee roll. And
heavy ball, nips back sharply.
He does somehow. He gets that ball to nip. Usually he gets the ball to nip into right-handers brilliantly. But that one nip back into the left-hander.
You see here that front foot only just outside the crease.
And also with the top bowlers, and you know, once you've played a while, you can almost tell about the quality of the appeal or quality of the shout by how they appeal. It was one of those where Matt Henry was dutifully looking towards the umpire, but he was celebrating as well because he
was an out
he
appeal.
knew it was out.
Almost like the broad appeal where he doesn't turn round.
That's right.
Craig Overton from the top end now to Matthew Montgomery. As we were talking about Montgomery, yeah, born and raised in South Africa.
Right.
So I think he's, you know, I think almost by nature got that sort of that gritty hunger for runs. That would be how I would describe him. Quite a driven young man.
Right.
Good fielder.
So in a sense, what they've understandably gone for, they've got a top three that, although they're 2 for 2 at the moment, are potentially quite gritty type players. And the idea that they will give the freedom to, obviously Joe Clark, we know, is a very, very gifted stroke player who got a big 100 in the last match, I think.
I love this about Craig Overton. Not only does he raise to the occasion from his own bowling, but often when the other guy's doing well, it has
Triggers
a massive
him.
effect on him. You can see, I mean, that ball has absolutely flown through.
Oh, yeah,
We've
yeah.
You know, Nottinghamshire early on had a new ball. We didn't see this level of intensity. Maybe the overhead conditions are playing a bit of a part in that, but Craigo's absolutely bouncing at the moment into the hip of Montgomery. That's an area you can't really bowl him. Very, very strong. Anything sort of middle and leg. Off memory, that is a very strong area for him. Joe Clark on strike here, disappointed. In the first innings, intimated that he might have got a nick on that LBW that he got out to against Shoaib Bashir. So I'm sure he'll want to put that right. Very talented player. I don't know how much you've seen of Joe Clark.
I've seen a bit. And
very, very fine player.
You know, well, he said his ups and downs, sort of not so much on the pitch, I suppose, but he's the one you think, hang on a minute, this bloke must play for England at some point in terms of sheer ability.
Yeah, Joe, he's a high quality character, good lad. Probably has that demeanour, personality that attracts entertainment, let's say. So yeah, he's a fun guy to be around him. But yeah, when he plays, I mean, in particular, you know, he's known for the short format, some great knocks for the Melbourne Stars and various different franchises. Hits these sort of over cover sixes that go, oh, incredible player. He'll be a key wicket. Probably not his perfect scenario, this, you know, a bit of rear guard action.
Well, as I say, if you like batting, there'll be a lot of gaps in the field to start with. But he's in while the ball is still remarkably new, which is not ideal. And so much hinges upon him because he's the really substantial player in that lineup in a way. I can't remember who he was playing, but in the last match, oh, look at that, zip through, and down goes Craig. He got a big 100, I think, in the last match, not playing. So, well, what a start. Henry, yet again, making an initial breakthrough. Overton, full of vigour, getting some bounce, testing the batsman. 2 wickets, run out really is a killer in that dressing room.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't want a run out. Definitely not. Joe Clark on his way to around about 600 runs, 229 not out he got in the previous game. So certainly in a good bit of form, averaging nearly 50 at the moment, and he'll be hungry for a Taunton performance, no doubt about that. And don't his team need it at the moment?
Yep. Well, then the 4 slips all waiting.
James Rue near the top of the tree for County Championship Division 1 run scoring, 731 at 60, 4 centuries and a 50. What a great season he's having so far. I'm sure he's going to be a busy bee behind the stumps too for the next 4 sessions.
He's still optimistic, Henry. He's another one who's prepared to bowl a fullish length, who's brave enough to bowl a fullish length. very uncomplicated, isn't it? Very simple. Bounds in,
Yeah,
full of
really.
enthusiasm, close to the stumps.
In many ways, a lot of the great players are quite uncomplicated, aren't they? Especially from a bowling point of view. You think of a Glenn McGrath, for instance, just hammered an area. And I think, you know, it's one of those, yes, you want to hit the pitch, but Matt Henry's got a sneaky amount of pace, I would suggest.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's always challenging the knee roll, isn't he? I think,
That's right.
I think there was a graph, you know, up at maybe the Test match about how many balls actually hit the stumps, and you know, often it correlates low scores and good bowling performance. There's a high percentage, so maybe sort of 70% of balls delivered are hitting somewhere around off stump, middle stump. You know, I think it's very easy to waste a new ball bowling, sort of pretty bowling, which
Pretty
is sort
little
of
away
fit.
swingers that
Yeah.
are going through to the keeper, and you say, "Oh, that's a well." Everyone's they get a clap from the slip cordon, but the batsman's actually just left it.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, looks like a very good ball, but you've
Yeah.
got to keep, you know, just challenging that knee roll. And I think Matt Henry's one of those. Dane
Yeah.
Patterson, you
Yeah.
know, Brett Hutton, for instance, does that an awful lot. Montgomery down the wicket, playing across that front pad. Matt Henry very interested there. Over comes to an end, 5 for 2. A perfect dream start. I was in the media room just before we came on air, Vic. I'm saying, yeah, well, you were there, weren't you?
Yeah.
What would you take? You'd have been happy with 3.
Three.
wouldn't you?
Well, we got
Richard Walsh wanted 5. I thought that was a little bit too greedy, but certainly in sight now after this start.
Yeah. Well, there's still 32 overs remaining. The light is not brilliant, but the lights have been on all day, and I think it's perfectly playable. I always get frustrated when you've got these expensive floodlights and people walk off for a bad light. And the umpires don't look too fidgety about that.
Oh, wow.
That's a jaffer, that is, isn't it?
You've got to be in serious form to nick that one. Have a look at the replay of this, ladies and gentlemen. In on the angle, bounced, left him. That could have easily caught the outside edge of Joe Clark's bat, but
Yeah.
he's survived. Target 492. Looks a very long way away for Nottinghamshire at the moment.
That's on target as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent piece of cricket. The Hamid run out from Bartlett, you think as well. You know, I talked about, you know, the fatigue that some of the Nottinghamshire batters will be under. You know, George spent an awful lot of time out there in the middle batting and was sharp mentally on it. He was pounced all over that ball, direct it. Huge moment in the game so early on.
Oh,
Just fiddling outside his off stump.
he's doing his George Bartlett impersonation. I'm
The
not
fiddly
meaning
fiddler.
I'm not meaning to demean George Bartlett. You know, he has those moments.
You know, I think that's just, you know, a case of, you know, Joe Clark's very much a player that wants to feel bat on ball. He's not going to want to sit there and leave, you know, relentlessly when it's in that area. He wants to hit the ball. He wants to score. Sometimes you can draw an error at the batter. Craig Overton's bowling an immaculate line of length, and he again challenging the defensive technique of Joe Clark.
This is high quality bowling, and you know, it'll be pretty high quality batting if they can survive it. It's dark, and
Well, that's the key. They've got to weather this Henry Overton storm, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, there will be a release of pressure once they finish this pair. The other two are not such potent forces. I mean to say they won't contribute, but this is the obvious threat. Overton and Henry in unison caused havoc in the first innings. And Overton, I think, will be feeling a bit grumpy that he's only got 2 wickets in this match, because he's beaten the outside edge a few times, hasn't he, in the last couple of days.
yeah, he's done everything but take a hatful of wickets. Craig Overton, in fairness, I think, you know, part of the reason why Matt Henry's spell yesterday was so devastating was He gave nothing away the other end, and it backed up that aggression and that intimidation level.
Yeah, there was no escape, was there?
No.
No.
5 for 2 at the moment. If you have a look on our screens at the moment, we've got a family fun day coming up during the Somerset and Glamorgan game Sunday, August the 20th from 11 AM. We have face painting, which will interest Vic Marks no end. Magicians, a petting zoo, inflatable
Petting
cricket,
zoo.
games, Bath Rugby are in town, Yeovil Town are about, and if you fancy a go, Taunton baseball. I think they brought some baseball cage down last time for the kids to have a go, so
I
get
think
yourself down
I'm
here
just,
for that.
Just tell me about a petting zoo. Is that where you stroke animals?
Yeah, yeah. I think you risk life and limb petting an animal that's got really sharp teeth,
Or
like,
snakes.
you know, like a little rabbit or something. Just give you a little nip.
Okay. Okay.
I prefer. That's going to come across. I'll reel those words back in that I was just about to say.
Good. Well done. Is it okay? What an old pro you've become. Because it conjures up all sorts of possibilities. Anyway,
I was going to say, well, let's just get it out. I was going to say,
Okay.
I like to leave my petting for the wild.
okay.
But what I was thinking of is I was on the golf course at West Supermare the other day, and they've got this lovely little family of foxes, and the cubs are just sort of starting to dart around. And I spent about an hour and a half. The four ball behind me were really getting quite irritated with me on the side of the fairway. But I keep some cashew nuts in my
So you're feeding them?
my bag, and I was feeding them and sort of like coaxing them closer and closer. And I've got a video on my phone. I got the mother to within about a metre of me. And,
Really?
and we had a bit of a standoff moment. I'm not sure who was the most nervous out of the two of us. I thought
Really?
if she
God,
goes
look
for me,
at that.
yeah, I'm just showing Vic the.
Yes, it's a wonderful looking fox.
Oh, she's lovely. Yeah,
Just off
yeah,
the
that's it.
fairway somewhere.
Yeah, right next to where my ball came to lie. But then
Well,
I
it's
saw
not on the fairway, Pete.
from a metre away. You see how sharp the teeth are. I got a bit nervous myself.
Okay.
Anyway, talking of sharp teeth, Matt Henry is showing some teeth at the moment. Montgomery on a couple, and his partner Joe Clark the same. Gonna have to show all that gritty, determined character that I saw when I was playing in the same team as him a few years back. A little inside half. He picks up a single. Yeah, I think last year the petting zoo was here. They brought an armadillo.
Oh, right. Snakes.
Oh,
I wouldn't particularly want to pet a snake, but
I can handle. I'm the family spider remover, but
that's
wow,
beautiful delivery, isn't it?
that's an absolute seed. Beautiful bowling, Matt Henry. He closes out the 7th over. Knocks a couple down, and let's face it, could potentially be a few more. I think it's almost like the perfect storm of maybe not bad luck, but just a bad situation Nottinghamshire have found themselves in. We've had really a couple of nice days, or an afternoon and a relatively nice day for batting against an old ball. And as soon as this Nottinghamshire's turn, it's almost like that dark cloud descended over Taunton. It's
Yeah.
almost like the weather here in the southwest is partisan to the Somerset team. It doesn't look like great conditions to be batting. As Craig Overton
nicked
bowls an
it.
absolute rip snorter that catches the top edge of Montgomery's shoulder of the bat. He picks up 4 runs for it, but he's not going to feel good about it. Have a
No,
look
it's
at
Craig
that
Overton.
replay.
It's taken the shoulder of the bat and it's flown over the slip cord. And there's some tall people in that slip cordon too.
England selectors, have a look at that.
No, he's
He is on song at the moment, Craig Overton.
just, I mean, if you can get a wicket, you feel you might get, you know, it'll all click. He's right on target. I mean, in a sense, on this, which is a docile pitch, now, end of the 3rd day, sun's been on it, it's changed colour. You feel a bit unlucky when you take the shoulder of the bat and it flies over the slip cordon, because that hasn't happened very often.
It says a lot of good things about your bowling, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. I know you have to say that Craig Overton, with his England career so
Got
far,
it.
he catches the edge off the face of the bat this time, and that goes to Casey Aldridge, I believe, at third slip. You have to say that Overton deserves that. Nottinghamshire in dire trouble this evening here at Taunton. Watch the replay of this ball. A carbon copy of the one before.
Second slip, and I mean,
beautiful catch. Beautiful
Aldridge,
delivery.
you see, it's very hard to quantify, but the fact that he catches so well is another factor. When you're picking a team, you think, hang on a minute, we've got these two little nuggets, Henry and Overton. And most of the great pace bowlers, or good pace bowlers, it's the outside edge that get the wicket in them. But, you know, that's the odd LBW, the odd bowl, but it's basically Overton in particular looks for that outside edge with that extra bounce. So it's vital you've got people who can catch in there, and you know, it's no surprise to see Aldridge A at second slip and B take the catch, which was travelling. That was travelling.
Yeah, he takes the catches pretty comfortably, as we see again on this replay. Aldridge there, very relaxed in his stance and picking cherries off the tree. That's gone in honey sweet by the looks of it. Aldridge, you think, you know, his most exciting attribute is his bowling. He's got everything really. He's got the height, he's got some pace, he's got the skill level. That's probably the one element of
that needs improvement.
The triple threat, if you like.
Yeah.
That he's scope for improvement. But if he can just marry up, you know, the performances that he's putting in with the bat, which have been a little bit surprising. Let's be honest. He's been better than you'd think.
He saved us a game.
Runs, wickets, catches. Who was that? Yeah, he was described as having the ability to do that in a game of cricket.
Well, look, he's even trying to get he's trying to get the crowd going over there. He's up for it.
Yeah, Craig Overton, I think he's been magnificent. I think you've got to believe in the process sometimes. He knows he's bowling well. He hasn't got the wickets, but they'll come. He'll get a hatful all of a sudden. 400 and... You know, he's on, what,
and he's started
23.
He's started to pick them up a bit more regularly. Actually, now I think, you know, Henry coming has eased his burden a bit as well. He must enjoy bowling with Henry, but he wants to perhaps get the majority of them one day rather than watching Henry do it. I mean, it doesn't matter who gets them really, but he'll relax once he gets a couple, and you don't go searching so much. They just sort of come your way, don't they? If everything clicks and you can bowl like he can bowl.
They will come. Lyndon James in a lot earlier than he would have expected. He bowled a few overs himself. Again, I can speak from relative experience as an all-rounder. You bowled your 15, 20 overs. The legs are heavy. You're desperate just to sit down for an hour or so and watch your mates pull under the runs, and all of a sudden you're out there in the heat of battle. Overcast conditions, floodlights on, ball still new. Everything's against Nottinghamshire at the moment. Thanks to our match sponsors, Virtue Motors, sponsoring this game versus Nottinghamshire if you're in the local area or nationwide. Looking for a new motor? Pop on their website and have a look. I think I might do later.
You're looking for a new motor? You like looking at cars anyway, don't you? You've got too many already, I expect.
I've changed my car 4 times in the last 12 months, just so I haven't found one that I'm sort of really keen on.
Okay.
Luckily, I'm a good negotiator. But
I'm sure you are.
I had one of my favourites recently. I had a classic Defender. I think I think a Land Rover Defender, an old. It was a 1988, and I pimped it up. Really enjoyed driving around Weston-super-Mare in that, but it was without doubt the most uncomfortable vehicle I've ever driven in my life. But brilliant, all the same.
Well, this is partly where we part company, Pete, because all I want from a car is to get me from A to B without breaking down. But you want a bit more.
You're a big fan of the train, aren't you? Do you train around the place?
Well,
Makes sense.
Where I live in Exeter, near the station, so it just makes more sense to. I mean, I never used to, but I've just come up here on the train, and it's just as quick and less hassle, provided they're not on strike or late or breaking down.
Everything in the public services sector is having a bit of a meltdown at the moment. The only thing you can rely on, things
What's
like
that?
Matt Henry steaming in and bowling well with a new ball, and isn't he doing a grand job? First game in whites here at Taunton, already picked up 7 wickets. Can he add to that tally this evening? Oh, another probing delivery outside off stump. Lyndon James being drawn into that one.
Yeah, well, slip cordon on red alert. Goes Abel, Overton, Aldridge, and I think Lammonby.
I think that's a real feature of Henry's bowling. In between the devastating balls, he doesn't really bowl much to score off, does he? He's very miserly as well.
He's quite miserly, but I mean, he's not afraid, as we've talked about Patterson as well, he's not afraid to bowl that foolish length because he knows he can profit from that. But he doesn't give you much width, does he? You know,
No, very much an at-you bowler.
yeah.
Lyndon James played that over well, high quality over, and LJ, who's had a really bright start to his professional career at Nottinghamshire as well, will be looking to
Now the umpires are
put a
in
performance in.
conversation, and I hope they're not fretting about the light from a sort of Somerset perspective. I don't think it's changed significantly.
Well, I think there's a baseline. I don't know if they've taken a reading
Well, I don't think they
previously
have.
in the game.
I don't think we've missed, well, certainly not yesterday, and I assume not on the first day. It was sunny on the first day. Doesn't necessarily mean they were talking about the light, because they've gone off to their various posts.
Yeah, from my understanding, Vic, there is, even with the lights being on, there is a point in 4-day cricket, daytime cricket, where if the umpire deems that the artificial light is taking over or dominating the natural light, that's when they go off. And they normally judge it by
The shadow.
the shadows. So we have spider web shadows pinging off of Craig Overton walking back towards us, casting 4 shadows. So all of the lights are
We can see them.
starting to maybe err towards a decision from the umpires, but we hope not, 'cause the ball
That
is
zips through that.
darting around all over the place here.
Yeah. No, you can definitely get those 4 shadows at the moment. Although, yeah, it's partly because I don't have to play the game anymore, but I'm thinking, you know, once you invest in these wonderful lights, and it's grey, but you still go for bad light, I mean, why bother? I mean, I know we play some night cricket now, but
Yeah, they're big old structures if you're not going to use them to the max.
again, that's very good pace. I don't know.
But I think in a championship game you could just be on the wrong end of this.
Yeah.
You know, there's no doubt about it that Nottinghamshire
Or on the wrong end.
are on the wrong end of just the way the game has
Yeah,
has unfolded in front of us.
But it's a perennial problem in long sports. I mean, you're the expert here, but in golf, you can get a tee time where there's no wind and everything is benign, and then 8 hours later there can be a 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing.
Well, I know I'm not known for moaning. Oh, it's Joe Clark. Oh, sorry, Lyndon James plays an exquisite clip off the pads. He's going to pick up at least a couple there. Being reeled in, going on the boundary by Tom Kohler-Cadwell. Good piece of fielding. James picks up 2. Yeah.
So there's a lottery element, isn't there?
not
Well,
known
if you had a bit of
I'm not known for
unlucky
moaning,
experience, but
my first open qualifying at Hollingwell, I was in Nottingham at the time, flat calm. I tee off at 20 past 1, one of the last tee times, 25-mile-an-hour wind. Afternoon scores are about, on average, I think, 4 or 5 shots higher than the morning. So yes, in sport you do get on the wrong side of the draw, and it certainly looks like that isn't helping Nottinghamshire at the moment, in fairness to what we're seeing.
yeah.
We've got 2 very good bowling attacks, so that there's no doubt that cloud that's camped above the ground here in Taunton is having a positive effect on the ball and the conditions. Overton looking full of energy. Getting a
Smidgen is
Solid piece of speed.
Yeah. So they both bowled 5 overs now. I mean, I don't know what their optimum spell length is. They must have bowled about 7 together yesterday morning when they were also quite brilliant.
Yeah, I think you've got to have an eye on tomorrow, haven't you? And not
Well, you'll
flog
want them
too hard.
No, and you've got to have a bit of confidence. I mean, they don't pose exactly the same threat, and I know he hasn't got that many wickets this year, but Josh Davey, with a new ball, can just nibble around.
Oh, and the conditions that have changed dramatically.
So you want to give him a chance while it's relatively new, so I would have thought he'll be next in line.
Yeah, 6, absolute max 7.
Oh, great fielding that.
Sean Dixon. Diving through a row of houses. On
Do we have a fielding coach, or are we just good at fielding?
Yeah, Paul Tweddle is
Oh,
a
of course.
fielding coach. Has
Right.
been in position for a number of years. One
Right.
of those unsung heroes here at Taunton.
Right.
He's one of those coaches who's full of ingenuity. Comes up with loads of different drills and keeps the field in practice is exciting.
And there goes another one.
As Henry nicks off the danger man Clark. Craig Overton's enormous buckets swallow that one, as he does his Nando's of an evening. Craig Overton takes the catch. Matt Henry takes another wicket, and Nottinghamshire are in dire trouble. Angled in, wide of the crease, straightened. Craig
Good
Overton
catch,
takes
good
a
catch.
fantastic diving catch to his right.
Yeah, no surprise that he catches it, because he catches everything. But that's a good catch. And that's a big wicket, Joe Clark. You know, if you wanted to nominate, well, who do you want, for under 10 in that lineup? And I think you'd probably go for Joe Clark. But there's some big players already back in the pavilion. Slater, Hamid, now Clark. 4 down, 14 for 4. I mean, it's amazing game cricket. I know the conditions have changed, but they haven't changed that much. It's just that this pair at the moment are right on top of their games, Henry and Overton. And the team, and they're supported by some brilliant out cricket, run out from Bartlett, just set the ball rolling.
Yeah.
On a day where we've seen, whatever we saw, about 300 for 3, or, stacks of runs being easily acquired. And now suddenly, look at that scoreboard, 14 for 4.
Yeah, you've got 2 bowlers on top of their game, and actually, I think it's in some ways testament to the. This might be a bit of a tangent, but how well they did at the start of the T20, because they've been able to bring Matt Henry and Overton in and out of the team, and they look fresh, don't they? They look up for it.
Well, they look supremely fit and in rhythm, and you're right. They've been able to juggle them.
Oh my Lord, Stephen Mulaney, Nottinghamshire captain, is coming in to baptism of fire here. That is another wide of the crease delivery that's angled in and jagged away. We haven't seen movement like this all day here at Taunton, but that is an almost unplayable delivery from Matt Henry. 10 overs, 10 and a half overs gone here, 14 for 4.
Ooh. Just dribbles past the leg stump. It would have been an unlucky dismissal, but there's an air of expectancy about every delivery bowled by whether it's Henry or Overton at the moment.
To be perfectly honest with you, I can't remember seeing such a dramatic turnaround in a championship game in such quick style. From Somerset looking all at sea, all out for 160, Ben Slater almost looking nailed on to be chalking up 100 sometime in the middle of day 2, to the situation we're in now. It's been an absolute complete 360 or 180.
Absolutely.
But it's not a 360, it's a 180.
Yeah, Mulaney's just taking a few moments. It's hit him amidships. He's also a bit shell-shocked. I think he didn't expect to be batting after 10 overs. You're right. And in both cases, I mean, the batting was good. Somerset's second innings batting was obviously vastly improved, but the catalysts have been the pair that are doing the damage here. with the assistance along the way of some terrific out cricket, some really good catches taken. That run out from Bartlett just sets it up. I mean, the two things in a field, when you're out in the field, that really get you buzzing is the run out, the direct hit run out, and the blinding catch that, you know, had no right to be caught. And when that happens, it just lifts everyone, doesn't it?
It certainly does, but a sign there from Nottinghamshire captain Stephen Mullaney that he is going to take every opportunity to just try and attack back. Matt Henry slightly full, slightly wide.
Yeah. Well, you're
Mullaney
already
throws the kitchen sink out of it, and that flew through the gully region for 4. I think it's almost. I think now is the time where a bit of counter-attacking is almost the order of the day. I think if you just look to try and see these out, there's a ball with your name on it. At the moment.
I suppose so. Yeah. I mean, you've got to try and change the tempo of the game. And sometimes a few moments of slightly carefree, risky aggression can change the tempo of the game, and then you can just rein yourself back in because you're comfortable again. But it's, you know, it's quite a situation to find yourself in. 18 for 4 on what seemed to be an increasingly docile track. Oh, that's a little edgy.
Another thick outside edge. Lyndon James are going to pick up 4 for that. But a moral victory there from Craig Overton, finding the outer edge. Every single ball seems to be a bit of an event at the moment. Important that Nottinghamshire just stem the flow, dig in, scrap somehow, keep these two out the wickets and see if they can chance their luck against Aldridge and Davey, Bashir when he gets his opportunity to bowl.
I mean, I suppose if you're Tom Abel now, you think, okay, it's gone so well, it might as well be Henry and Overton. This is their one spell of the evening, and it might stretch to 7 or 8 overs if they're up for it. We've already got 4 wickets, and then we'll see whether, you know, the others can make a contribution thereafter. And these two, Henry and Overton, you know, finish up with 7 over, straight 8 over spells. That's it for the day. You've done a fantastic job, and now we'll go back to the others, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 11 o'clock, sort of thing.
Well, I suppose you have to look at the numbers of the games. Lyndon James plays a really high-quality shot back down the ground. Bit of indecision there from the batting pair. Mullaney deciding not to go for that second run, staying down that end. I think, you know, you look at the lineup and you think about, you know, how are they going to chase 492, and you're looking obviously for century makers.
Yeah.
Bar Mullaney now, I know LJ's got a couple.
Right.
Bar Mullaney, there's not a volume of hundreds to come, and that is what Nottinghamshire need. They're going to need century scorers. So you remove him tonight, that's the target, I think. If you get Mullaney tonight, I think you'd really feel like tomorrow can be a half day, but still plenty of work to be done. Mullaney will fancy this. He's opened the batting a lot. You know, in the middle of his career, he opened the batting for Nottinghamshire on some pretty spicy wickets. So he's been very well equipped to facing quality bowling with it moving around.
He came from Lancashire, was that right? That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he's been at Notts for quite a long time.
He's Nottinghamshire sort of through and through. He's an outlaw through and through when you look at him as a cricketer. He played a couple of games for Lancs, but he's a real stalwart for the club. Great performer in all the formats, and good lad, good leader, very well respected. And like I said, he had that period opening the batting. He scored a number of hundreds against Somerset. He was always a bit of a, you know, the bogey man in some ways. Always managed to get runs against us. I'm sure the Outlaws fans will be hoping for more of that.
Okay, well, they've both bowled 6 overs now. Let's have a look what I think we're going to get at least one more of Henry. He's probably keen. He's got another couple to his name. And this cap. Light's improved, I think.
Yeah, it's just lifted. That grey cloud has just lifted.
Suit Somerset. They want to be out there for as long as possible. There's still 24 overs. 24 overs remaining. Could be over tonight. Extra half hour. That looks like a flat wicket shot, though. It's a lovely shot.
Beautiful back foot punch from Mulaney all the way to the rope. I'll fill in with a
Simple shot.
confidence.
Good one. It's a good wicket shot, too, but he made that look so simple, didn't he?
Yeah, it does seem to be that brave length is where the action's happening from Henry. Every time he's erred to that length, it seems to be a bit more easy paced.
Yeah.
Reflecting back on Ben Slater's first balls when he bowled a fraction shorter. Oh
That's-
my word!
He hasn't caught it.
No, he hasn't. He's caught that on the half volley, one-handed, and it's stuck. I mean,
It's the challenging length again, too. It's much fuller.
yeah. Again, as I was just alluding to, when he bowled those first few balls, it looked quite docile. As soon as he goes up into that fuller length, it seems to be jagging around. Craig Overton has somehow managed to save that one as Mulaney gets another one in and around that invisible inner thigh pad area.
He's gone for a little walk thinking, why do I do this?
Oh yeah, never seems to hit the pad. Straight in the box. Oh, another flashing drive past fourth slip, only just. Mulaney is deciding to go on the counter punch.
I think Craig Overton's just going to go and have a word with the umpire, because I think when he stopped that nick, he looks like he's having a chat with the umpire, saying, look, I just want to pop off and do something to my hand. He's a tough cookie, isn't he, Craig Overton? But when he gets injured or has it's fairly visible when he's has a setback. Is that right?
I always, so in my experience of playing and commentating, when I see Rolf van der Merwe go down, I'm up out of my chair and as a friend concerned because
Yes.
I know he's hurt himself. Craig Overton, the worst culprit is Josh Davey.
Right.
When he go, I think footballer,
Yeah.
and he'll be back on in 5 minutes. I'm not so concerned. I'm not saying that Craig. He's probably just like, little sort of like nick of the nail, little Dora the Explorer plaster from the dentist, and he'll be back out here.
Anyway,
He will be in the middle of the pitch in a few overs' time, like a warrior, like a gladiator, with his little plaster on his finger,
yeah, he's just.
covering up the boo-boo.
I think he's just showing it to James Rew at the moment.
I do feel like there's going to be a bowling change. I think Craigo is going to go off and have a little bit of treatment. I don't think it's anything serious, but Josh Davey down on my left-hand side here is warming up and running in with some vigour.
Yeah, well, Craig is
Craig's spell is coming to an end after 6. He's had one wicket, the wicket of Matthew Montgomery, caught by Casey Aldridge. That second slip.
Well,
Josh Davies going to get the chance to bowl with a new-ish Kookaburra ball, 32 for 4.
Yeah. Well, a different sort of challenge, not the same pace. At its best, Davey just gets that little bit of movement, hits the seam regularly. Hasn't really had a very fruitful season in red ball cricket so far. But let's see what he can do today. It's quite a contrast, though, in terms of pace, in terms of a different sort of challenge for the batsman.
Yeah, Josh Davies more that sort of 78, 80, maybe early 80s sort of bowler who's, the county bowler. And I mean that with respect. You've got Henry and Overton, they're that 85, 87, that international sort of what's perceived as international sort of speed. A little little yard quicker, your reaction time is just taken away from you a little bit more. But no doubt that Josh Davey, when he gets the ball talking, is a very effective bowler. He's got a great couple of seasons, last few seasons, isn't he?
Phenomenal record, really. And you think, well, how does he do it? I suppose playing in April sometimes has enhanced him because he's very good on when there is a little bit of movement here or there. But we're not in April now.
Big drive on the up from
Lyndon
James.
That could have gone several places. In fact, it went straight to George Bartlett. Okay, who's the sub then? He's just at square leg.
I think that
I'm
is
looking for you
Alfie Ogborn, I think, is on the field as a fielding sub.
Left arm seamer.
Left arm seamer, had a chat with him earlier. Real nice lad. Tries his trade at Bridgewater, if I'm not mistaken. A nick! Josh Davey picks up the wicket. A loose shot from Lyndon James. He'll be furious with that, but Davey's done the damage. A seamless transition from Overton to Josh Davey. And he picks up his first wicket of the day. Notts now 32 for 5. It's all going wrong.
Wow. I mean, that was another challenging length, inviting the drive. But you also sense there was that feeling from James, and it's human nature perhaps. Oh, thank God we got to Josh Davey. Although there's nothing, this is not to demean Josh Davey, but you've just had Overton and Henry coming at you.
That's
balls flying through.
That's exactly what he would have been
and
feeling.
Then he thought, well, hang on a minute, I can. And then that what seemed like an inviting, almost, but not quite, a half volley. Shoo, went for the drive, wasn't quite there. Furious with himself, but it's too late now. Another good catch.
Well, Richard Walsh across the way from us.
He wanted 5.
He wanted 5. We've got 5. Maybe a 6th is on its way.
Well, there's a lot of cricket. There's still 23 overs remaining. This could finish tonight, I mean, it's unlikely, but it's possible because you can still get the extra half hour in if you want. You might not have to beetle down the motorway.
Lots of possibilities.
Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves now. Here's another man, I think, he might be on a pair. Tom Moores. I can't remember. No, maybe not. No, he's not on a pair. He's not, because I remember he thumped a pull drive. Pull. It's not on this scorecard anyway. But I'm confident he's not on a pair, because I remember him pulling one for 4. But then he smashed it to widen it off, didn't he? Davy's going to come around the wicket. He's got a 4-man slip cordon. Lammonby caught that. Took it easily too. He's another one with a good pair of hands.
Is that not Dixon at 4 slip?
Well, I'm only going by the scoreboard, and I think there were only 3 slips when he was bowling at James.
Definitely Dixon at 4 slip now.
Yes, but I think they only had 3 slips when Davey was bowling to the recently dismissed batsman James. I think we'll find.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, yeah, you said that with some reluctance, but I think it was Lammonby.
Yes, Lammonby is there now. But where's Dixon gone then? So Dixon's gone to mid wicket. So he's a left-handed batter, slip fielder.
Well, they had 4 slips for the left-hander and 3 for this one.
That's because Craig Aimson's off the field. That makes sense.
Oh dear.
God, do you want to draw me a picture?
well, I'm just, Anyway, the point I was labouring towards was it was not the most difficult slip catch, but it was going at a pace. This fully, a full drive away from his body.
In cricket, isn't it? There's no such thing as an easy.
Well,
slip
no,
catch.
I remember.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and he took it as if he was, almost nonchalantly. He's another one with a very good pair of hands. Mulaney's wondering what's going on.
Davey into Mulaney. Bartlett swooping across from backward point in Derek Randall fashion. Is he likened him to Derek Randall?
Yeah. Well, I kept looking around. I keep likening Bartlett to Derek Randall. And then I have to keep looking around for people who are old enough, sadly, who was a great player, a highly entertaining player.
It comes to us
Whoever
all.
seen Derek Randall play?
It comes to us all, Vic. I mean, I can remember my last few years in the dressing room making some reference to like a Rocky IV film or Rambo, and they're like, "What film?" And like, how have you not seen that? It happens, doesn't it? Things from the 80s and 90s.
Who is this Elton John? They keep saying.
Well, he looked fabulous on the stage at Glastonbury.
He did. Yeah. But he's now done the county ground at Taunton twice and Glastonbury.
I mean,
so there you go.
Still doesn't pack out a pub like the Wurzels, though. We've got the Wurzels coming down.
You see,
here.
I could date you there because I remember dear old Adge Cutler. He's just before your time. It used to be Adge Cutler in the Wurzels.
Yeah.
And Adge.
What a group. Right on cue. While the Sussex Sharks are down here, Friday, August the 11th.
And the Wurzels are here.
From 11 a.m. the Wurzels
Are they playing? They're supposed to be playing.
Here. Let's fill the ground. I am a cider drinker. Matt Henry into Tom Moores. Trapped on the pads.
He wants it. He's not going to get it, though.
Maybe just sliding down or an inside edge. Matt Henry was interested. Rob White not so much. Let's have a look on the replay.
I think he thinks it's going down. Let's have a look. Well, I'm not sure it's going down that far.
Very close.
Maybe he wasn't quite so convincing in his appeal as he was for Slater, but it was not far away. It's worth it, as we say, worth a shout.
I think I would.
You'd have reviewed that one.
I would DRS that. I think that's very close.
Okay, I'm going to leave you for a bit because, well, it's all too exciting,
Isn't it just?
And
Should we have a double change?
I don't know.
Do we have time for a
Okay,
double
well, hang
change?
on, we can't do it together though. One of us is. I'll go first, and you can follow. All right.
We're going to have a nearly double change. Thanks, Vic. As we see the side-on replay, it definitely wasn't a height issue. Potentially sliding down. I'm not sure that one was, though. Tommy Moores gets a bit on it. And will be probably quite happy to get up the other end. Vic's having a senior moment, trying to get out of the commentary box. He's tripped over wires that aren't even attached to anything somehow. But we got to look after our great man. Sam Dalling is joining me now for what has been an extraordinary session of play. We've had complete flip reverse here at Taunton. Somerset were in dire straits a few days ago, and all of a sudden they look like they are almost cruising their way to a victory. I'm sure it won't be the case, but Nottinghamshire are in a lot of trouble here. 35 for 5.
Yeah, I've been down on the terrace below watching this unfold. There's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of joy. When Stephen Mullaney got hit in the midriff, there's a couple of Notts fans down there, and to compound his misery there was this cry of, "Come on Notts, we haven't come all this way to watch this rubbish," to which the Somerset Sips were just laughing.
Yeah, they're an honest bunch, the Notts crowd, that's for sure. Tom Moore's up on his haunches trying to somehow relieve some pressure. End of another attacking Matt Henry over that almost yielded the wicket. Tom Moore may have just been sneaking down the leg side on the angle, but yeah, very close. As you can see from the camera, it's very gloomy here in Taunton. The lights have been on for the majority, if not all the day. You have to feel for the Notts batters. They are batting at a particularly difficult time to face a new ball. Under lights, cloud cover, not a great scenario, especially after 130 odd overs in the dirt.
Anna Kookaburra and Matt Henry with it in hand, someone who knows how to bowl with that ball. Davey then, to continue, he's got a wicket too.
Yeah, previous over, schnicked off. Andy James. Mullaney dabbing to the offside to get off strike. I'm going to leave in a minute, and Harry's going to come and join you, Sam, for a little bit. He's just have a little break, stretch the old back off, and hopefully go next door and watch a bit more of the action. Josh Davey into the attack. He's already picked up a valuable wicket of Lyndon James.
Around the wicket to the left-hander, Moores. Happy to take a single. There's talk downstairs of a finish tonight and a day off, but I wonder if the light might stop Somerset really pushing for victory tonight. I think Triggs and a few of the Somerset players might well have a tea time booked, as Harry was just saying, for 4 or 5 o'clock. I think that's quite safe, maybe even earlier.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
Dare I say, if he declared earlier, Tom, then might have been all over it tonight.
Short mid-wicket in for
Still could
Mulaney, who's not looked comfortable. Be to rotate the strike of Josh Davey. Mulaney in particular against Matt Henry looks very uncomfortable a number of times. I know he's got 15, a couple of those boundaries were edges though.
Well, dare I say, is that good knowledge from Steve Mulaney to already know that Alfie Ogborn, who Steve Mulaney may not have ever played against, to know that he's a left-handed thrower, to know there's a single there? First, a bit of knowledge to run that to his right hand. Alfie having to run round the ball.
And there's a couple of people on the YouTube comments. I'm actually keeping an eye on them now, Harry. You've trained me, but they popped away for half an hour or so and are astonished at what's come back.
You can never pop away for half an hour when Somerset are involved. Anything could happen.
Looking shot from Tom Moores, going to pick him up 4. Just over pitch from Davey.
Josh Davies just crashed into Tom Moores. No fault of either, really. Both watching the ball, I think, to the boundary. Nice little cuddle. Bat's gone in his hand there, a little bit outside edgy though. Still enough to go for 4 to the short side.
38 for 5 then, not. I think it's safe to say their pursuit to 492 is not on.
No. We said it wasn't a chase a few hours ago, didn't we?
A lot of cricket left for Notts. They will be requiring a little bit of rain, I think, if they're going to get anything out of this. Davey around the wicket. Well bowled.
Play the Bakerloo, leave it down the Piccadilly. Something like that, isn't it? You're the Londoner, is that right, tube line? Or?
They both do exist, yeah.
There you go. That's about it as my London knowledge goes. Trying to avoid if I can. Got a little stat related to Somerset from the Durham-Leicestershire game here. So Alex Lee scored 100 in the first innings, and he's looking to become the 6th Durham batsman to score centuries in both innings of a first-class match. Leave that with you for this ball first.
Nice looking shot from Moores, second boundary of the over. Just that slightly gentler pace of Josh Davey, giving the batters a little bit more time here. They were uncomfortable against Craig Overton. End of the over, they had 16 gone, 42 for 5.
Yeah, Casey Aldridge is not particularly gentle, you wouldn't have said. He's going to bowl from the far end, giving his sweater to umpire Rob White. No, I was saying, Lee's looking to get essentially in both things a first-class match. The last man to do it for Durham was Sean Dixon. Sean Dixon, I was mentioning earlier, good mates with Daniel Bell Drummond, welcomed him to the Kent Triple Century Club. Sean Dixon could also, welcome Alex Lees to centuries in both innings for Durham. Dixon scored 104 and 105 at New Road last season. And Paul Collingwood also did it a few years ago against Somerset in 2005. So I still remember an amazing partnership with Durham. I think of Stoneman and Jennings a few years ago. There's some big partnerships. Durham over the years against Somerset. I like looking at the records of opening partnerships. We talked about Paul Pollard all those years ago, the whole of the record partnership. The umpire here this week, the record partnership for Notts against Somerset. Well, we're going to see 4 slips in place here for Casey Aldridge. Mulaney, great shot that. Really good cricket from Steve Mulaney. That's the shot that the white ball game has brought into the reckoning now. Different ideas, different ways of doing things. I think that's Matt Henry in the slips. Don't often. No, it's Tom Lamberby. No, Matt Henry's a cover. Ignore me. I was going to say I've never seen Matt Henry in the slips in a Somerset shirt yet. He's still extra cover. Forget that. Still got Alfie Ogborn in a mid-wicket. Now Mulaney and Moores look like they're counter-attacking. It's either because they don't mind any day off tomorrow, or more they just think that attack is the best form of defence here. Still going to leave the odd ball, but they're going to play positive cricket. Moores, Mulaney, and then really into the bowlers. Carter, Hutton. The entire top 5 gone. Moores and Mulaney, the middle order, the white ball. Whackers, it is not meant as a derogatory term towards them, but Moores will want a few runs for Notts. Quite in the form he's had in recent years. That's short, and Mulaney whacks that in front of mid-wicket. It's going to only plug for at least 2. Big chase from Ogbourne and Bashir. Two good mates from the second team. They're going to come back for 3. Good running in the end. Ogbourne and Bashir can have a little handshake. Spend a lot of time together, those two good mates here. Young lads on the staff coming through together. Essex will beating Warwickshire by 9 wickets. We're updating you on the odd scenario of Bess and Lintop playing together for Warwickshire. That 1 game loan from Bess. He'll be back in action in the Roses T20 derby on Friday night, such as the mixing of formats this time of year in the English county cricket. And the left-handed Moores is back on, defending nearly into his stumps. Remember Keith Barker getting Tom Abel the ball like that last year, and Tom Abel just too slow to kick the ball off his stumps. Of course, you can't handle the ball, which is now given as obstructing the field. One of the 9 now, not 10 ways you can get out in cricket. But Moores just watches that trickle passes off stump. Casey round the wicket, pulled by Moores. A bit of a scuff pull, it's still going to go for 4. Short boundary there, in between the 2 men though. George Bartlett at deep square, Josh Dave at deep fine leg, over towards the family stand.
Yeah, and Tom Moores is starting to look in a little bit of touch, really. I mean, he's in a no-lose situation, I think. And this was always going to happen, you know, you can't keep that intensity up of Henry and Craig Overton. And Notts are always going to have a little bit of fight back, so I don't think Somerset will be too disheartened. And they've just got to keep attacking. They've got so many runs on the board, just keep attacking.
Yeah, Tom Moores averages just below 24 in first-class cricket coming into this match. More of a white ball, talented T20 striker. Coming in the middle order for Notts Outlaws, who still chasing a quarter-final in the T20 Blast. This weekend will be crucial, the Friday night games, and all of the teams except Yorkshire and Notts will be playing twice in this round of fixtures this weekend.
Yeah. I think Notts are playing twice, aren't they?
Northampton are the team. Northampton and Yorkshire aren't playing twice.
Notts are playing Birmingham Bears Friday night,
Big
which
game.
is a big game, and then Leicester on Sunday. I think they're both home games for Notts. They'll forgive me if I'm wrong, but that Birmingham game is a big one, and the Roses game as well. There's a lot still to play for in that division. Like, there's absolutely no chance of predicting who Somerset will be playing next Friday, because it could go any which way. Worcestershire having a great season.
Yeah, I've got a feeling it'll be Notts or Lancs.
Yeah.
But like you say, it could be almost 1 of 5, really.
Davey around the wicket then to left-handed Moores. 3 slips now. Just getting his line slightly wrong there, Josh Davey.
Good footwork that from James Real, wasn't it? The side shuffle to get across. The textbook wicket-keeping move to get down the leg side. And economy of movement, isn't it, they talk about, rather than having to dive and make it look good. Good foot movement from James Real.
Yeah, very different to Steve Davies, his predecessor, who was a brilliant keeper, but actually tended to, I think, dive a little bit more than many keepers. Certainly towards the back end of his career.
Okay, yeah, that's my question. I think he did it more back end of his career.
Round the wicket again, Davey. That's a beauty. Just play down the inside of that one. Moores. There's consistency for Davey. If he can find that spot, then he's always going to ask questions. I'll tell you what, I would have liked to have had a speed gun down there on Craig Overton and Matt Henry's spell. They looked to be zipping it through. Craig got a couple to lift as well. A genuine quality. A test match opening partnership, really, I think. Craig probably won't play again. No, it's not looking like it at the moment. Turning to leg side, but Ogbourne, I think it is fielding there.
Yep, slightly different colour hat, Ogbourne. The blue hat.
Yeah, what a brilliant performer Craig has been. I think once, maybe when Broad and Anderson do retire, he might come back into the contention, because there's kind of 2 different types of English seamer, and they're definitely looking to have a couple of proper quicks in there. The likes of Tongue, Wood, Archer, if they can ever get him back fit. And then you have your Wokes, Andersons, Broads, Potts, who just wobble it around.
Keep mentioning Ogbourne on the field now. We talked about Amid plenty of times, his 200s in that game at Bartlett last week. Now, Alfie Ogbourne himself got 4 wickets. He was quite expensive, did go for 120. but bowling the likes of Stoneman and Robson, two quality county championship openers playing in the second 11. Sam Robson scoring a quick 96 off 93 balls. But Osborne getting a run out and 4 wickets, a decent run out for him in the second team. That was just early in the week, last week.
Leading edge there from Tom Moores, just didn't quite carry. He was looking to turn it into the leg side, just popped up off the edge of his bat. Let's have another look at that one. Yeah, he was just trying to turn the face, almost carried to Josh Davey. Would have been a simple catch, had there just been a little bit more on it. .58 for 5 then, 1 ball left in the 18th over. What an hour or so it's been for Somerset. Lovely, lovely shot from Tom Moores. Just over pitched. Straight face of the bat. That's proper cricket.
Yeah, similar to the, I think it was 4 boundaries we saw from Tom Lammonby between the stumps and mid-on in his 73 in his second innings. Glorious on drives.
So Seagull's starting to swoop down here on the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's quite dark. I just wonder if we'll get the full 18 in.
Yeah,
It'll
I
take
don't
us
think
till
we will,
6:30.
to be honest.
It would be about 6:30 by then.
Casey Aldridge's previous over did go for 12. With more than Laney kept collecting boundaries, but he's going to go again from the river end. Not the most economical seamer for Somerset, that's fair to say this season, but he has got wickets. He's got key breakthroughs at key times. That's just what Somerset want. Cost a few, we just want to take one of these now in the next 10-20 minutes, and this really could be over tonight if Somerset can breach these two. Although, as we just said, bad light permitting.
I wonder if they might just try and go back to Overton and Henry before the evening is out.
Yeah, can they force another burst out of them?
It's got to be tempting. You don't want to overbowl them, and I know in the last couple of years there was lots of discussions between Kerr and Abel about how the best to use Overton. Not the temptation is to overuse him, but you've just got to be careful, particularly with his. It's not an injury really, but it's just his knees, and you've got to protect him. Tendinitis.
Yeah, just manage it, I guess, isn't it? Manage the injury rather than necessarily heal it, especially mid-season. Don't run to George Bartlett backward point. Steve Mullaney's probably learnt that from Hamid and Slater's mix-up earlier.
And it'd be quite good to keep that relative freshness, because I mean, what did the first innings last for Nottinghamshire? Can't be more than 50, 60 overs, was it?
59.4, not a
Yeah.
bad guess.
So if they can do the same here, then actually it's only 120 overs.
A little bit on the up there, Mullaney. Not quite there to drive.
I just wonder what they'll do at Surrey on Friday night. They've got a
Yeah.
guaranteed home game. You don't really know who you're going to be playing, and I think it's a bit pot luck. I would be tempted, given there's a Kent game on Sunday, not to take Henry and Overton, and
I'd
actually
rest a few.
allow Aldridge and Brooks and Davey all to play. I'd be really
Definitely.
tempted.
It sounds harsh, but I know people talk about momentum and wanting to keep winning games, but that's another wicket for Somerset. Casey Aldridge has got Stephen Mullaney here for 23. 62 for 6 now in Notts, and this really could be over tonight if the light holds. The floodlights are on, there's some grey cloud overhead, but Notts skipper Stephen Mullaney's tried to drive at one from Casey Aldridge, and he's caught behind. Tom Moores is still there on 19, but Notts are into the bowlers now with Brett Hutton and Matt Carter to come.
Yeah, absolute beauty from Casey Aldridge, just slightly back of a length. Mullaney didn't look comfortable against Matt Henry at all. It's been a tough time for him out there for his 23. At no point has he looked particularly convincing. And well, at tea time, when Somerset had declared, Stephen Mullaney wouldn't even have been expected to bat tonight, let alone to be in and out for 62 for 6. 430 runs is the deficit still. I mean, this could be. I'd love to check. I haven't looked what Somerset's biggest first-class win is in history.
Probably will tell us next door.
And then to have it, Dan Kingdom on Twitter might well have some stats on that. But then to get it potentially having be bowled out for 163.
And inside 3 days, potentially. And
we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but...
Well, I honestly think Notts will not last 18 overs if 18 overs are bowled. I think that what will save them is probably the bad light.
So Notts' worst defeat in first-class cricket was by 412 runs against Australia in 1938. Their domestic worst defeat is 365 runs. That's back in 1899.
Just says Australians. Is there any details on that? Can we see? Was that a warm-up game?
It'll be a warm-up game, won't it? It's just what they call the touring Australia. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure you and I will recognise too many of the...
Oh, let's see if we can mention anything. I recognise Barnes. D. Bradman, I recognise.
D. Bradman, yeah, we do recognise him. Fair
And
play.
S.G. Barnes. He's a famous Sporkle name in all the quizzes of yesteryear. It is Hutton, of course. Hitman Hutton, who got that impressive 5 for 34. Back on Sunday, we were doom and gloom here up in the Somerset commentary box. Myself, who was it? Just myself and Trigo. Pete Trigo, we were here together all day on Sunday and day one, and it was pretty bleak, really. Somerset top order failing because of Brett Hutton. Now, he has just hung out the washing to dry there. It's not a leave, it's not a defensive shot, it's a prod, a poke outside near the oil spill patch. And James Rue is bustling between overs.
So Somerset's biggest victory in first-class cricket, and I'm going to rule this one out, 568 runs. That was against Cardiff MGCU.
Yeah,
No
fair.
offence to them. So in Championship cricket, 419 runs against Kent at Bath in 1937, and the next highest in Champo cricket is 379 runs against Warwickshire.
It's the second highest,
In
is with
1929.
insights. I mean,
Don't rule out the highest, Harry.
well, okay, fine. Steve Mullany, top score with 23. Not that he'll be happy with that, but... Josh Davey will continue from this end. It's a short ball first up. Good bit of fielding from Tom Lumby. Did well, Moores, to get over that on top of that and hit that down to the ground.
A bit more chipper out there now. Somerset fielders. If Nottinghamshire are to take this game into a fourth day, and I think that's got to be their target now, Tom Moores has to be out there for the next hour or so. As Harry said a bit earlier on comms, Hutton's got a decent record. Solid from Tom Moores. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed a decent last hour. You're not imagining it. 62 for 6. We saw one of the best spells, well, I'll say one of the best spells of quick bowling from Matt Henry and Craig Overton for a while, but actually I remember it's probably only the best spell since yesterday.
In a day, yeah. And they're pretty good on, was it Friday against Gloucestershire in the T20? They were pretty decent then, too. Someone tweeted me earlier saying one of the best new Wokeness pairs in the country.
Moore's in behind that one, pushes it to mid-on.
Yeah, Baker's dozen. Oh boy, I didn't expect to see that score when I finished work. That escalated quickly. Yeah.
I think Mike missed it, didn't he?
Yes, he did on his way back from the museum, I think. And Viper says, man, the match has to be Treager's back. Yeah, enough chat about
Has
that.
he got a bad back?
No, way too much chat. Too much back chat, Sam. That's your back chat, please.
Just a single down to Shoaib Bashir. He may not be needed to bowl in this innings.
That would be a stat, really. A lot of our chat the last few days on comms has been about, we kept saying that, don't think Tom Abel chose to bat first on day one because of the day one conditions. It was more about, if we bat now, then we can bat in the, it was more about thinking about the third and the fourth things down the line and maybe bring Bashir into play. But, well, Somerset have batted twice, of course. And if you bat first, then you get to bowl fourth. And Shoaib Bashir might not be needed to bowl fourth on this pitch.
Swing and a miss from Hutton. Davey getting it just to nibble around a little bit. Good shape on that.
Sam North East has got his first 100 since his 410 not out.
Is it really?
Last July, yeah. That's at Sophia Gardens against Sussex.
Oh, that's a beauty from Josh Davey. He goes off celebrating, umpire unmoved. James Root had to dive away to his left. Has he been given it? Has been given.
Has been given in the end.
Given in the end. Looked like he's
An
shaking his
afterthought.
head.
Has Brett Hutton just walked off later on?
I think Brett Hutton has walked for that because Josh Davey turns around and looks. There's nothing from the umpire, no movement of the hand, but fair play to Brett Hutton. Maybe he's got a tea time tomorrow, but he wanders off. I like that from Brett Hutton.
Yeah,
Fair play.
massively
fair play for the
applaud that.
honesty from Brett Hutton. And 63 for 7. The Somerset fielders liked it. Josh Davey liked it. There was nothing doing from the umpire. Let's just have a look.
Why don't you check that one more time?
The side on. It was a beauty from Davey. It just nipped back.
Is he definitely not given that? We're 100% sure he's walked.
Well, maybe sometimes umpires just nod their head. We had behind it, you can see. There's a discussion now, Josh Davey laughing with the umpire.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he hasn't given that. And he sort of shook / nodded his head as Hutton walked. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It'll be an inside edge, whatever way. Great catch from James Rue. Great work from our cameraman.
It looked like he shook his
Thanks
head
to Sachin. Yeah, I thought so.
Say no.
Thanks very much to Sachin and Alex who do such great work on our cameras, making sure we get to see all these replays and different angles.
Yeah, brilliant. Kudos to Brett Hutton there. That is, I like to see that. He knew, so off he wondered. Brings Matt Carter out to the middle. He certainly wouldn't have been expecting to bat today. 63 to 7. Tom Moores has 20, but this has been one of the best bowling performances I've seen from Somerset.
Since yesterday?
I wasn't here yesterday.
Oh yeah. That's not a bad nut from Casey Aldridge there either. And interesting that Tom Moores has been struggling for runs all year, has looked best in a crisis, which is a bit of a funny situation. Probably playing freely because he knows there's nothing to gain. You know, he could get 100 in a loss here. They're not going to win this game. I guess he can play slightly freely. He's cuffed a shoe through the covers. Late cuff Josh Davey, but can he see out another over from Casey Aldridge? Yep, there you go. Casts another one. This time more clean cut through forward point, and Sean Dixon will have to chase it a long way over to the empty Somerset stand.
Yeah, nice shot that. It just sat up a little bit. When Aldridge is bowled too far back of a length, really, they have just sat up quite nicely. But we saw Mulaney just able to poke that one over the keeper and slips a few overs ago. And that one, Moores, who's quite a short man, was able to get on top of.
And Dixon going to stay out there. Now that's interesting. I know Moores has played aggressively. I guess you just get Matt Carter on strike. Matt Carter doesn't give him the impression of a guy to hang around. I know he was padded up to be night watchman in the first innings. But if you're going to bowl those beauties, it doesn't really matter whether it's Moores left-hander or Carter the right-hander on strike.
Yeah,
pretty good ball.
And I think you're spot on. It's not a run-saving exercise. It's a get Moores off strike exercise. We'd rather be bowling at 9, 10, 11. 9 being Carter, Jake Ball and Dane Patterson. 2 batters to come.
Yeah, I don't see Matt Carter hanging around here at all. We know he can whack a long ball. Pretty laid-back kind of guy. And that's another beauty. Casey Aldridge got Tom Moores here, and I've been saying it for the last hour. No one's believed me. I think it's going to be over tonight, and now it really, really is looking like it. Bowlers and tail enders to come. And book your tea times for tomorrow. Anyone involved in this game or fans, because I'm pretty sure this could be wrapped up if the light permits. Matt Carter is going to be joined by Jake Ball with just Dane Patterson to come. Well bowled Casey Aldridge, who's been pretty useful with bat and bowl in recent times.
Yeah, superb, and that's what Aldridge has been doing best in this innings so far. If he pushes it a little bit further up, he's been getting that movement. Moores, whose resistance was decent, he's gone now for 24. This is quite something we are watching here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. All of us saying they declared too late. Well, we're starting to look a little bit silly because 67 for 8 now. It's been an absolute wonderful performance by Somerset. And Harry, you ruled out the biggest ever Weedon County
I
Championship
did
game.
slightly, didn't I, actually?
You
Yes.
went straight for number 2. Well,
Is it still on?
it's still on. I think the deficit's now 4-5. So, 6 runs would do it. Or 2 wickets inside 6 runs would do it for Somerset.
I dare say Carter's going to get hold of one before, just to ruin that, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not sure Jake Ball and Patton will go for it quite as much, but if Carter gets on strike, he's going to have an almighty heave, I reckon. Just talked up North East, getting 100 after not getting any big scores since 400. He's already out, 104 run out in that Glamorgan Sussex games. Fair few games going on late into day 3. That Essex game was finished early, but only 2 wickets more for Somerset. Oh, Jake Ball off the mark straight away. Good cricket, actually. I thought he was backing away to the leg side a little bit, but he managed to play over straight bat and just dab that one into cover point.
And 39 overs, well, 1 ball shy of 139 overs. Somerset batted for. 8 down knots are inside the 21st.
How many catches has James Rue got then? Let me just come back to that. Carter's an almighty waft outside the offside. I reckon Rue's caught 3 in a row. Mulaney, Moores and Hutton. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it is. 3 in a row for the man who got 100 early on. Nice, look at the scorecard.
In a decent day for James Rue, who about 4 o'clock was definitely going to be the centre of my evening write-up. I think I'm going to have to rejig that slightly, just slightly. Josh Davey takes his jumper off, passes it to, that's umpire Pollard at this end, is it? Via Sean Dixon. And Jake Ball takes his guard. Can Somerset finish this off? In theory, still 15 overs left in the day. I'm not sure the light will quite be good enough for 15 overs, but I'm also not sure that Nottinghamshire will last that many either. 3 slips wait and a short mid-wicket. I suspect in a few overs' time we may well see at least another burst of Craig Overton. Matt Henry bowled 8 overs in his opening spell. Craig Overton bowled 6. Davies into his 5th. Aldridge has 3. I think by the time Aldridge and Davey get to 6 each, if we're still there, we might be looking at Henry and Overton again to try and finish this game off. Absolute beauty there. Kept a little bit low. Jake Ball had a little push at it. Craig Overton's got his head on his hands, as he always does. And had a little look. It was not convincing from Ball, but bowler wasn't really that interested. He's always telling. Jake Ball. There's always a decent ploy, I find. The lower order batters, the tail enders, try and hit the stumps, bring those into action.
I'm trying to remember without looking it up. I reckon Jake Ball might have acted as a night watchman for England. That Ashes tour when he played in Brisbane, his last test, potentially before that. Can you remember him being a night watch?
I don't remember it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
It was before the Night Hawk time. So before his Notts teammate Stuart Ball would have had a go at it.
Well, it was Kate Cross playing that role.
Yes.
For England.
What did she call it?
Well,
a swear word, wasn't it?
Alex Hartley on TMS was trying to say that Kate Cross had said it was a lady of the night. That's what she called herself.
Oh yeah, I saw something that she said. I can't repeat what it's called or something. Mike, the museum man, Mike Wilminster on YouTube says, I don't think I want to read Notts social media tonight. It could be worse than ours.
Again, Davey making Jake Ball play. As just quite happy to sit on that back foot, Jake Ball. Yes, these balls aren't getting up, but his default position, even for the inverted commas forward defensive, is to be on the back foot. Final ball, the 22nd over. Getting ball does well. Decent over from Josh Davey, but stoic in his defence there. Jake Ball, 22 gone. 68 for 8. 424, remember that. Biggest margin for Somerset, runs-wise, to win a first-class game against basically a county championship game. 419 against Kent. There's that scorecard on screen, and doesn't it look mighty impressive? Craig Overton will be ticking that he is the man to only have 1. 2 each for Henry, Davey and Aldridge, and a brilliant run out from George Bartlett as he premiered on a pair. He was looking for a quick single. It wasn't there. It was turned around. Bartlett scrambled around, ran him out.
Aldridge continuing from the river end here. Matt Carter pokes one up, prods it somehow into a place there's no fielders, and George Bartlett will run and retrieve for 2. Rain stops play at Leicester. Still no rain here though. Grey, overcast, seagulls around. Floodlights on, yes, but could be enough time to get 2 more wickets for Somerset to complete this game tonight. Tom Abel's going to put someone... No, he's pointing at George Bartlett. Yes, he is. I think he's going to put 4th slip into cover, George Bartlett into backward point. Just a bit of following the ball, that's okay. Sean Dixon might get a catch at cover there. Banging it in is... Oh, it's a no ball. Casey Aldridge has got a bit easier.
Your reaction? You were so upset. There was so much upset. It was like you'd taken a wicket with a no ball.
Well, it was like Matt Carter was nearly treading on the square leg umpire's toes there, backing away, trying to uppercut it or just get out of the way. Casey Aldridge is getting so eager to fire it in at Matt Carter.
You know what I quite fancy tomorrow, H?
A day off.
I'll tell you in a second.
Casey Aldridge into Matt Carter. Prods that to cover for no run.
You know what I'm going to suggest, because Becky's on her way down for this evening. She was going to have a day at the cricket tomorrow. I fancy a day up at Worcester. Bit of tea in the ladies' pavilion in the afternoon. If this is finished, of course. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
What, Derbyshire, Worcester?
Yeah, 8 wickets Derbyshire still require, so probably going to be a Derbyshire victory, but a decent day's play.
I thought you were going to have a day off, but no, you're going to go and watch cricket.
Just as a casual.
Oh, just to sit in the stand, just to enjoy. That is nearly a chance for George Bartlett, but no, over backward point for 4. Matt Carter. I told you he wouldn't hang around. Going to have a swish, going to have a swing. And what's going to happen now is probably they'll put a couple more fielders out. Bashir at mid-wicket, Davey at fine leg. Abel's not sure what to do with George Bartlett. He's going to bring him back up and make Carter play another aggressive shot. Carter's going to be hard to find a way to get him out because he's just going to smash it. Nailed that pull shot over mid-on for 4. He's going to have some fun here. Somerset can wait for him to hole out, but if they want to get this done tonight, they're going to have to find a way to get him out. And Casey Aldridge banging it in short is probably not going to work to a big bloke like Matt Carter, who hits a massive golf ball, whacks a pretty big cricket ball. We've seen him clear the boundary ropes at Trent Bridge enough times in white ball cricket and for Lincolnshire. What can Casey Aldridge do now? Still 3 slips in place. Another banger in short, and that could have gone a long way if Carter connected. He missed it. I thought he was going to top edge it for 6. But no, just over the top edge of the horizontal bat from Matt Carter. Still on for your... No.
No, it's gone.
Your margin of victory is gone, isn't it? Carter's ruined it. Right, now long on is not long on nor mid on. It's Matt Henry in no man's land, which I actually really like from Tom Abel. He'll be criticised in some quarters of what's doing their no man's land, but Matt Carter going for it. That's good position. Now this could go over. If they had a no man's land mid off on the offside, that'd have been out. Exactly in line where Matt Henry is at deep mid on, 3/4 mid on, is where that's landed off Carter. It's gone for 4 towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, but Mid-off was orthodox and good white ball batting, you'd say, from Carter. He's gone up to 14. He slapped those 3 4s in that over. Having a bit of fun. And what now will we see at the other end? Josh Davies going to continue. I wouldn't have thought they would play quite the same. Jake Ball's going to be more the traditional, more of the Watford Wall, Steve Finn kind of approach than Matt Carter aggressive, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, Harry. Josh Davey going to continue, having a word with Matt Henry there. He's got a big grin on his face. 3 slips will still wait. Coda Cadmore, who's not been in the slips in recent games. Presumably it's because of that injury on his left hand, or the tape on his left hand. I haven't heard anything about it. He spent most of the season in first slip. I don't think it can be form-based. I don't remember him particularly dropping many catches in there. And to go from being first slip to not being in the slips at all. I mean, there was earlier in the season when if there was a slip, it was Coda Cadmore.
I think a lot of it is finger-based at the moment.
That's what I mean.
Injuries, yeah.
Got that strapping on the left hand. Finger injuries, just a bit of a nuisance for Somerset at the moment.
Quite right.
Oh, that's a beauty from Josh Davey. Too good for Jake Ball, that. Yeah, Siddle has got a very nasty one. Gregory has a hand injury. Roloff has a hand injury. Wow, that's a beauty from Josh Davey. Just a little nibble. In fairness to Jake Ball, it did look like he just pulled the bat back. Same again, just throwing a good line to him here, Jake Ball. Happy to tempt him. And Ball is nearly going for it, very nearly going for it.
Suggesting a slower ball bouncer or a slower ball Yorker, James and Gordon Irony on the YouTube comments.
I'd prefer to see a Yorker, I think. Just try him out with that Yorker, see if he can keep it out. Cries from Tractor down there, who's been perched just to the right of the Somerset stand pretty much this entire game. Linton James was on free at one point. I think Tractor shouted out, "Come on, Craig, I know he's on free and that's too many, but you can do it." Again, brought a few smiles from the Somerset.
That's a long sentence for Tractor. Normally it's just, "Come on, Craig, go! Come on, Henners."
Special times. Again, Ball lining himself up nicely and just getting in behind it. It's not looking particularly pretty. Not going to score runs, but he's not really needing to either.
Am I being greedy? Could Tom Abel push Henry and Overton? Henry and Overton would surely be better off having a full day rest than having to bowl 5 overs each tomorrow morning. Force them into another 3 overs each tonight to get the job done.
I think they'll bowl another 4 or 5 tonight, if I'm honest. You know, they've had almost 2 days with their feet up, 130 overs. I think absolutely they'll.
I just think do it now because bad light might knock off the last 3 or 4 overs.
Flicks into the air and he is out. Jake Ball, he's looked relatively solid until then. That one just hit the pitch, jumped up on him, returned to the fielder at short mid-wicket. I think it's Sean Dixon. Takes a simple catch. Not to 9 down. Somerset need 1 wicket for what would be a quite remarkable victory. I'm looking across, I can see Ben Warren. He always believed that Somerset would turn this one around from the first day, as did we all. 84 for 9. Won't quite be Somerset's best first-class victory in the county championship, but it'll be potentially their second best, and it will be one they will enjoy. Anyone who's popped down for the evening session after school or after work will have been delighted with their decision. Anyone who thought, oh no, we'll get a day in on Wednesday, that'll be a good day, might well be left without any cricket to watch because...
Well, I mean, we can concentrate on the Ashes, I suppose, can't it? All the other county championship games.
Maybe they might not want to
Might
go
go
to
to Worcester
Yeah?
with you.
Dane Patterson going through a few warm-up exercises as he comes out last man. This will be frustrating for someone like him. I can't imagine there's much worse as a bowler when you put your shift in. 25, 27 overs, didn't they all bowl? And 24 overs later on what Dane Patterson will know is a pitch that isn't offering an awful lot. Well, Somerset have asked questions, and Notts will not like the answers that they've given. It's been too good. Josh Davey is free for. We wondered how anyone would follow up Craig Overton and Matt Henry. Well, Josh Davey, free for 17 of his 6 overs.
What a comeback. I've changed my headline multiple times. Even the chat from day one, it was all this misery for Somerset. Now everyone's on the boundary on the leg side. Matt Carter facing Casey Aldridge, massive swing and a miss. Casey Aldridge.
I think this game will be over in the 4th ball of this over, Harry.
I think Matt Carter's going to either whack a 6 or get out this over, definitely. Well, just almost lost the words up here. The comeback after day one, and Matt Carter's nearly poked that up to Tommy. Is that another no ball? Casey Aldridge is still too eager, overstepping again, no ball. They don't want to turn to Henry and Overton to get this job done. Really, they'd rather Casey Aldridge can finish this on his own, but...
Well, I think Josh Davey will certainly get another over.
Over to the offside for the right-hander then. Patterson's first ball, 3 slips. Dixon's at cover. George Bartlett's at like a backward point halfway. That 3D from up here, that toyed with us. It looked like it was going to first slip. Oh, couldn't be going anywhere. Plenty of people tuning into the YouTube now after work, sensing victory, sensing blood for Somerset. There's bad light and rain across the country, but not here yet. Tom Bailey's got another wicket. Phenomenal start for Tom Bailey against Surrey. That's another nibble from Patterson. Can't get the bat on it from Casey Aldridge. Yeah, so there's the run out. Henry, Overton, Henry the first 4 wickets. Then it was Davey, Aldridge, Aldridge, Davey in the middle order. So everyone contributing really. The 4 seamers, Bashir not required yet, probably won't be required at all. Solid enough from Patterson. Bit of defiance from Patterson. Dame Patterson, the number 11 for Notts. How long does he want to stick around for? Jake Ball managed 13 balls. Matt Carter, 15 off 10. Patterson spoons, that's a Jack Brooks shot. That's a Jack Brooks V, the sort of back foot poke over cover for 4. Nice shot really, middled it over the top. Interesting area, hard to set a field for that. Where are you bowling this, Sam? Nose, toes, off he goes?
Yorker. Yorker, I'm a big fan of it still. Particularly against your number 11.
Look at that. Nice single actually from Patterson to keep the strike. I'm not really sure there's any tactics about keeping the strike here when you've got a number 9 and a number 11 in. But it's going to go into another over.
Yeah, and one would imagine Tom Abel is wandering towards Josh Davey just to check he's all right for another one. Shrug of the shoulders. Cap will come off. Matt Henry getting involved in the conversation as well. I think Matt Henry said, no, you finish this off. If I need to come back, I will. But I shouldn't need to here. Patterson then takes his guard. He's got 5. Carter's at the non-striker's end on 15. I wouldn't mind watching a couple of overs of him whacking it. It's always quite good fun.
Yeah.
Nottinghamshire, it's been a difficult couple of days for them. They were brilliant on the first day. They would have been delighted with the way things went. But it hasn't really gone their way at any point since. Free slips, wait. And it's edged, and it's taken, and that is it. Somerset have claimed an absolutely mammoth victory. Craig Overton, the tall figure at second slip, he's the only man in this Somerset side, bar maybe Casey Aldridge, who could have taken that catch. Josh Davey, he has got 4 for 6.1 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 17. We wondered whether Aldridge and Davey could keep that pressure on. It was built up by Matt Henry and Craig Overton. Well, they have taken the final 6 wickets. Somerset have bowled Nottinghamshire out for 92. It leaves them winning by 399 runs. It is Somerset's second biggest county championship victory runs-wise of all time. Previously, 379 had that spot. That was back in 1929 against Warwickshire. That all doesn't really matter. What does matter is that Somerset have claimed victory. Hundreds from George Bartlett and James Rue. And then they have bowled Notts out inside 26 overs, 25.1 overs after over 130 overs in the field from Notts. I mean, Harry, we were talking at tea time about his declaration coming too late. I think they probably argue it's been perfectly timed.
Well, yeah, I don't know which way you can look at it, I suppose. Keeping the Notts batters out in the dirt, fielding for longer, maybe made their brains tired, their bodies tired, allowing them to play looser shots, but who are we to criticise Tom Abel? Hey, 92 all out. Would never have guessed that. But big credit to Davey and Aldridge. It wasn't just Henry and Overton today. Chipping in Josh Davey, 4 for 17. This is best bowling figures for a little while. Great to see him in the wickets. And great catching, of course, as always, Somerset. And what a comeback. Pete and I just couldn't believe it on day one that the wickets being given away. The pitch was fairly flat. Doom and gloom, the Somerset fans in the official Facebook group, Twitter, the YouTube comments, and suddenly come roaring back in that third innings, inspired by Henry and Overton. Great, great comeback, and that's why we love cricket.
And it just shows, you know, we were talking about how flat this pitch was, how it wasn't doing much, but if you look at those wickets, yes, Haseeb Hamid, he was obviously a bit dangerous, feeling a bit edgy about being on a pair. Dix just popped in and suggested the declaration looks all right, but actually all bar that run out and that catch by Sean Dixon off Jake Ball were catches either taken by Rue or in the slip column, weren't they? So Somerset's bowlers were getting a little bit out of this pitch, and it's been an absolutely wonderful victory. There's that scorecard. Look at that. At tea time on Monday, Somerset had just been bowled out for 163. If Notts players thought they were going to get a day off, it would have been because they were going to claim victory here. Instead, it's Somerset who have turned this game round and completed a wonderful, wonderful win. I think, Harry, that's probably all from us for the evening. Unless you've got any final words?
Probably all we need to say. No, tremendous comeback from Somerset. Really impressive. And here, well, over on Friday night for the T20, and then Sunday, still tickets available, the Sky game versus Kent. And then be ready for that quarter-final next week, the home quarter-final.
Yeah, next Friday, that is. Won't find out who Somerset are playing until Sunday. I think tickets start to go on sale in various tranches depending on your level of membership from Sunday. So have a look at the website for that. Been brilliant to be alongside Harry Everett, Vic Marks and Pete Trigo for this one. We had Sophie Luff as well in yesterday. She's always brilliant in the box. Thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance, our principal county championship sponsors up here in the box this season. It's because of them we are able to come to you. Thank you to everyone for joining us. Thank you to those moderators, to those in the comments, Nottinghamshire fans, Somerset fans, just cricket lovers. Keep your eyes out on the Somerset social media channels where there will no doubt be some smiling faces in the post-match interviews. Tom Abel is a man who can't hide his emotions, whether they're positive or negative. I think he will have a huge grin on his face for that one. So keep an eye out on that. We might even record a cheeky little out of the box later, a podcast with a little bit of instant reaction. But I think we will leave it there. Enjoy your evenings, enjoy your day off, and enjoy Somerset's victory.